floating on the edge of storm. Whisper, linger low in the hollow night. Stars will softly guide us through the endless night. In dark, dead of night, they move unseen, silent speaks. Where blade will fall tonight. Darkened echoes veil the past, fate twist past, and doubt truth veil lost. The shadows are falling, no return, no grace. Night fades, hush drift away, no escape, doomed fate. One breath lost, shadows fall, the blaze is drawn. Fate twists back.
My friend, I recall you once asked, why does the sky shine with such boundless brilliance, while the human heart remains closed off, vile and deceitful? Back then, I failed to understand the moon's cost to hang so high, or what it means to fall into the abyss. Be it love or sacred vows, they are but dreams of a distant past. Everything I possess, all is ensnared by the merciless hands of fate, dragged into the void of death's oblivion. My friend, the starry sky will never again be my home. Only endless despair, suffering, and resentment flow through this crumbling shell. I shall weave a prison of death to bury the stars, and this world with them.
好，欢迎大家来到深渊吧的特别节目《深渊驿站》，我是你们的主持人潇潇。那么这一期呢，我们还是继续要带我们的选手们一起去在广州体验一下带有传统韵味的手工技艺之旅。那接下来也是照例，先请我们的选手们来做一个自我介绍吧。
大家好，我是阿迪战队的咩咩。
大家好，我是 T-Shadow。
大家好，我是 WBC 同玩。
皆さんこんにちは、リジェクトそばです。お願いします。
Hello, my name is Ian. I'm from RVR.
안녕하십니까, 제작팀의 앨런입니다. 잘 부탁드립니다.
欢迎大家，欢迎大家，欢迎大家。那上一期呢，我们是体验了一下做陶艺，这一次我们的节目组更有巧思了啊！我们在这个制作开始之前，想先让选手们猜一下今天我们要做什么有趣的东西。今天我先给大家几个关键词：传统的点心，Chinese traditional food。
わかんない。
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 像银铃和恩恩对于我刚才给到的关键词有没有什么自己的 idea？
I think he's making some dumpling for it.
饺子。
뭔가 만드는 거 말고는 잘 모르겠습니다.
果然讲到传统的美食，大家第一反应还是饺子。有没有什么不一样的想法呢？
包子。
包子，包子也算是一种传统的点心哎，就是大个的饺子嘛。那感觉好像海外的选手可能会对饺子确实更熟悉一些。那淘淘呢，作为东道主，有没有什么自己的想法？
菜是甜的。
甜的。因为广州这边属于是南方嘛，可能很多点心就是甜口味会比较多，这个是又锁定了一个范围。那咩咩，
汤圆。
汤圆，大家刚才给到的答案好像都是，就我个人感觉，我第一反应可能也是因为平常都会吃嘛，饺子呀、包子呀、汤圆呀什么的。但是今天我们的节目组确实是给我们出其不意的，要给我们上一课。这个我也没听说过，叫水晶饼。水晶饼都没听说过吗？都没有听说过。那接下来就让我们跟随镜头一起来看一下我们节目组安排的这个水晶饼到底是什么样子的点心呢？好的，在我们正式开始录制之前，先来给大家变个魔术。Everybody, shout magic time. Please close your eyes. 当当，好，大家现在看到的就是我们一会儿要做这个水晶饼的模具啊！你们也不给我一点掌声，魔术白变了。好，这个模具呢，就是我们一会儿要用到的，都是手工雕刻的这个传统的木质模具。
百年传承，味在细节。今天我们要体验的正是一道承载着悠久历史与匠人精神的传统美食。水晶饼的独特之处在于它结合了传统工艺，用精雕细琢的木质模具压印花纹，让每一块水晶饼都带有匠人手作的温度与美感。经过层层工序，咬一口，仿佛能尝到岁月沉淀的风味。
好的，我们的选手们呢已经选好了自己最喜欢的模具，接下来是听听我们选手为什么要选择他们最喜欢的这个模具来当做今天的这个主要目标呢？银铃
It's a land. I think it's after you eat it, you can become more energetic.
like power. OK, cute. 那在呢？
일단 물고기고요. 지금 물고기가 먹고 싶어서 고르도록 하겠습니다.
该放饭了，我们选手有点饿。那接下来淘淘呢？
因为我觉得这个蝴蝶模具很漂亮。
就是以美观为主。
是的。
请问一下，Soba是为什么会选择这个模具嘞？
はい、可愛いからで。はい、可愛いから。
可爱のパンダ。
パンダ。
没有人可以拒绝潘达的诱惑。那咩咩是不是也是被这个潘达征服了？
是。
很可爱，对不对？好简洁的回答我的问题，再多说2句啊喂！好吧，i 人我们就不玩弄他了。那接下来问一下 Shadow， 你选择圆形的这个原因，难道是因为跟我一样觉得它很简单？
因为它比较顺眼。
就是万众丛中看到了这样一朵很美丽的花，就想试一下，对不对？那接下来就来看一下我们选手们用到他喜欢的模具，能不能制作出既好吃又美观的水晶饼呢？接下来也是进入到我们的制作环节，有请我们的老师登场来教一下我们选手该如何制作美味的水晶饼呢？竟然蒸出来是这样的，来大家认领一下自己的，好成功的。
谢谢。
You're welcome.
OK， 我们现在已经把大家制作的这个水晶饼全部都物归原主了。那接下来就先来点评一下自己的这个作品，然后当然吃的东西一定要亲自的尝一下，把口感和整体的一个感受来给我们屏幕前的观众细细的分享一下。
So, いただきます。
还挺有仪式感。 This one is your favorite, so you pick
because
it.
this one is
Ugly.
a heart.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Special.
So it's a
Special.
heart. Oh, special one.
すごい。
すごい。日本語は上手ね。接下来呢？
はい。
有好多鱼做的特别漂亮。
쫀득하고 달콤해서 맛있습니다.
맛있어。
네.
感觉我有点饿了，我有点想先吃一口。感觉大家做的都还是蛮好吃的。然后最满意 ，Which one is your favorite? The fish, which one you think is the perfect?
Yeah, I think
Yes,
so.
Yes,
Yes.
definitely this one. 这个整个的形状做的特别的好，特别棒，特别棒。那接下来陶陶呢？陶陶在制作的这个过程当中还是非常的一波三折的，但是最后有没有出来一个产品，你还是挺满意的？
做的最后一个做的还是很好的，我是高手。
给我们展示一下，然后要不要吃最后一个？还是吃最漂亮的那个，还是吃
折中那个吧。
啊？对，这个不舍得吃，吃一个，感觉味道应该都很好吃。
很 Q 弹，很甜，好吃。
就是那种口感是软软糯糯的，然后又带一点弹性的那种感觉。
对的。
啊，咽口水。但是怎么做到这么多的？你刚才是不是就背着我们在那里流水线生产？是怎么做到这么高效的就刻出来这么多？你最满意哪一个？这个啊，这个真的圆圆满满的，就感觉特别棒。那你要把这个留到最后吃，还是打算吃一个这个？我不舍得吃的，都不舍得吃，但都是选一个最丑的吃掉。对，我认真的在品尝。Chef， 5星吗？
他什么都没说，但他好像都说了。
就是一切尽在不言中。
5星好评。
5星好评，好的，谢谢大厨，谢谢大厨。
这个最满意。
哦，咩咩是最满意这个。哎，我怎么感觉那边那个很圆满的那个是最好，但是你喜欢这个扁扁的，是因为这个纹路比较清晰吗？那你要把这个保留下来，然后尝一下那个。哎，会不会就是薄厚的不一样，口感也会不一样？你觉得这个是那种软软的口感，还是硬硬的？软软的哦，还是软软的。也是留下了自己最爱的 panda。好，接下来soba。
Panda is too difficult.
そうですね。
No head.
No head. Small bite.
But tastes good.
Good English teacher.
Yes.
你们俩 switch 了是不是？体验完了我们的这个水晶饼之后呢，也是特别开心，在这里再次跟大家感受到我们传统文化的美妙之处。接下来我们的旅程还在继续，我们就吃饼之后下一站再见吧，拜拜，
拜拜，
拜拜。
觉得他搞成这样子，
你们后面应该还有。
第一次参加世锦还是挺紧张的，因为毕竟第一次参加这种全球这种赛事，比较害怕自己拿不到一个比较好的成绩吧。
我觉得定个小 flag， 达成10次无伤就。第一次参与小组赛的拍摄还是比较有意思的嘛，然后场景还有那个灯光都很不错。
感觉过了这么久吧，然后又重新再来了，感觉这一年过得很快啊，就是上一年感觉还在昨天，我觉得就是好好发挥吧，争取拿到跟上一年的成绩差不多，大差不差。
我是第一次来参加《深渊的呼唤》小组赛，也是第一次来代表中国大陆拍出征片。我是比较兴奋，但是也有点紧张的。
非常开心，非常开心。来说，因为我给他做了披萨吃，我给他做了蛋挞吃。
受けて与え選手はやっぱり GG のシアウマン選手とピピシャ選手で、去年負けた時にかけてくれて、でその時に絶対に来年リベンジするっていう話をしたので、そのリベンジを果たすべく2人にやって、はい、したいと思います。
ですね、今回グループ戦向けてはどのチームもやっぱり強いんですけど、今まで練習してきたことを生かして1位通過を目指して頑張ります。
撮影の違いはちょっとわかんないですけど、緑が多くていいなって思います。会いたい選手はアレックスさんです。
因为这是我第一次打深渊，开始比较紧张嘛，然后这个队伍感到还是非常开心的，然后队员们也很努力，每天晚上找我单练什么的。
When I know people like my reaction, it makes me feel really happy that it was really funny to the fans to see, and I'm really happy to face these teams, and I hope there's more reactions I can have like that to make everyone happy.
Hello, 我是 RBR Green.
你好，我是 Malik.
This is my second time to participate in the COA called the Abyss tournaments, and I've also took part in the 2023 IVS Invitational.
是我来参加，我最想要遇到的选手就是微博的陶晚安。其实我长久就是他的粉丝了，这次我很期待跟他一起合照。
今天来参加深渊的比赛，最大的区别就是从屠夫阵营转变为主持阵营啦。这对我来说是个很大的挑战，请多多期待我们 FT 战队的表现吧。
촬영할 때 저희끼리 이제 누가 먼저 촬영에 들어갈지 그 현장에서 가위바위보를 한 것도 제 기억이 많이 남고요. 제 촬영을 할 때 제가 포즈를 못 정해가지고 되게 당황을 많이 했었는데 그것도 좀 많이 기억에 남는 것 같아요. 모든 팀 분들 촬영하느라 고생 많으셨습니다.
오케이.
Another mind game here, and he is still living around a singular power.
Side of Hakili here. We're going to be able to force this rescue here pretty early on, but that's going to be a blink to open here instantly. We do have Shadow Bounce here left we can use. We're going to have the Shadow Bounce back here, and that's going to be Kaeru.
Be able to cut a little bit longer. I guess the only chance here for Omni is if Mercenary can self-heal in time and get the and away from the big boat, which is where you want to be. Now we're going to see him just go with a shadow dance and hits him through the tower. We'll find out. I'm not sure if he's going to make it towards this window. Able to actually use the flywheel to get...
If hurricanes could be predicted, perhaps Father would still be with us.
Windmills are born to turn, Wendy. Your storm glass is sure to work.
The heavens are sure to open today. I just know it'll rain any moment now.
Such disasters cannot be avoided. Although, my child, you do possess an uncanny talent for studying the weather. But, Mother, even if I were to pour my very heart and soul into it, before this insurmountable precipice, science turns a deaf ear to my pleas. When evasion avails us not, when destiny ushers towards us a mighty hurricane, I will guide the storm and shatter this ludicrous obstacle. I will scatter the fog and seek the locus where the light converges. The downpour will return, and the truth will be mine to tell.
At dusk, the seagull speaks. We with our red plumage are ill-suited for this age.
For those with noble hearts,
even in the days when the Volooth name was known from tongue to tongue. All my clan desired was to walk free upon this land, as we were born to do.
Live as the freeborn must, in the wild winds of liberty. Cast thy sovereign soul into the world, and should it not find its place, let defiance be its course.
Resist, as she does, a life ablaze in crimson, never yielding to the mundane. Just as she does, the Vinland charting her way through the storm of idealism. Yet, the seagull's omen proves true. Those who do not belong are dashed upon the waves. In her exile, the snowfields rob her of warmth, the warmth she lost because of me. Lagerta, what is the meaning of struggling against the tides of time?
Lagerta, this fleeting existence will soon fade into nothingness upon the ocean's surge. Let us dare to face it with courage.
Aye.
Look, this is Sergei, Natalie, and Violetta. And this is Muro and his companion. This is Joker. And you, Mike, the superstar of Hullabaloo. Come on, friends, join the Hullabaloo. We've got laughter, candy, and a carousel, too. With Laughing Mike, the show never ends.
Come on, friends, join the Hullabaloo. We've got laughter, candy, and a carousel, too. The show never stops, and the joy is set.
If a star were to shatter, would it still glow?
嗨，又见面了。我想这次奇迹能不能延续呢？
过往的荣耀由我来继承。
今は去年の悔いを忘れて新しい物語を紡ごう。
さらなる高みへ、トロフィーに近い場所に立ちたい。
Dream chasers are ready to rise and shine.
来了就要尽兴，打他们个措手不及。
아직 부족하지만
충분한 데 의미가 있지 않을까요?
我们未曾缺席，梦想也还未实现。
这么多年了，也许就在今年呢。
This is what the competition is truly about.
No matter the result, every step is part of my journey.
欢迎来到第5人格深渊的呼唤吧总决赛小组赛，我是主持人潇潇。接下来让我们有请2支战队登场，让我们有请 T 战队。
把 ITZY 的灯牌关掉。
欢迎一花、桃李、杨洋、猫猫、佩佩、苏打。接下来让我们有请 ITZY 战队。
把体育灯牌给我关掉，请你们喝苏打水啊！
欢迎北路、芷妍、大海、三叶、狐狸、白鹿、思雨。 今天的第1场比赛由 T 对阵 ITZY， 让我们一起期待这场精彩对决。
Hello, everybody, and welcome to our 7th day of the COAA:VS group stage. And I'm Yulayo, joined here with Kurashiro. We will bring you the live commentary for our first 2 matches of the day. We saw our 2 teams on stage. That's ITZY. ITZY versus TE here today, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a mainland Chinese matchup here. ITZY, as we know, the non-professional team that has qualified from the Chinese mainland division. That is very impressive to see, and they've already taken down one of the Chinese mainland teams earlier on in this event. TE as well, looking for a spot in the playoffs. Kuro, why don't you talk us through this matchup?
For TE versus ITZY right now, if ITZY is actually able to come out victorious for this game, they are at least guaranteed top 3 and making on towards our next stages, which is the qualifier stage, well, the final stage. But for today's matchup, I do feel like from both teams, we have Bailu's Goldman and Hula Blue, which is very high on proficiency. And then we have Pepe as well, who has multiple different hunters on his hands to use alongside with the 2 meta characters. However, aside from all that, let's look at the prize pool here once again. It's a total of 4 million Chinese yuan in total for our prize pool. First place is 1,700,000. Runners up 250,000, etc., etc. And of course, for the calendaring here, it'll be from 11th of April to the 20th. And of course, for the co-op global finals, it'll be May the 1st to the 4th. It's already day 7 here now, so we are moving along pretty swiftly too.
Yeah, we have our groups here. As way Axewave in first in Group A, Wolves holding on in first in Group B, Group C, State Division 3-0 at this point. GR and FT fighting for that first place spot in Group D. We're going to ultimately see who's able to come out on top in our 4th match of the day. That's going to be one of the biggest matches we will see, not only for today, but also in the entire group stage. Those 2 teams currently at 2-0, currently fighting for first spot in their group. You definitely want to be first seed going into the playoffs. And FT, obviously, as we know, the non-professional team who has now taken down 2 matches in a row here. Let's see what they're able to do against the very strong mainland Chinese team of GR.
For today's matchup, I think it's more or less about who is the better team. Would it be the amateur team ITZY here, who's the underdog of our today's game, or would it be TE here being able to take the game swiftly home, either within 2 games or 3 games? However, if this does go overtime, I think that'll be more interesting to see as well. But for today's matches, once again for a recap, TE versus ITZY first, and then we'll have GG versus Sky for match 2, ZZZ versus MRC for match 3, and GR versus FT for our final matchup. The final matchup is one that we definitely highly anticipate, and of course let's not forget about match 2 here with GG versus Sky from the Southeast Asia region.
Yeah, we have 2 Southeast Asia teams today, but our first match will be 2 mainland Chinese teams, TE versus ITZY. And for TE, Trace Esports here, we're gonna look at their lineup. We have Li Bao, Yihua, Peipei, Yang, how do you say
we call him Momo or Malim.
Okay, and then Asuda here as well. My apologies. But yeah, that's the TE lineup here. And then for ITZY, we have Bailu, Clover, Bilu, Dahai, Zien, Fox, and CU as well.
From the ITZY's, from ITZY's team comp-wise, we do have Bailu here, who has been a very proficient BQ main, as we've seen during the CN qualifiers too, and with Fox rejoining in towards a professional scene after leaving ACT during his previous endeavors too. He has come back really strong as well, as we do see here with the ITZY survivors actually coming out first up against Peipei's Hunter. Probably from the side of ITZY, they think it's probably better to get their survivors to come out first, just less pressure on their side. However, first and foremost, Dahai becoming the main supporter of our team will be having Priestess and Female Dancer as his preferred characters, an average deduction point of 7,177.64, average containment time of 55.7, and more or less ITZY's performance recently has been skyrocketing, so let's just see if they can maintain their lead.
Yeah, definitely. We have seen Bailu be very impressive on the Hunter side. As for ITZY survivors, they haven't been exactly the most consistent. We have seen them being able to get some escape, especially in their previous match. Their first match was a little bit more challenging, but for this one today, that's going to be very important to see if they're able to get survivors out the gate in the early stages of this match in rounds 1 and round 2. We have Clover here, 44 seconds of average containment time of 0.17 rescues per game, and a coding of 128% and 33% escape rate here. Again, a lot of these survivors, they're managed with a 33% escape rate. We've seen them consistently getting around 1 or 2 survivors out in a lot of their matches, although some games have resulted in 4 eliminations. And especially in this match today, if they want to continue along here and secure a high spot in the playoffs, it's going to be very important for them to survivors to continue to be successful here.
Definitely, and what matters most here is also the rescues up against Hullabaloo. ITZY Fox here becoming the main rescuer of our survivor team comp. It will be 1.5 average rescues, by the way. He's currently ranked 7th place with the total amount of rescues in total, and with the amount of average rescues too, of course. With the 1 first officer pick here as well, I think for today's main concern that we have rounds 1 and rounds 2 is going to be more about whether or not we can prevent double downs from those 2 top meta characters, especially from RC's matchup yesterday too. It's just way too consistent up against Omni. It's continuous double down no matter what. And last but not least, Zien here becoming the main container / support with that Seer on his preferred character side. Escape rate of 70% though. It does seem like most of ITZY survivors here can get out of the game. Now the question is, can we do that game 1? Can we do that game 2 as well, where preferably speaking, when Bailu comes out from their Hunter side, he does have a little bit more of a flexible character pool to play around with. But I guess more or less now it's just about how well we can handle the pressure here up against Peipei.
Absolutely. Just want to give a quick shout out to Maya and wish her a good day at work. So yeah, shout out to Maya. Shout out to Maya. Have a good day at work, Maya, and hopefully able to come watch the stream at some point today. Yeah, getting into our Hunter side here for TE. This is Peipei here. Again, we talked about how I think one of the keys to this matchup is going to be for TE winning this match is if Peipei is able to defeat the ITZY survivors early rounds here. This is going to be very important. Again, ITZY survivors is, I would say, between the 2 factions, their survivors are their slightly weaker point. Bailu, as we know, is probably their main selling point, being a very strong hunter and has put up some impressive numbers so far in this tournament. So it's going to be key for Peipei to eliminate as many survivors as they can from the ITZY survivor side. And yeah, we're getting into we will get into our band picks here pretty shortly. Very interested to see how we lead this match. Are we gonna go into Goatman or are we gonna go to Hullabaloo from Pepe first here? And for ITZY survivors, what are they expecting, and what kind of team composition are they gonna put together here?
Yeah, we really want to see what map T decided to actually choose out here too, because if we do bring everything really depends on the map. Like big maps such as, you know, Ever Sleeping Town, you could have quite a lot of different well, you could choose between the two, between Hullabaloo and Goban. However, seems like Sacred Heart Hospital there will be chosen from the side of TE. Meanwhile, ITZY decided to ban out Lakeside Village. In a map like Hospital, it's rare to see. This might actually be one of our first encounters here seeing Hospital round 1. It's probably because of the fact that we want survivors to have an easier time, especially with, you know, Goldman's cages in 2-story being a little bit hard to place around, and Hullabaloo having so many pallets nearby. However, we will move directly on towards ban picks here. Then this will be game 1 first half in Sacred Heart Hospital. Pepe will be banning out Dacier and Mech.
Absolutely. This is a very interesting map. We don't see this not only in round 1, we almost never see this map being utilized in tournament. It's a very uncommon, it's the least common map in competitive, but we're gonna see Seared Mechanic banned here first for Pepe. Yeah, Sacred it's one of those maps. It's just so it's the most unbalanced map in tournament. It's very survivor sided. It's very difficult for a lot of hunters to play effectively on this map, and I'm actually very curious to see how this works in round 1, because we talk about how Sacred, the ideal situation for Sacred is survivors are able to actually win, get a 3 escape because of how strong it is for survivors. But in this round 1 situation, we have these 2 very strong hunters that almost never lose. How do they actually perform on Sacred? You know, as you mentioned, it's very difficult for Goatman to place cages in a lot of the 2-story areas. Hullabaloo has a lot of difficult pallets and things to work with, but yeah, we're gonna see the Puppeteer and the Embalmer first here for the survivor side. Embalmer very good for Sacred. You're able to spawn in hospital, place your coffin in hospital, and you're able to coffin yourself or your teammate into that very strong kiting area. That's the key to winning games on Sacred. You know, we talk about what are the keys for Sacred: rebound kiting into hospital, first kite into hospital, rebound kite into hospital. Embalmer instantly puts the survivor right back to where you want to be.
With the female dancer band there alongside with Gardener pick. Gardener isn't too bad, especially when it comes with destroying the chair and forcing the hunter to basically fix it, and an increase of 10% extra chair time for the survivor that's actually on it. But now then, last band will be towards our first officer as Gravekeeper will come out. Overall, not a bad pick from Gravekeeper's side. A lot of pallets, a lot of dash areas, and the map is not too big after all. So even if you play Goatman or Hullabaloo, it's just a little bit harder when it comes to trying to, you know, aim for a double down or even aim for an after half rescue.
Absolutely. And with this team composition, this looks pretty well suited for the Goatman. Gardener is a character that obviously can take a hit early on for free with that bubble, and can also kite out, potentially kite out Goatman cages as well. Just farming that bubble mid-kite can be very effective with Puppeteer, as we know. One of the most effective kiters against Goatman, just due to the fact that you can simply kite out 1 cage per ability with that Puppeteer. So you can force essentially 4 cages at least from a Goatman, which is very effective. Embalmer, just very good for Sacred, spawning survivors into hospital, and playing for a tie. And Gravekeeper, good rescue overall. So Pepe actually go with the Goatman or Hullabaloo here. As a hunter side, I personally would play into Hullabaloo, as that I feel that the Hullabaloo match versus the Puppeteer and Gardener is slightly better than Goatman. Additionally, Hullabaloo I feel like is slightly better on this map than Goatman, just due to the fact that because of that 2-story, because of that elevation, it's very hard to place cages, and that's exactly what Pepe is going to lead with here.
Hullabaloo here will be chosen out. It might be a little bit harder here to chase around with the survivors too, but we're gonna have to see the area selection mode. If we spawn a little bit too close to Gardener, I just feel like Gardener will be the first chase here. So as long as Gardener has all the containment persona she needs, I'd say she'll be fine, but she has the spawning rooms here no matter what, and we probably have to leave Puppeteer out a little bit towards the open. But like, Gardener will be the main question here in mind as we move on straight towards the area selection mode. Let's see here, Gardener at rooms as we just said, Embalmer inside hospital, and we do see Gravekeeper at statues alongside with our Puppeteer here spawning towards the entrance of Shack. Hullabaloo will be spawning bottom right, excuse me, near that one singular T-sided window. And with that, this spawn location, it's pretty nice suited for the survivor side. However, Rune Cypher Machine will be locked if we actually did bring Trump card here.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to spawn into that Puppeteer as well, most likely commit to that first chase target. Let's see what the build is here. Will we see Peepers or Abnormal? Typically, Peepers would be more optimal for a Sacred. build, just considering that inside hospital, Peepers is, yeah, we're absolutely going to see Peepers for this hospital chase. We also see the Bomber with Tide and the Garza triple Tide turner. This is the first half of the first round of the ITZY Survivors versus the TE Hunter side. I'm Yelio, joined here with COAⅧ, bringing the live commentary for this match.
Hullablue's main goal here is trying to get Clover down as soon as he can, also using that red zone too to lock one of his items. However, right now, Double Surprise is intact and ready to go. We're going to vault straight in towards this Hulla as we change targets towards Thahai, the Gardener. It's Instant's trump card alongside which Wanted Order, Max Valor Breaking, and Panic on the Persona side of Pepe.
Yeah, so Gardener pretty good, pretty fine for the survivors. Obviously, Gardener can absorb a hit earlier on because of that bubble. It's better that Gardener actually gets found early than later in the game as the next chase because she already has that shield to work with. But a double bomb hit already onto Daha here, and he's gonna. Oh, Pepe's actually gonna take the time to break down this pallet, getting that out of the way, and just slowly, getting rid of all this terrain that the survivor has to work with. Daha getting caught out in the open here. This is not really an ideal place to be. And the bubble runs out, actually perfect timing, and misses the pallet stun here as well. Can Pepe get this hit? He's going to be able to get that hit, transitioning into Shaq here. And there is, he does get that first clone there. One more clone hit will knock him down. He's able to avoid the red zone here. It's going to be Mikey with the pop, but he walks straight through and gets a quick down onto this Gardener.
It's not really Gardener's fault here, especially with the fact that Hullablu just moves way too fast. This is kind of the same when it comes back to the Night Watch meta last year or 2 years before. That movement speed boost is just way too hard to try to play pile of mind games around it, and usually Hunters have more advantage over the survivors in that case. We do see Gravekeeper on his way in right now. Our main goal here is, can we dash in for a no damage rescue? Yes, we definitely can. But the next question will be, can we get out with it without getting any injuries? As now we're going to try to play a little bit of a mind game here up against the Hula, as it seems like we should be able to at least dash straight towards this, and that's what we're going to do now, saving one extra trouble for ourselves. That's a no damage rescue on the side of GK, but GK will be chased here once again. We will be able to get that half health hit on towards him, thankfully, and now Gardener becoming the next chase here. Landed that red ball. We're just missing one more snowball here left on our hands to use, and it doesn't seem like Gardener can contain for any longer.
I'm interested to see where that coffin placement is, if it's in hospital or not. We're going to see Gardener is going to go ahead and die in the corner here. Coffin is in effect for that Gardener. Cypher machines are still a little bit slow here for the survivors, but we do see the trait back online for Pepe as well. He can teleport. Oh no, the Cypher. Okay, so they've already popped Hospital Cypher, so he's forced to manually walk there, which is fine. Hullablu has a lot of good mobility here. He's also going to be able to set up a Peeper, which will help him get his chase off here. And at least gives Gardener a chance to potentially kite in hospital here. Able to avoid the first clone. There's the second one with a black bomb here. Will he jump over? He's going to jump over. Gardener's going to be able to farm the bubble, which allows her to make it back to this pallet. She can also most likely make it to that window, but I don't know if she's going to be able to get far after that. But no, not even going to be able to get to the window. He jumps over the Gardener and secures the down here. And you kind of see why Hullablu is such a strong hunter, even on a very good kiting map like Sacred. We're going to see about one Cypher machine remaining at this point. So they have one more to go. Survivor's relatively healthy, only one injury on the grave. So definitely not a terrible situation here for ITZY, but they're going to have to get through those last ciphers pretty quickly here, especially because that trip card will be available shortly once that Peeper is up to 3.
Puppeteer here becoming the next containment character, though. It does seem like right now with Fox being a half health, he shouldn't be the one that actually comes in a rescue. If we can meet up with Gardener, that'd be for the best, but that will finally be the hit that register on straight towards Puppeteer. Just missing one more red zone, as we did manage to cancel it with our little Lewis, and with that, the stationary here, we're missing one more white zone, and that's gonna be the white zone landed once again, but we don't have our spins already on hands to use, but we still got hit there. Clover probably should have jumped in that scenario, as we will go down instantly, as we don't have enough health to use that little Lewis. Fox being way too close nearby right now. The Cypher machine may be at 59%, but as long as Pepe here lands 2 marks on towards this Gravekeeper, even if he does dash in, it's just an instant hit down, and another double application with the with the double surprise, it'll be an instant fail rescue if we actually can't get in here without getting any more marks. We've already have white zone here as we teleport out straight towards that embalmer. While we have our hands to use, we do have one trapeze as well. However, it just doesn't seem like it's gonna be enough here. Need to creep back. It's not gonna be able to get us too far, and we don't actually have a coffin too, so that's gonna be a red zone reapplied here once again. We're gonna be able to get it double down instantly. 13%. No, we just started a new cipher machine by that puppeteer, and Gravekeeper trying to come into rescue once again. Yes, there might be accelerated decoding, but we cannot forget it's a 9% decoding debuff from the panic persona, as Clover is gonna make himself towards middle, and double surprise might just be able to leak out where his location is.
He is going, it's going to point towards hospital here. Pepe's going to go pressure through this birdcage area as he acknowledges the survivor is probably in the vicinity. He does not know where he is just yet. He's kind of patrolling the double doors here. The clone again is going to point to where he is, but he's upstairs, so it's not like he can really get to him that easily. He's actually, he thought he was outside hospital, I think. So this actually, yeah, Fox doing a very good job of evading line of sight here. Will we see him attempt a rescue, or will we just see a cipher pop here? I think we're just going to see a cipher pop. The cipher machine 80% of the way done. Pepe is forced to go to that new cipher machine. Unless, no, he's just going to continue to camp here. Puppeteer will be able to get the cipher ready. We have double borrowed time. 2 survivors will be at full health for endgame here, and there is no detention on the hullabaloo, so they definitely have a great opportunity to play for a 1 escape here.
One escape isn't too bad, especially up against the hullabaloo too. We should be able to find Fox nearby instantly, but we do have 2 shovels still left on our hands to use. Fox becoming the next chase here. We do see where the footprints are. However, there is still the puppeteer not at the gate just yet, as we landed 1 mark there. Finally, that's going to be a double mark landed. No, it's not. Very nice side juke there by the side of our Gravekeeper. However, it's still running at full health. We need 1 more good double surprise, and that's what we're going to land here. Going to be able to warp over here, but we still have 1 more shovel left. 8 seconds. Can we contain for 8 seconds? No, we can't. A teleport will come out from Pepe here as we go straight towards Clover. But how fast can we get this puppeteer down is another question here. You might. We're going to change straight towards the Lewis just to play this one a little bit more safe. 1 more trapeze on our hands to use, but it's still just a red mark here on the side of Puppeteer. We're going to try to land this double surprise as fast as we can, but no, it's just a wide mark for now. Can we get the second one? Yes, we did get a mud ball, but even so, look how fast that Gravekeeper is healing, and look how much Puppeteer can still contain. We're going to use it once again. Oh wait, Gravekeeper is still not up though, as that will be the final hit straight towards a terror shock down.
He is going to get terror shock down. He did have to take that that risk at some point. The question is, can Grave get the gate open in time? This is going to be very close. He only has 1 dash to work with here, so he only has 1 trapeze, but Grave's actually going to leave the exit gate. He only has a small percentage on that shovel. He's going to transition towards the dungeon. Keep in mind, Puppeteer is already on chair once, so he's going to be eliminated pretty quickly here, but he can find the location of that survivor using that ability. Will that 5% shovel be enough here? I don't think so, but can Grave hide out long enough? This is going to be very important for him to hide this out. If he's going to break the pallet, still wasting time here. If Grave can continue to hide long enough, he will be able to potentially make dungeon. He does find the Grave, though, hiding out here. There's the shovel. If the shovel could absorb the hit, it might be enough to get dungeon here. No, the shovel does not absorb the hit. It expires a second too early there, and that's going to be a 4 survivor elimination here for Pepe.
A brilliant endgame there performed by our hullabaloo. However, this does still show that once again, even if you do have a 2-man endgame, like Gravekeeper had 2 items there as well. He took 3 hits, but it still ended up as a 4-man elimination. No one at the gate just yet. That is the biggest issue with 2-man endgame too. It's just no one's at the exit gate. We can't decode it instantly. Gravekeeper went down just a tiny bit too fast because the gate on the side of Puppeteer was at 55%. Potentially speaking, if it was a 70%, Puppeteer definitely would have at least forced it to be open, since he can body block, 3 times at least. But with these into conclusion right now, a beautiful form of elimination performed by Pepe in the end game. And with that, I think from TE Survivor side, they're going to be pretty happy about this too.
Yeah, absolutely. This is getting a 4 elimination on Sacred. Obviously, it is round 1. You want to get as many 4 kills as possible, but especially on Sacred, the best survivor-sided map in the game. That is exactly what TE wants here. I think, unfortunately for ITZY, that's going to put them pretty far behind in this match. It's not just like, okay, this map is Sacred or Church, and the Hunter gets a 4 kill. It's like, we expect them to get 4 kills here and there, but getting a 4 kill on Sacred forces the ITZY Hunter to get a 4 kill on Sacred in return. Obviously, they have round 1 Hunters, but on Sacred, as we know, it's just incredibly hard to do. Even with these round 1 Hunters, it's a lot more challenging than it seems. So the fact that Pepe was able to get there, it's very, very impressive here, and TE gains a very large lead because of that.
I do think as well, maybe on the side of Survivors Endgame, Fox could have maybe gotten his way out from that area too, especially when he was the one hiding upstairs as well. Potentially speaking, Fox could have maybe jumped down or at least get himself towards that jump down area. So just when we actually pop open that Cypher machine, we can transition out a little bit easier too. However, aside from all that, I just feel like Fox didn't really utilize that hospital area properly, especially with the fact that, you know, the pallet inside Birdcage was still available to use. The pallet upstairs was also, no, the pallet upstairs has been broken because of Gardner, but the pallet at Birdcage definitely could have dropped that down at least, and then maybe go straight into a shovel form, or after taking a hit, then you can go into shovel form. Because like in that scenario, it's kind of more like you're gonna have to force the puppeteer to break the pallet anyway, and that, generally speaking, buys you a lot of time too. With that endgame in play though, it's really good that we're able to reach towards a 2-man endgame, but I just don't think we executed that properly, especially with Gravekeeper having 2 items, especially with Puppeteer being able to tank 4 hits as well before he goes down.
The AI generated message in YouTube says that the viewers are enjoying the rap battle on the Identity 5 live stream.
That is not real.
That's not. Well, I mean, if you guys are enjoying it, then that's good at least. It's not supposed to be a rap battle, but you know, sometimes
it's intense. It's very intense.
Just does that to you. You know, it turns IDV into a rap battle. I don't know. Anyway,
Yeah,
do you have
and
Equa
it's-
here? Or yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying it's also because it's Hullabaloo. Look, last year it was Opera Singer, fast paced. This year it's Hullabaloo. Hullabaloo being our next hunter who's fast paced here. But once again, Eli, please take us through with our T Survivor statistics, please.
We have Memo here as well. 45 seconds of average containment time with 0.33 rescues per game, with 83 average decoding. Unfortunately, this is a lot lower than you'd like to see. 45 seconds. With only 83% average decoding, it typically means that Memo is getting first chase quite often, but only 45 seconds is not exactly ideal. 33% escape rate here. We're gonna hopefully see some improvement from that today. And you know, again, TE in this matchup should be definitely have the slight favorability here, as they are the the professional level team. They're able to compete in high level tournaments like this all the time, whereas ITZY not so much. As for Libao here, we have 38 seconds of average containment time. 4th in the tournament so far at 202% average decoding progress, with a 33% escape rate, 0.67 average rescues. So Libao obviously not kiting that often, decoding majority of the games here, playing those containment style characters.
Preferably speaking, we would like Bailu from ITZY's Hunter side to at least chase after Libao for some time now. Being 4th place, by the way, average of 202.17 decoding progress. We're not playing a rescuer is pretty darn impressive. And it does say quite a lot as well, because, you know, from Libao's side, we do play anti-courier, we do play main harass / containment type characters, in which Hunters usually will not be willing to chase. From the side of T though, I guess with all Survivor team comps, you would like to chase after one that is the weakest link. So for today, we're really gonna have to see who is the weakest link from T Survivor side. Yang here on our support. So Yang is the main support here with female dancer and psychologist. Average deduction points of 7,221.5, average containment time of 59.89, average rescues of 0.5, average decoding progress of 163%, and average shields of 0. Overall, we do see as well, like, it's more or less about support than about healing, because for Yan's point of view here, it's more or less just how much support can I provide to my survivors in order to extend the containment, because you do see him first chase sometimes, but usually it would be on the side of like Libao, it would be on the side of Momo, who is the main container of this team.
Absolutely. And getting into the Hunter side, we see Bailu, who has been very impressive, the main selling point for ITZY so far. They've been, for ITZY, they've been a very impressive hunter. You see overall average knockdowns 0.66, average eliminations 2.6, slightly lower, but definitely not doing them justice here. Average terror shocks 1.2, that is first here. They're 5th for average time to get a knockdown. Very fast chase. Yet to get a 4 elimination, but has been winning quite often, getting multiple 3 eliminations throughout this event here. And this is where they're really going to have to turn things around and start to get a 4 elimination, as their survivors unfortunately did miss out on an escape last round.
However, we cannot deny that Bailu's statistics is absolutely insane, being an amateur hunter having more terror shots than almost all the teams here combined, and 5th place here for average knockdowns too. This does kind of imply that from Bailu's point of view, definitely first chase is very easy for him to get someone down. However, with the end game, maybe our map control, our mind games, and our decision making has to be a little bit more further improved here, because if he can do that, then yes, definitely he should be able to get his first formal elimination here sometime soon. But we still cannot forget, it's a team game at the end of the day. It is now pressure on towards ITZY's hunter side, and if he needs his formal elimination under high pressure from a survivor side of map like Hospital, it might not just be that easy. It depends on whether he wants to play Goldman or Hullabaloo in this game.
Absolutely. We will find that out in a moment. As we talked about, Hullabaloo probably slightly more favorable for Sacred, as for Goatman it is difficult to place cages in a lot of areas of this map, whereas Hullabaloo, a little bit more mobility. Hullabaloo also has very easy access to Hospital. You can trapeze through the birdcage window, and you can trapeze over the what we call the God pallet at birdcage pallet. So definitely a little bit easier there for Hullabaloo than potentially a Goatman, but it also just depends on what character we're going to see preferred here. Bailu has preferred the Hullabaloo. We've seen him use Hullabaloo quite often in the early rounds, so I think if anything, the Sacred map would be more beneficial for him, as he is, again, preferring that Hullabaloo in round number 1. So I think Sacred is an interesting way to shake up the meta, now that you kind of think about it. It's one of those maps where it's like, okay, let's say you're going against a team that has a preferred Goatman in round number 1, but then your hunter prefers Hullabaloo in round number 1. So let's pick Sacred. It's a map that's not exactly as ideal for Goatman, probably a bit better for Hullabaloo, and obviously it's good for survivors, but it makes it so you have your team's Hullabaloo is going to have an advantage over the opposing Goatman, or it might even force that player to switch to Hullabaloo, whereas they typically would want to play Goatman in a round 1 situation, depending on who the hunter is. So I think that could actually be an interesting way to shake up the meta. I think that might be the thought process here. Maybe they're assuming that Pepe would prefer Goatman, ended up going Hullabaloo, ended up working out for him, but it could definitely be an interesting thought here.
Yeah, and it's also in a map like Hospital too. Like the 2-star areas allows you to play quite a lot of characters as well. Not only that though, we do know that Bailu has chosen out a Bloody Queen here in round 1 before 2 when WBG survivors want to counter that Goatman. But in a map like this, potentially speaking, we could see some pocket pits from the side of TE. It is Hospital pick after all, so your most vulnerable survivor needs to be inside Hospital as Seer and Mechanic here to kind of the regular bans, because if you don't get at least one of them out, it's always going to be a guaranteed tie game.
Absolutely. Looks like we'll see Explorer here and Puppeteer. Now, Explorer is a character I personally really like on this Sacred map. Not only is there a very good, very many places to hide on this map, it's also one of the ways this Hospital map is very good for survivors is there's 2 optimal spawn locations. There's Ruins and there's Hospital. Those are the 2 hardest chase locations for a lot of hunters. But typically on a team composition, you have 1 rescuer and then you have 3 chaseable survivors. So what you do with Explorer is you take Explorer, you hide him where he can't get found, then you take the 2 kiters, you place them in Hospital and you place them in Ruins. That way you give them optimal kiting locations, Explorer stays hidden, and the rescuer is not an ideal chase target. So essentially you force the hunter to chase in 1 or 2 locations that are not ideal at all for the hunter and more optimal for survivors. So I've always liked the Explorer pick on this map. You remove one of those chase targets, you force the 2 kiters that are remaining to be in very good kiting areas, Ruins and Hospital, and it makes it very challenging for the hunter to commit to a first chase.
But we can't also forget that this Explorer pick might be forcing Bailu to actually play Hullabaloo as well. We do know that a lot of Hullabaloos do like to bring Trump card 2 that comes along with Hunter's Instincts, and with how fast the Hullabaloo does move, the moment that Hunter's Instincts activate, we might just be able to see Explorer instantly as well. However, we still cannot forget it is ITZY here who's actually the one playing Explorer. He's one of the first players to play Explorer in a professional scene and play him at a very high level too. Not allowing the Hunter to actually find him being first Explorer on the side of CN server, it will become a huge challenge here from the side of Bailu. Bailu banning out that night as well did kind of indicate we might want to play Goatman, but Goatman up against a team comp like this, it's not bad. You can lock certain areas of runes, you can force survivors to not take your cages teleport at all, because all the good containment areas are kind of near walls, such as runes, such as the such as shack, and then in middle as well, just some areas in hospital where you actually can't take those cages too. But we're just kind of have to see what our hunter choice is.
All right, I imagine it's gonna be Hullabaloo. That seems to be Bailu's favorable early round pick, but especially because it is being sacred here. But let's see. Whoa, it's gonna go Ivy. And actually, what Ivy does is Ivy can find Explorer. Ivy is one of the fewer hunters that has an easier time finding Explorer. Additionally, Ivy has a relatively good chase into Gardener as well. So this Ivy pick he's really saying like, okay, you know, typically we expect Hullabaloo in round 1, we expect Goatman in round 1, but I'm going to actually pick a hunter that actually counters the composition. I'm going to go with one of the non-2 main meta hunters, and I'm going to pick a hunter that actually counters the composition the survivors have selected here. And I think the Ivy here, not only is Ivy Ivy can be a bit challenging in certain areas of Sacred, obviously because of the elevation change. Survivors can drop down the hole to avoid the tombstones. And especially if that Cypher machine spawns upstairs as well, that could be pretty good for the survivors as well. But I think Explorer's actually take Hospital as well. You got to put Explorer in a good kiting area since Ivy can find that Explorer. I think this team composition is going to struggle a little bit against Ivy. That's why Violet's picking this. Explorer can be found. Gardener's a good chase target, although he does spawn farthest away from both of them here. So we'll see where his first chase target's going to be.
Well, I'll be spawning here at bottom right, near towards that T-side of the window. It does seem like Gardener can still rotate towards runes if she actually decides to get chased here. Explorer probably just has to stay near the staircase just so we can at least prevent extra revelation stacks on towards the survivor early game. But with that in mind, because otherwise it'll be a triple tie turn here on Puppeteer, First Officer, and Gardener. Our Explorer here having Niche Reflex and Fly with Bailu with Instant Potential alongside with Blink. This will be T versus ITZY here in Sacred Hearts Hospital, match 1, game 1, second half. And it'll be Ilayo and Kurosho bringing you the commentaries of this game.
Okay, we're going to see Bailu bringing that ghost towards the Puppeteer first, but I don't know if that's going to be his ideal chaser. We see the Explorer's actually hiding out in basement, so really trying to avoid getting found early game here. And we're going to see that ghost being brought to the Puppeteer here. Going to bring it back, though. Not going to commit there. He does have Tinnitus in hospital, so he knows the Explorer is here. Will he spend a lot of time looking for him, or will he just change to that Gardener? I think that would be fine as well. The Gardener bubble will expire within the next 20 seconds here, so he may just commit to this target. He may wait out the bubble. Does miss the first scare, though. Does miss a double scare there, and I'm off to a very good start here.
We do have knee-jerk reflex there on the pallet side to use, but it seems like Bailu not willing to leech on towards Gardener here. Just so you could get a lot of revelation stacks if he did it just a little bit earlier. That's around 23 stacks right now, and that's kind of what we need. We need one good revelation from the main body side. Can we get it? We're waiting for it right now. We did manage to get it, and now can we get a revelation, or we might want to wait for Blink and play this pallet mind game. Draw Gardener dropping down the pallet right now. Gardener is still looking at Steve Ivy, but it seems like we're going to take the normal hit here instantly. But there is a revelation on our side. ETN, that's going to be instant pop there, and Gardener, we will get stunned as we will be able to make it towards the pallet too, because we used it a little bit too earlier. 2 pallets left on our hands to use. Gardener, we're going to go back in straight towards the zone. There's a knee-jerk reflex from the window side to use. We got stuck from Bailu's side, and that's another distance pull out.
That is unfortunate. We're going to see the ghost being brought over towards the Gardener again here. There's the scare up to 60%. And there's the main body missing the main body, though, and he's going to stay alive a little bit longer here. Cypher machines are moving along pretty good here. We also have the page from the Explorer finally getting the first down, but not a bad early game for the survivors. We see Explorer with a page, so that Cypher, that's 30%, is more like 80% in theory. We see another Cypher machine pop here, 8% done on another Cypher machine. So quite a bit of early game progress here for the survivors of TE. We're going to see the ghost brought over towards the ruins area, trying to find the survivor in this area. It is going to be the Puppeteer, though, who has Tide Turner. Is going to transition for the rescue from ruins here.
Puppeteer becoming the first rescue might still be a little bit tricky as well. We didn't get a hit there, thankfully, though. We still have Flywheel on our hands to use. Tightroner on the side of Puppeteer as we go straight in for the rescue. That little Lewis pop there was a little bit early, but Gardner coming with a body block just guarantees that everyone maintains at least somewhat of a healthy state, and there's only 3% decoding debuff here, which it seems like Explorer looking already for his next page, and most likely Puppeteer trying to get out of this area as soon as he can as well. Let's just see if Gardner can actually break that chair to increase her chair time, but nope, we're going to stack up some of our shield for our next usage, in which it'll definitely take less than 1 second for it to stack. Right now though, getting rid of that Officer as statues, you can't really chant towards the first officer here anymore.
Absolutely. Gardner on chair for after half. Second time here. 3 ciphers completed. We do see the the Explorer is able to get another page here, so one of those ciphers will have 50% progress immediately. We're going to see first officer getting a clean rescue, but does take a body block, giving the Gardner a chance to get a bubble as well. Maybe an opportunity for a rebound here. Gardner's going to go to that speed boost from the window and going to transition towards these pallets in front of hospital. There's the teleport, the full presence, and we will see the ghost scare in a moment here. But Memo just wasting as much time as possible. He can get to 100%, and actually he can kite out the 100% because he got behind the wall. Good positioning from the Gardner there. Blink will be online shortly. He's going to cancel the vault, and he makes the vault here. He may force out a blink. That could be very good. He is forcing out the blink here, and we're going to see a lot of cipher progress get done with that rebound kite. Explorer has a page, 50% on another cipher machine. They're almost ready to get to the end game here. This is an excellent rebound kite from this Gardner, and this is going to make it very difficult for Bailu to go for a 4-kill that he desperately needs here.
Not only that, Hospital Cipher Machine has still not been decoded yet, as First Officer is currently the one decoding. Explorer does have that extra 50% page, though we cannot forget. Yan Yan having so much items to use on a beautiful pallet stun on that Ivy as we change target straight towards the First Officer, just to get at least some sort of a map control. That's going to be a very beautiful pallet drop down there, as First Officer will go down here instantly. However, still cannot forget, look, Explorer still has 35% pages on his hands, and he can just dig for the rest of that 15% and pop open either the 50 or the 32% Cipher Machine, with basement being nearby here. It seems like Bailu will have to take the long way in, but we could potentially, speaking here, just not rescue if we don't want to.
Absolutely. Explorer is going to go ahead and drop down here, getting out of range of that tombstone. The ghost being brought. Yeah, I mean, well, again, they are playing for... There is, because there's no BT on the Explorer, it's very difficult for them to make this rescue. But we're going to see a teleport away, actually, onto the Puppeteer. He has Flywheel, he has Puppet to work with here, so definitely an opportunity to kite. He's going to Flywheel through this pallet here, and Puppeteer's actually going straight for the rescue. We're going to see the drop-down hit. Though, did that miss? I think that missed, right? And he hits the chair as well, yeah, so he can get the free rescue off.
First Officer can definitely get out on time, but it seems like he wants a buddy block for Puppeteer here, since he's the one that doesn't have any borrowed time. But even with that in mind, though, look, Explorer, 41% Cipher Machine. The Cipher is already primed. We can just pop here instantly, and that's a 2-survivor endgame with a lot of items. But it seems like First Officer is going to come back in for the rescue, as he can, of course, take the hit and then use his pocket watch to get out. But Bailu realizes this too. We're going to get a really far hit out, and that instant rescue might not just be enough. We have to get a really good body block from beside Puppeteer, but Little Lewis did not come out, as no one's currently at the exit gate. 2 survivors endgame right now. We're going to chair Yang Yang here instantly as Ihua goes straight towards Shock Gate. We're able to get that second Hypnosis Watch on here. We have 1 more left to use, but even with the last one on to use, Bailu playing mind games by himself this time, as right now the Phantom will be brought towards Shock. And if we 10 seconds, no blink is ready as well, though, so if we blink down First Officer here instantly, I don't think that Explorer is going to be able to make it out on time.
Well, I think it's fine though, because Officer can just stay here. If he goes to the Explorer, he can just save him. In fact, Officer could even... He's just going to stand on the top of the stairs feeding Tinnitus. This forces the Hunter to stay here until the Puppeteer expires. Or no, actually, never mind. Officer's actually going to leave completely. I was going to say he could just go... He's also just going to the exit gate. This works as well. This creates a position where they're going to split the 2 gates here. Bailu's going to have to choose. He's going to have to choose where he wants to go here. He's going to ghost there. He's going to bring it back. He's going to leave it here. Then he's going to... maybe teleport away. No, he's just going to continue after this Explorer here. We have to see the Officer wait to break the tombstone. We still have the blink to work with here. He's going to teleport onto the Officer, but he is able to make some distance here.
Yeah, we managed to actually bait that one out too, which, well, sadly it wasn't corruption and transference there wasted from the side of survivors. However, for Ivy here, still do see where EY is, still do see where First Officer is. We don't have items left on First Officer to use as well. Blink ready, intact, and to be used. But EY here, we have to get rid of 2 Ostracons in order for us to be able to get out too. So not only that, this is a very hard scenario here to play around in. We can't just get it teleported in instantly, and we don't have enough. That's a brilliant corruption of transference and revelation. Now then, First Officer, no items left on our hands to use. Detention is over in 17 seconds. Maybe, just maybe, Explorer could have waited just for that tiny bit longer.
Absolutely. We're going to see him 79% on that. The gate is so far along. Libao hiding out here. Does he find him with that ghost form? He's going to teleport to the gate. Still unable to find him at this point. Still not getting any tinnitus just yet. That dungeon is in that statue, near that statue area. He's bringing the ghost back towards the Explorer just to see if he's hiding out there. Still evading tinnitus. First Officer doing a very good job of staying out of range, potentially until this Explorer expires. That's going to be his best bet here. He could try to sneak to that 80% exit gate or go for the dungeon. He does pick up tinnitus though, and he has located this First Officer.
The only slight sorrowful situation there was when you leech back on straight towards the Explorer, you're able to see all the survivors highlight from the revelation too. So with that, First Officer, definitely no chance of a dungeon escape. We're going to congratulate a 4-man elimination here on the side of Bailu. Brilliant endgame played here by himself. But from the side of TE, it is quite a disappointing endgame, especially with the fact that they did manage to reach towards a 3-man endgame. Probably, in a side note that, it probably would have been better for us to actually not rescue, maybe inside basement, and just aim for a 1-man escape.
Absolutely. That's going to be a tied round number 1. Bailu able to pull out the 4 kill here in the first round. It was really looking like it was going to be going pretty well for TE, but that Ivy pick ended up being the perfect character selection for this situation. We talked about how this team comp is not exactly the best for going against Ivy. You can find Explorer. He's able to get the Explorer later in the game. He was able to down the Gardener quick enough. Gardener's first kite actually seemed to be quite good, and plus the rebound kite, it looked like it was going to be enough, but they did fall a little bit short there. I'm trying to think what they could have done differently. I feel like if the officer just stands at the top of the stairs, doesn't that force correct me if I'm wrong, but wouldn't that force the Ivy to just stay in basement and not teleport to the Explorer, and then he can drop down and get the rescue? You see what I'm saying? And then the Explorer might have enough time to get the gate open.
Probably the big issue there is you could leech on towards the Explorer and then bring the Phantom back. There's a lot of different things that officers could have done there differently. You are right. But I just felt like maybe not rescuing would have been the better idea, especially with the fact that, like, you know, we got such a far hit out, and not even that, even if you did use your little Lewis downstairs as a puppeteer, you still go down with a tension hit anyway. So, like, from the side of survivors there, it seemed like a lose-lose situation the moment you actually get in towards basement as well. Potentially speaking, staying upstairs might have been a better option, but I do think there was like 2 Ostracons left upstairs because it was Explorers and First Officer's Ostracon when our IB changed targets towards First Officer at Hospital for the second chase.
Absolutely. So we're going to see a 5-5 for this first round. Excellent job from Bailu, making a comeback, not only for ITZY, but also for that situation. Gardner, as we saw, who's typically not considered the best kiter against an Ivy, was able to kite until one cipher was done. We had 80+% on another, and 30, but a 50% page, so essentially 80+ on another cipher machine after that. So already a very good kite. Was able to rebound kite and force out the blink on the rebound. It's just an excellent endgame played from Bailu. Sacred Heart Hospital, we consider this to be a map where survivors have such an advantage, and it doesn't even matter. That's how good these hunters are. That's how good Hullabaloo is. That's how good that Ivy pick is here in round 1. And also, I think this gives an advantage to ITZY moving into the second round. And the reason why is he did not lose out on a Hullabaloo or Goatman in round 1. So it won't be Global Ban going into round 2 now. So he has that available. We are going to look into our highlights, though, here for our first round.
他在那边溜。OK， 可以，好视距。不行，他。OK， 不依旧吗？我依旧。不，我得修医院，得修一台，你多修一台没问题，多修一台没问题。加猫猫，闪了，就这套。好救，我这边。
Okay, so we saw our highlights from the first round there, in which we saw a 5-5 from both teams. Going back to the point we were talking about here is that, because we saw the Ivy get picked here, it means that Bailu still gets to play either Goatman or Hullabaloo in round number 2, depending on where, which hunter the survivors banned, right?
Yeah.
The Ivy being global banned here, and we saw this before. We saw this before from Aki, went Herman in round number 1 instead of the very standard round 1 characters, and that makes it so you can actually play Hullabaloo or Goatman in round 2. So when you're able to get a 4 kill with a non-Hullabaloo, non-Goatman in round 1, it allows you. It's so crucial for you. It gives you a huge advantage because you get to now play one of those 2 hunters in the second round, and you still 4 killed the first round. So that Ivy pick, not only was it a very good character selection for the team comp, it's a very good character selection for the rest of this match.
Yeah, not only that too, ITZY now does have the map pick side, so with that in mind, they're probably going to give all the vantage points towards their hunter Bailu here in order for him to get a little bit more, like just less pressure off his chest and probably get survivors to play second half. But when we strategize this as well from the survivor side of ITZY, you don't have that Embalmer left anymore to guarantee the tie from round 2s and round 3s moving on forward. So we're going to have to devise up something else. But at least, look, from the side of TE's Hunter, it's only Opera and Ivy left on his hands to use, since Goatman will go straight in towards the permanent bans. But from ITZY side, as you just said, you still do have those 2 characters that you can use. They will be banning out one, in which they'll force you to play another one. But potentially speaking here, maybe, just maybe, from the side of TE survivors, we'll get that Goatman out first and go up against a Hullabaloo, because you don't really want to get a Professor pick out. You don't really want to play characters that perform body block or do damages or do stuns, just so then a BQ will come out and completely dominate the team. So from TE survivors side, we have to strategize this properly. Your containment was brilliant, but it was just endgame Bailu doing all the correct decisions and taking all the opportunities that he can get.
Absolutely. So now going into this second round here, we're going to see not only is it a tied game, it is also a round 1 hunter being able to being picked in round 2 most likely for Bailu. I'm not sure, have we seen Bailu play Goatman yet? I think we only saw 2 Hullabaloos, right? If I'm not mistaken. So we're yet to see how good Bailu's Goatman actually is. I would imagine we'll see Hullabaloo get banned. I can say I'm about 80 to 90% sure Hullabaloo will get banned because that seems to be Bailu's favorable round 1 character, right? And we saw him play, I believe it was 2 times now. So that it's going to beg the question, what sort of characters do you have here with this Goatman? The one thing that you can do as the survivors of TE is, we've talked about this before, Kuroza, a lot of the characters that counter Goatman also counter things like Opera. So what you can do is you just play a counter comp to both Goatman and Opera, you ban Hullabaloo, and you kind of just go from there. So that's probably going to be the logic here for TE, especially considering that, again, Hullabaloo is Bailu's favorable character from what we know. Let's counter comp the Goatman. We'll give him Goatman, but let's see if his Goatman is even that viable, because he is yet to reveal it thus far, at least here in this group stage.
Yeah, but with ITZY's map ban pick there, we did see the Ever Sleeping Tail coming out for our game 2 first half. From Bailu's side, you can't choose either Goatman or Hullabaloo here, but we'll move on straight towards the interview first.
正常发挥就行了。然后我们人队的话，就是要稍微的发挥好一点吧，就是尽量去保平，给屠夫少一点压力，就是让局势更好嘛。
Well, there we go. From the survivor side now, game 2. As long as they can tie this one, I think it's less pressure on Pepe, because Opera and Ivy are a little bit more known to tie, but they can still fall elimination since it's on a map like Ever Sleeping Town 2. But just a little bit too much palace for comfort and a little bit too big of a map as well when it comes to looking for the next targets too, with Graveyard being one of the really strong areas alongside with Shrine, the corner house near the tram spawn. From our side then, ITZY, if T really wants to win this, they could potentially pick out Priestess and Seer, depending on who Bailu wants to ban. But if Bailu really wants to play Hullabaloo or Goatman, I do think Mech has to go no matter what here.
Absolutely agree. That needs to be, again, we're going to see that Bailu needs to be the one to kind of propel the ITZY team to victory here as the survivors. Definitely quite good, but they have shown inconsistency, and Bailu seems to be the one that's really keeping them in a lot of these matches. We're going to hope for the best on their side, but Bailu is incredibly strong here, and we're going to see him push for a 4 kill every round. So We're definitely going to want to see him get rid of that mechanic, get rid of those characters. Not only that would be very good for playing Hullabaloo and Goatman, like banning the mechanic, but also getting rid of that Cypher Rush in addition to that as well. So for TE here, their goal is to, again, they are the favored team in this matchup on paper, just because of their experience and, playing at a professional setting. But that round one was very, I would say, very even. We saw Pepe able to just pull out a 4-kill at the end game situation. We saw the same with the Ivy, just pulling out a 4-kill at the end game situation. That was an almost exactly even round one. And the advantage that ITZY has is that, Bailu did it with a non-round one hunter, and Pepe had to use up a global ban on a round one hunter. So if anything, I would say ITZY has just a slight advantage going into this next round because of that. Whenever you're able to tie round one or win round one with a non-round one hunter, you really give yourself an advantage moving forward. I can't stress that enough here. We're going to see, of course, the Ivy is global banned and not Hullabaloo or Goatman. It's going to be Seer and Mechanic, as you predicted there, Kuro, and they will ban the Goatman, so they're giving Bailu the Hullabaloo here, which is very interesting since that seems to be his favorable pick here in early rounds.
But in order to counter that, we decided to come out with a Gravekeeper and Acrobat here. Gravekeeper had very good performances on a map like this when it comes to containing up against the Hullabaloo 2 with his dashes and shovels and the amount of reusage that he can get. Aeroplanus here becoming the next ban from our Bailu side, trying to get rid of that decoding progress as much as possible. But if this is the case, we could potentially speaking get even Psycho if we want to, but no, it will be Dash Embalmer, as it is quite a big map. It is quite easy to actually get the survivors phases too, especially the spawn locations being very close towards each other. And with that, the final last ban here has to be a either decent enough container or a decent enough supporter like Priestess, but no, it'll be the anti-Coronet. Let's see if T is willing to actually play Priestess here.
Absolutely. I'm also up to 71,000 apples now, so Kuro,
you surpassed me a long time ago, but it will be Florian here being chosen out.
What happened, Kuro? I'm just kidding. Yeah, we're gonna see the fire investigator here as the last. Guys, life is a competition. I will probably, but you know what's gonna happen is he's gonna convince me to buy something from the shop, which you were doing yesterday. Don't lie.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna be dropping them apples, but I mean they're meant to be spent, I guess. So I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
Anyways, we're gonna see that Embalmer. We're gonna see that Fire Investigator. Bailu still has that Hullabaloo available. I think he'll just pick that here. No, unless he wants to just mix it up, play something like Opera. Unless he wants to play something like Mad Eyes. I don't know. I don't think we'll see that. It's probably just gonna be the standard Hullabaloo. But you never know. There's a lot of fun hunters in this game that could work here. I mean, we saw Nightmare yesterday. Nightmare could work here. What do you guys think? You guys want Nightmare? Nightmare, Breaking Wheel. Let's see, how would Breaking Wheel work? No, that probably wouldn't really work that well.
Probably a bit hard, yeah. But you know, with the team comp like this, I'd say probably what we're trying to force out here is the survivors to contain within those narrow areas as much as possible, with Acrobat having the fire bombs to place down, and Florian here, Fire Investigator, with those airbags drop down to force the charge attack hit while we pull distance away. More or less the biggest question in mind for, well, we know Bailu is going to play Hullabaloo here no matter what, but from the survivor side, we have to run Suicide's build here, like on everyone. That's kind of the annoying scenario here in this game too, and Embalmer definitely could be a first chase, or maybe even Acrobat. We've seen Mike chasing up against the Mike before. We've seen the double Acrobats during the early game phases. But like from Libao, he's gonna need to at least contain a little bit more now. We need to knock those average decoding points down as much as we can.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we also see that I just want to go back to the point about how the banning Goatman here is just very interesting. I really expected them to ban the Hullabaloo. Again, it's Bailu's very favorable round. We saw him only play Hullabaloo for the first 2 rounds. It could be that they know something that we don't. But I don't actually recall in the Chinese qualifiers. Crow, do you recall if he played Goatman at any point during that? during that time.
He did play quite a few Goldmans, which were definitely up on par. His Goldman is pretty strong, but we'll have to see maybe the next time that ITZY comes out, though. We're going to be able to see Hullabaloo spawning by geishas, as I'm quite sure Fire Investigator was by the side of the entrance towards the graveyard. With a team comp like this, we can all tank damage, we can all contain, but the question is, how far can our mid-game go? Because this will be an abnormal on the side of Hullabaloo, which triple Titan initiative once again, and triple knee-jerk reflexes here with one flywheel on the side of Embalmer, no bar time aside from Gravekeeper. This will be T versus ITZY here for game 2, first half between ITZY versus T. I'm coming to Kuroshiwa, and with me is Eli-O. We'll be moving on towards the match right about now.
Looks like we're going to see the Hullabaloo rotating towards middle here first, which is the location of the Gravekeeper. Will that be his first chase? We see this quite often where a lot of Hullabaloo players will chase the Rescuer first, going for that Gravekeeper right away. And it looks like that is going to be his target at this point in time. Immediate shovel from Iwa. We're going to see the White Bomb onto the Gravekeeper, as well as a follow-up Black Bomb, immediately a double hit. But the pallet's already set up here, so Iwa is going to use this time to transition away, and off to a pretty good start here. Let's see how quickly he's able to get this Gravekeeper out of that shovel. He's going to have that next clone available. Ooh. And the tram. Ooh. Did he get on the tram? He gets on the tram.
Yeah, that's a little bit rare on the side of Hullabaloo being able to hit out a survivor off Tram while they're underground too, especially when it comes to a Gravekeeper. But I guess Tram Senpai kind of came a little bit late there, trying to block, you know, that double surprise. Gravekeeper here does have another shovel left on our hands to use. We can't really land the red zone on towards him, so should be able to body block here pretty safely on the side of GK. Just have to go down here a little bit fast if we can see the time to do so. No, we can't, so right around now, another double surprise there will land as we're still in the red zone. That's a snowball instant down on that GK. But look, there is the coffin, and it is a little bit too close for comfort, to be honest with you, but we can still coffin this GK if we want.
Yeah, that was still really fast here for Bailu. Will we see the coffin get utilized? We will not. He really wants to go abnormal, that Cypher Machine, before the rescue takes place, but no, he's not. He's just going to try to find where the rescuer is. Will we see him go for that abnormal here? We are going to see him go for that abnormal. He's going to kick that Cypher Machine down to 17%, which is exactly what we want to see in this situation. Acrobat is going to be able to make the free rescue here with Tide Turner, but he did get that abnormal reduction. Gravekeeper is actually going to conserve the shovel for after the coffin, which I think is absolutely correct here. Bailu just waiting out this Tide Turner, it looks like. Just so I guess Grave can't get too far away from the coffin, but it doesn't really matter. He's already going to be able to transition all the way to the corner here.
Yeah, and not only that as well, it just gave Embalmer more time here to relocate his coffin straight towards the graveyard, as we do see here too. Mo finally relocating straight towards S-Pallet maybe here, it seems, because we want to leave Balcony Cypher Machine primed here, just so it's a more safer area here to decode. S-Pallet, not so much, as right now, no one's in the way here for Hullabaloo to chase after Dash Gravekeeper. However, Gravekeeper, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pallets inside Graveyard to use, and that will be the first pallet drop down, as Cypher Machine here is closing up towards 3 ciphers, even though we just abnormaled 60 seconds ago.
Yeah, he does have a lot of pallets set up. He's got a full shovel to go here, so definitely a good position for Yupa to rebound Kite here. And that's the power of this Embalmer. We're finally going to see that shovel being utilized. The pallet should already have been dropped, which it is. Bailu's forced to break it here. And Grave's going to use this time to stay in this area. Actually gets a knockdown right away already with 2 bombs on him. There's the black bomb and a quick down onto that Gravekeeper. What a fast turnaround for Bailu here. Things are looking pretty good for TE, but just like that, he's able to eliminate the Gravekeeper very quickly. He's got his trait now available, and Cypher Machines are not quite far enough along just yet. So Bailu definitely on track to maybe try to pull a win out of this one, although it is a bit challenging considering that every survivor is now at full health.
Definitely. Not only that too, right? We can't forget every survivor does have items. If you do decide to chase after the Embalmer, he can just self-rescue himself after the very first rescue. Our last Cypher Machine there is currently at 21%. Well, we've actually decoded an extra one too. With Momo here as the Embalmer next chase immediately, which is not something that we really want, but it's okay of a of a decision making here for our Hullabaloo. Now then, that's a fly we'll use it a little bit too early on. There's Tram Senpai coming in to help as well, and that will be a very easy land because of the Tram support. Now then, Tram best supporter for the Hunter. We've seen that quite a lot during the COAD regional qualifiers and for the COAD group stages too. But that will be Embalmer finally going down, as we do see here that balcony cipher machine. Us not decoding early game was a really good decision, as now we'll be able to pop it as an 82% cipher machine will also be primed by Li Bao. But actually speaking here, we can prime that cipher machine from the Fire Investigator side, and Li Bao popping open his cipher machine as we did manage to struggle down too. That will be an instant pop from the side of our survivors. Embalmer, we didn't go down just yet, but we will take that terror shot hit down as Li Bao being nearby as the Acrobat, but we've just so many more items to use.
Absolutely. Still has trade available, but with no detention here, Embalmer still holding that self-heal and having sticker as well because of the flywheel. He's going to be able to get up very quickly here. And Bailu's just going to go for the chair here. Instead, it looks like we're going to see the XE being opened by the Fire Investigator. Bailu really just trying to play for one more kill here if possible. That gate is 80% of the way done, and I think Acrobat's going to be able to make it. He's going to warp to cut off the Acro. Acro's going to try to bomb past him here. He does not shut off the bomb. Can he get enough hits here? I don't think he's going to be able to. There's the first hit. And no, they're going to make it out the exit gate here. That's going to be a 2-survivor escape here for TE, which is the perfect result for them in this situation.
This is so good as well, especially after what we said. Hullabaloo round 2, it's definitely guaranteed for elimination type of character, but no, we got a tie game there instantly from the side of the survivor side. It was brilliantly played. Everyone had full health. The Embalmer with his coffin placement as well, straight to his graveyard, forcing Bailu to break like 2 to 3 pallets during that scenario too, which wasted quite a lot of our times. But you know, in that game as well, I do feel like towards the end game, there was definitely a chance for our Hunter to aim for that instant knockdown on towards the Acrobat, especially with the double surprises we have left on our hands to use. But we did manage to get out. I was kind of looking more of an airbag support there for a little bit of a speed boost. But look, we're kind of a little bit more sighted on body blocking instead from forwarding side, since it is a no detention Hullabaloo after all.
Absolutely. We have our quiz thing. How many knockdowns were there? There were 5, I believe. Gravekeeper, 1, 2, 3. Embalmer twice. That's 5. Okay, there we go. I think that was right. Did I say that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Got it right.
Wait,
nice.
Embalmer twice? Embalmer twice, yeah. He struggled. No, Embalmer once, 3 times. He struggled. Yes, he struggled 3 times. And then you cannot forget about the Acrobat hit endgame as well.
Yeah, but it wasn't a knockdown, though. If you're not correct.
Oh, knockdown. Oh, I thought you meant hits.
Yeah,
my
5 knockdowns, yeah. Okay. Anyways, yeah. So that's going to be, for those of you who do that, hopefully you get that right at 5. And yeah, so that's going to be a 2-2 for this round. That's gives a huge advantage to TE. In fact, they're able to get a 2-2 against the Hullabaloo here. This is exactly what they preferred. You see the Gravekeeper 70 seconds of containment time, which is not really ideal. It feels like it was longer than that. That does not seem, I don't know, that was interesting. But I guess, yeah, he was able to get the down pretty quickly off of the tram. That was pretty important. And then from there on, he was able to down him. After going to Graveyard, he got him down very, very fast. Grave had very limited time to rebound. He got him out of the shovel quickly, got him into the second hit on Cher after that. But then the Embalmer struggling free. They were able to get the Cypher pop. Very good Cypher rush from the survivors. TE playing that very well here, getting a 2-2. You know, the fact that they were, the key for TE was how well were they able to play against this Hunter side, as the Hunter side, Bailu for ITZY seems to be their main selling point. They're able to get a tie here, and now Pepe has a lot of breathing room.
Yes, and not only that as well, it's Ever Sleeping Town we're talking about. Opera and Ivy work really well in this map compared to Sacred Hearts Hospital from last game. Moving on towards second half, though, we cannot forget that survivors now do not have Embalmer anymore left to use, so this just means that it's kind of a pickup truck here for Pepe. How many survivors can we get eliminated for us to either A, take advantage, or B, go straight towards the game tree? More or less right now, I think as long as Pepe can guarantee a tie game here, it is kind of base level since there was a lot of pressure last game. But you know, still, like having Opera and Ivy on our hands to use, there it could be a potential Knighted pick out here just because it's a more of a comfortable pick for him, or even potentially speaking a wax artist. But we can't forget now, average knockdowns, by the way, on the side of Pepe, it's a stat update. 5th place, he's knocked himself directly up towards 5th place here, so maybe if we play Opera here with a lot of map control, we could make ourselves a little bit higher with those standings on the, you know, average knockdowns per game. But once again, that is not the main aim of the game. The main aim of the game is to get a little bit more than a tie. A tie game is good, but just a tiny bit more will do us a lot of favor moving on towards game 3.
Absolutely. Pepe again going to try to put TE in the lead here. That seems to be the advantage for TE here, as well as defeating these survivors of ITZY. We're looking to quick interview though here from
我们还是非常有压力了，毕竟是 B 组第一嘛。然后我们的目标尽量还是求生者这边尽量去扛住这个压力，然后争取走1个或者走2个，给白鹿少一点压力。因为我们民间队嘛，对于角色池来讲，白鹿 BO3 可能不好打，所以我们一定要在 BO1 和 BO2 尽量拿下优势。
Yeah, you see there that they're really trying to gain the advantage in the first 2 rounds. Bailu having the most effective hunters to play in those early rounds. We saw the Ivy, Hullabaloo, we know Goatman available as well. But now already TE having the advantage here in the second round. It's going to be challenging for them to even do that. Survivors need to get it to escape here just to tie this round. Then going into round 3, if they're not in the lead, as Clover mentioned, it's going to be a difficult battle for them. And that could be an indication at Bailu's hunter pool being a bit more limited than some of these professional hunters. Although Bailu has been very strong in this tournament, we're yet to see, or we're not yet to see, but we're yet to see how he's able to do what's going to happen in a very close situation going into round 3. So let's say ITZY survivors, they get a 2 escape here. We're tied going to the last round. They hinting at that Pepe would have the advantage there, being the professional hunter and having a lot more round 3 hunters available. Keep in mind, this is a matchup that we do expect TE to have the advantage in. As for this group in particular, ITZY at 1-1, so they're not, even if they did fall to TE in this match, they're definitely not out of it just yet. They can win the last match and still qualify for the playoffs, but they're definitely going to want to try to win this game against TE, put themselves up to a higher spot and be in one of the top 2 teams for Group A.
Definitely, and I do think it's not only that too. In a map like Ever-Sleeping 10, we have to counter so many of Pepe's hunter pool. You need to think about Opera and Ivy, and then you need to think about his Wax Artist. After the Wax Artist, there's his Naiad, but last but not least, I do feel like Anne is the more threatening hunter on a map like Ever-Sleeping 10 too. It's just, there's so much good jumping areas, and most of the jumping areas here for Anne is just going in a straight line too. I love Anne's here, like to bring Instant Potential alongside with Warp, just so you get that cross early as well and get that Survivor down ASAP. And especially depending on the team comp too. We saw Flurry in the last game, we saw Fire Investigator last game, we saw Embalmer, did we? Yes, we did see Embalmer before as well, alongside with the Acrobat, and definitely would be a really good character to use if we want to aim just for a tie or even for a little bit more. Because Anne right now, even despite being a tie queen, she still does work pretty decently depending on what team comp you're actually going up against. But moving on straight towards the ban pick phase, here we go. Hullabaloo becoming the permaban from the hunter side, and survivors will be getting the Puppeteer, Embalmer, and Gardener here being perma-banned, as we do see Seer and Anti, first 2 bans from Pepe's side, and Survivors gets rid of that Goatman.
Absolutely. Goatman, obviously a character they don't want to deal with here. We're going to see one of those round 2 hunters. The Seer and Antiquarian, both indicating potentially a opera singer. We see that Antiquarian isn't exactly as ideal against something like Ivy as it would be against Opera. So that definitely would indicate what Pepe is trying to play here for the survivors. Do they expect that to be the case? Are they going to try to counter Opera? Are they going to try to counter Ivy here? And it looks like for ITZY survivors, still deciding here which character they're going to want to go against. Mechanic here actually here in the second round, and the Wildling. So Mechanic less of a common round 2 character, but we're going to see that actually be the choice here. So they are really just going to be playing for that tie, promoting that Cypher Rush, trying to get 2 survivors out the gate here, and putting themselves in a position where they can at least be tied going into the 3rd round.
With that Priestess being banned and Prisoner coming out too, so this is going to be the Mechanic and Prisoner Cypher Rush team comp here. We saw this in the CN qualifiers before, but for it to come out once again, it's a bit more surprising, because this means we can fully nullify that Wax Artist and the Naiad from the side of Pepe. but like it's still a weaker team comp if you're gonna go up against an Opera or an Ivy, especially with mech style being you're able to leech on towards mech style too, right? So even if you do decode as the mech style, it doesn't really matter. She's just gonna get periodically stunned with a female dancer there becoming the last ban, and that here, Knight, our final pickup here with a character that we want to recycle for game 3, potentially speaking to go up against the Anne in round 3, potentially speaking to go up against Nayad in round 3 as well. But if this is the case, the biggest question in mind for TE is how long can we contain early game, how much harassment, or do we want to try and get out from this Knight, and will this stall be able to survive?
This reminds me of an RC team comp, playing a heavy decoder lineup with some more fun characters, some not exactly expected characters here in round 2. So I really like to see compositions like this. I personally believe that heavy decoding team comps are actually can be a bit underrated, and we are going to see the AbyssⅧ. That's what we expected to see with those first 2 bans here. The issue with Opera, the issue with survivors going against Opera here is mechanic is a very easy target for the AbyssⅧ. The AbyssⅧ can get to the mechanic. If they spawn close to the mechanic, they can get to the mechanic quickly before the mechanic's able to drop the bot. And if they do drop the bot mechanic, the mechanic doll will get killed very quickly, and the Opera can catch up very quickly to that mechanic. So not only does Opera get very limited time for the mechanic to actually hide the bot, she also, it just has a very, very fast down against most mechanics. So this spawn is going to be very crucial here. Does the Opera spawn into the mech? Will Opera spawn middle left? Let's see here. I think if middle left spawn isn't that bad. I mean, you could drop bot middle, then rotate away. You have some distance there, and it's actually going to be at the Geisha spawn, so it would give mechanic some time to potentially drop bot somewhere around. No, actually switching over and spawning into the mechanic here.
Opera Senior here, look, realistically speaking, right, from mech right now, you can't really drop the bot at all, because the moment Opera gets towards middle, that bot will be spotted instantly. If you want to hide the bot, mech will just get hit pretty early on in towards the game, and that's already a 3% panic decoding both from the side of survivors. We also can't forget it's two decoders and 2 rescuers on this team, so mech potentially speaking has to use that Delta body block now instead of using it to decode. However, moving on straight towards the personnel points, here we go. Preferably speaking, we would like to see 2 Titanners, but it'll be just 1 on the wildling, Ninja Reflex on Knight. We have both Flywheel and Ninja Reflex on Prisoner and Mech. Pepe Trauma Detention alongside with Blink. This will be ITZY versus TE for Game 2, second half in Ever Sleeping Town.
All right, here we go. Pepe going right towards middle, immediately gonna be looking for that mechanic. The bot is dropped early on here, but you see very limited distance gonna be gained here. Bot's gonna get terror shocked right away here, giving early presence to Pepe. I wonder if he'll even commit at this point. Oh, but he actually misses a dash here, so that'll give some rotation time to the survivors of ITZY here. Clover going immediately towards Graveyard. Trying to find this decoder. He's going to choose the Prisoner here, since the bot has already been down once. If he's able to injure Prisoner, it'll slow down the mechanic's main body decoding progress.
Not only that as well, it's also with this spawn location, it makes it very hard for any of the decoders to actually start decoding instantly, as that Shadow Strike will be used instantly as well. We're going to be able to get a cancellation on towards the leap. With this, it'll be a very nice successful kite. However, 15 seconds until Blink is ready. We can't get a hit here really early on, especially with Pepe being in an area like this and being a hunter himself who knows how to play Opera properly. That's going to be a brilliant fly with come here and an instant hit. Beautiful placement on the side of our hunter. Right now, the Shadow Dance is ready. We just need one more good Blink in, and that's what Pepe needs. Pepe, we need to blink every instantly. We have our Shadow Strike left to use, and that's Prisoner down. 69-second of a containment tie, Dahai being nearby as the mechanic, but with it all being dropped upstairs, Mech not being able to decode. It's only 50% cipher machines on average from the survivor side. It is just not enough.
Yeah, very good start here for Pepe. Mechanic will have that bot out for half of a life for decoding. It's not going to be a lot, but it will help out a little bit here. But even the bot's not able to decode. It's forced to potentially leave that 2-story area. Wildling coming in for the rescue here. Wildling wasting a lot of time just trying to delay this hit as long as possible. You see kind of just ring around the rosy here. Wildling finally getting that rescue off. And Prisoner does not have a shock just yet, so the opportunity for a rebound is unlikely here. Might give it the pallet. Can Glover get this pallet stun? Walked straight through the pallet, though, was not able to get it. That could have been crucial. He's able to get the pallet stun. He could have potentially rebounded there, but was not able to get it. We're going to see the connection get made, at least before going down. We'll have a shock for a potential rebound if we do see another rescue here. Knight does not have tie, but he does have the sword, which will give that shield effect, which acts similarly to a tide turner.
We still have to be careful though, because Knight's buff has come through towards our group stages, with his charge time being a little bit longer compared to usual, from 0.66 milliseconds to, well, not milliseconds, from 0.66 seconds to 0.8 seconds. Right now though, we did miss the hit because of the knee-jerk reflex, so we do realize that this is not any of our nice attack protection, as we did manage to get that beautiful rescue. But with that, shock is now ready. Can Prisoner cancel one of our next dashes, or are we just going to wait around here? We can place some shadow clones in between the pallets, just so even when you drop down the shadow, it doesn't really matter there too much, as Pepe destroys it instead.
Yeah, this Prisoner really needs to waste as much time as possible here. Still has that shock to work with. Miss dash here. He's going to switch back. Does he shock? No, he does not shock in time. He's going to miss that opportunity there. Prisoner really needed to stay near that pallet, see which side he teleported from, and then get that pallet drop potentially on whichever the opposite side. But unfortunately, was able to get that down very quickly here. Cypher's still not far enough along. We're going to see 2 Cyphers get popped. Bot was able to finish that Cypher, it looks like. So it ends up having good value, but now with the bot out of play, Mechanic is not going to be very useful, and also is a very easy chase target for this Hunter. Let's see if he actually goes for that. Nope, he's going straight for the Knight here. Knight still with 2 items to work with, so definitely has an opportunity to kite, but Cyphers are not too bad here. We see the last 2 Cyphers already being worked on. That's the power of the Mechanic Cypher Rush. The question is going to be, is it still enough though? With everybody at full health, it's definitely going to be possible. We're going to see Knight's going to cancel the swing, and does avoid that first one there. But the problem is, I don't know, is he able to make it this pallet in time? There's the swing. He clips him from around the pallet. I think maybe Knight got a little stuck there, I'm not really sure, but now we're going to see a teleport away onto the Mechanic. As we talked about, this is going to be a very easy down for Pepe. Unfortunately, we'll just use this time, use the speed boost to get away from that Cypher machine.
But there's still a flywheel though. Can we maybe get a slice right towards the next pallet, as we don't have really shadow lead? Oh, nice, we did, and that's gonna be a beautiful drop down. For the side of mech though, yeah, we still don't have borrowed time, which is the issue. That might be beautiful, but look, the Cypher machine, we have to decode a completely new one.
Oh, he's actually just gonna leave though, so Pepe's gonna go straight for Graveyard, which is the location of Fox. Fox able to finish that Cypher anyways, I believe, so it doesn't even matter. Dahai trying to pressure that corner Cypher. We see Fox. So what's gonna happen here is we're gonna see the Wildling pressure the Geisha Cypher, as that one has the most progress. We're gonna see the Knight start a new Cypher machine. That forces Pepe to choose a target here, and in reality, he doesn't want to really be chasing Knight or Wildling here. He wants to get that Mechanic, since she's the one who has no BT. So these other 2 survivors having borrowed time here are actually gonna be very advantageous for TE. Wildling is off the board, but he does have this pallet to work with, and we already see 55% on the Knight Cypher machine. As long as Wildling can kite until that Cypher's primed, then ITZY definitely will be on track to get a tie here. We're going to see that pallet stun, but it is after the hit has registered, and the board is still on cooldown.
Pepe probably wants to stall out time for his teleport to be ready as well. It just kind of feels a little bit weird how we vaulted straight in towards an opera singer. Still quite a fast Hunter at the end of the day, so can't really blame Fox on that one. But 17 seconds until our teleport is ready. We see Dahai on his way into rescue as the Mechanic, or maybe Mech wants to go straight towards the Cypher machine instead. But no matter what happens, we need to be able to make it in straight towards the rescue. Can we find this Mechanic is the biggest issue at hand? Can we hear that tonight? No, we don't. We're going to double back here just in case someone backed our rescue. Zien still decoding that Cypher machine. We might just be able to pop open here instantly as well, but the teleport is ready. We can offer a guess if Pepe wants and finds out where Mech is, as we do hear right about now. Pepe, we do realize where Mechanic is, but Mech might just be able to make it on time because of that knee-jerk reflex too. Can we get the hit here first? No, we're just going to wait it out. But if that's the case,
he's going to force it after half.
Yeah, but we're predicting that Whining doesn't have borrowed time, but we can instantly hit Whining right after he gets on board too, so that's still okay.
Yeah, he's gonna hit the Wildling, but Wildling he does have that BT. That's super crucial. Will he go for the Wildling? Looks like Pepe's gonna try to commit to this Wildling, but Wildling's too fast. He can't get him here. He's just gonna go in the open. Excellent usage of that board from Fox, acknowledging this Hunter can't catch me if I go in the open in this area. He is unfortunately kiting onto the Knight, but can he avoid this? Pepe, and he misses the dash. I think Wildling's able to stay out of range. He's trapped in the corner. No, he gets knocked off a board here. That is a big hit here. Wildling, can he kite in this area? We have the clone waiting and ready, and he will be able to get him down here.
The gate has just been opened by Mech, but we still cannot forget it's a Mechanic 15% gate decoding debuff. they get stuck a little bit there from the side of Pepe. There is currently no one at the gate just now. Mech deciding to leave the gate as Knight dropping down the 2 pallets nearby. We won't get alerted. Well, the hunter won't get alerted, but if that's the case, okay, we'll be the next rescue. Not rescue. Next containment here. We do not have the gate open just yet. We do have a flywheel left for ourselves to use, but look, that's going to be the Shadow Dance back immediately straight towards Knight, who has only 1 helmet left for our slice to use. But even with a chivalrous Knight like this, it's just not enough time. That's 2 pallet there, drop down instantly. Can we maybe buy a little bit more time for ourselves? We need to save that helmet for endgame as we're going to rotate straight towards the next drop down pallet. The 2 pallets here still have not been broken just yet, so this just means that there's a huge chance for Knight to be able to actually get out 50% exit opening speed on the side of Mech. ZM, we want to get upstairs right now, but we need to do that really good double predict. What? We didn't do it, and that will be attack recovery animation cancelled by the side of Pepe. Mech being able to escape solely by herself, but this is not enough. A 3-man elimination for Pepe. That's all we need to guarantee game 2.
Yeah, I feel like Knight could have played that way differently. Going upstairs, not even using the ability, that just allows for a free down there and for the elimination. With the gate being, I mean, I want to look back at it when the stream catches up in a few seconds here, but with the gate, I think it was about 70% by the time that pallet break was completed. I feel like he could have just danced around that pallet, used the helmet, and pushed the dungeon. He would have had enough time. I don't think he needed to go upstairs there. Not only did going upstairs cost him, he just never even used the item. I'm looking at it here with that pallet being dropped down. Yeah, the gate is 75% by the time that pallet's being finished broken. He could have just ran around. He could have used the helmet as long as he got the predict right. He could have died on top of a dungeon, or even got in dungeon before he got hit. But it would have come down to a predict. Obviously, it was a guessing game. But as long as he got one of those predictions right in favor of the Knight, he would have. I think he would have had that dungeon. So running, not only did running upstairs there cost him, not using the helmet really backfired. When he ran upstairs, it just put himself too far away from the dungeon. He really needed to play around that pallet, use the helmet, push that dungeon, and he would have. I think he would have made that escape if he got one prediction right. So, unfortunately, either a miscommunication on how much progress on the gate, or just a misstep in general from the Knight here, that cost ITZY the tie, and that means that TE does win this round.
Yeah, I do think it's not only that too. Maybe from the side of Knight, the moment we actually got on the stairs, we could double attack predict in a scenario like that. Because if Pepe decides to use his skill, it just doesn't seem like the right choice to make, especially with the fact that he will get his Shadow Leap cancelled. Now, we of course do have Shadow Dance too, but still, double attack prediction would be the right choice there no matter what happened. But also at the same time, the reason why it didn't come out is because he was dropping down, so the animation point during that time did not allow us to use our items at all. So that is also the second unfortunate thing on this side of our Knight there. But with that though, it was still a really good endgame. It was still a really good endgame for both survivors. Preferably speaking, I'd say for Pepe endgame, chasing after Mech would have been the better idea, especially when Knight only used 2 of his items instead of 3.
Even if he goes to the stairs, he can run halfway up the stairs, use the item and double back and go back towards the dungeon. Just dropping down there, not only does it mean he can't use the item because he's in the animation of falling down, it also just puts him farther away from the dungeon by dropping down into the alleyway. So unfortunately, that's gonna be messed up. We're gonna look at our highlights here though for the second round. Okay, so there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, you saw the highlights from that round in which TE does win the second round here. So going up 5-3 for that round. And we were kind of talking about how we really believe that ITZY probably had a good chance at making that tie, making that dungeon escape, but unfortunately a missed opportunity there from the side of the Knight. But either way, Pepe able to get the 3 kill here, puts TE in the lead here Going into the third round, we saw a 5-5 tie in the first round, now a 5-3 in favor of TE here in the second round, which means that the pressure is on ITZY. We saw in their interview earlier, they were talking about how the round 3 is the putting them at a disadvantage. They want to be winning rounds 1 and 2. That's their best spot to be in, according to, I think it was Clover. So going into the third round being at a deficit is definitely going to be a challenge for them.
Yeah, not only that too, now T has their own map selection that they can choose without having any map bans. So from their side, they could potentially speaking choose a map that's a little bit easier for Pepe to get a format elimination and just close out the game as well. But we still can't forget it's round 3 right now. We have a lot of other hunters that we can use, like Gamekeeper, like his Night Watch, and like the Anne and the Wax Artist too. So like we just so many strategies from T side that we can use for the hunter and for ITZY survivors. Without an embalmer to guarantee at least a tie, without, you know, without a puppeteer as well, it's just going to be a tiny bit harder compared to the usual. But like moving on towards round 3, now it's kind of like just saying, where are we going to go? We're going to go straight towards Leo's memory, and this might be an indication that Pepe wants to play Nayad, because he did bring out Nayad quite a lot on this map.
Absolutely. That's going to be, well, we're going to find that out in a moment here. We're actually going to see a hunter change here. So it's going to be CU, the substitute hunter, coming in for Bailu here in the third round. So this must be their game plan is you have Bailu play rounds 1 and 2, as that seems to be, he seems to have characters that are very effective for those runs. And then you see Lu come in for the last round here and play whatever round 3 hunter that may be. So I always love that to see that round 3 substitution. It usually means we're going to see some sort of interesting hunter here. The question is, which hunter is that going to be?
Not only that as well, for CU here, we haven't seen him too much coming on straight towards the stages. This could also potentially be her first time too, if I'm not wrong. So there might be a lot of pressure on him to actually win the game too. But because of this as well, T doesn't really know who CU plays. So potentially speaking, we could get CU's pocket pick out instantly if T didn't do their homework properly. But from the side of T, look, Embalmer is not a bad pick. Well, no, Embalmer has already been used, so never mind, there's no Embalmers from both teams. But you can still play, you know, Antiquarian, you still have the Seer and Priestess that has to be perma-banned. And of course, not only that too, just like the Fire Investigator that was recycled, alongside with, you know, female dancers, psychologists that can be used from their supporter side.
Absolutely, and we're going to find out in a moment which character that's going to be here. The question is, is he going to play some sort of hunter that's aggressive, more of a tie hunter? We've seen players bring Anne in round 3 situations in which Anne is considered to be more of a 2-kill tie hunter, although we have seen some Annes be able to play for 3 kills. We've seen characters such as Wax Artist be common in last rounds. We've seen characters such as Sculptor, which are considered to be a bit more aggressive, more of a high kill hunter. We've seen Dream Witch when players need to play for, again, a high amount of kills. That could definitely be a possibility. We've even seen things such as Geisha and Bloody Queen be considered for round 3. But keep in mind, character like Bloody Queen is more of a tie hunter, and that the fact that ITZY is at a disadvantage here, they're going to want to play maybe a bit more of a hunter with a higher kill potential. You have 2 options here. Your hunter plays for a tie, your survivors play for a 3 escape, or your hunter plays for more kills, plays for a win, maybe a 3 kill, your survivors play for a tie, you make your comeback that way. So there's a few options in which ITZY can turn this around. Will they play an aggressive hunter though, or a tie hunter is the question. It really just comes down to the character pool of this this new hunter for ITZY.
From experience point of view as well, if we do move on straight, if the survivors do tie and the hunters do get a 3-man elimination, we'll move on straight towards overtime. For overtime, for CU to playing overtime might be, I would say it's a lot of pressure, because like T's hunter just has way too much. But we'll move on straight towards the ban pick phase. Here we go. It's going to be Hullabaloo and Ivy as the permanent bans from ITZY side. Survivors, it'll be the Puppeteer, First Officer, Gravekeeper, Acrobat, Embalmer, and of course the Explorer being Barmaid. And of course, that's Seer. First 2 bans from CU side. Potentially speaking here, we might be seeing Hermish.
That is also a possibility. Hermit is a high kill hunter, and with a Barmaid ban, that would be an indication of that. It's also an indication of a Dream Witch as well, so that's something else to consider here. It's even an indication of a Clerk. We've seen a lot of those Oaksby Knight here next as well. The mechanic from TE is showing that they really want to get a tie here. They're acknowledging, okay, if we get a tie in this game, we put ourselves in a position where our hunter just needs to tie and we win the matchup. So we're going to see Psychologist and Mechanic here. Psych is going to be very good against any sort of Dream Witch option, against any sort of Hermit option. Looks like Mercenary as well as the main rescuer from TE. And what's the last band going to be here for CU? It's going to be the Antiquarian, which is not as common of a band for Hermit. That's more of a Dream Witch style band here. So could be a Hermit band as well. It's not a Hermit band, but it could be a band that a Hermit would still go for as Antiquarian, just a good support character in general. We're also going to see the Dancer here as well. So if he does have a Dream Witch available, it would be pretty effective into this comp. Dancer would be a pretty good chase target. You can chase the Mechanic. Psychologist obviously being more challenging. But as for Hermit, that also the Hermit Mechanic interaction is interesting. Obviously the increased Cypher Rush is very important against Hermit, but then also the bot can be pretty good for the Hermit because you can take advantage of the bot in a way where you use it to spread damage to the other survivors. For example, you could put a charge on the bot, hit the bot, deal and spread damage across the board that way. So there's ups and downs to the Mechanic versus Hermit matchup. The question is which character, because we're assuming it's to be one of those two, maybe something completely different as well. We're gonna have to wait and see here. These bands though do indicate something like a Hermit or a Dream Witch though.
Preferably speaking, spawn location wise, we probably do have to assign that female dancer into story first, just so we can get that early game deployments with those slow music boxes inside and outside of factory. That being a middle, just a little bit of more of an access point straight towards factory, and of course you can spawn the Mercenary and Psychologist anywhere where you want to go. Persona wise though, probably the best choice here would be allowing Mech to have knee-jerk reflex and flywheel on her side to use, alongside with everyone having borrowed time. But we still cannot forget though, if you don't chase after that Mech first, that Mercenary will continue to chase after you, to rescue no matter what. See you here coming out with a Dream Witch on a map like this. This is the map that TE has chosen, and it does seem like it's used to try maybe encounter a Dream Witch, but there is still a sandwich scenario here if the Mech does run upstairs.
Yeah, I feel like, again, I'm not sure if TE knew that it was going to be Dream Witch and they're trying to counter that, or they're worried about other things as well. Because the Dancer pick isn't typically a Dream Witch pick, but I guess they're just trying to cover all their bases here. And we are going to, yeah, as we talked about, Dream Witch here for CU, going to be trying to play for a win. This is an aggressive hunter. This is kind of how we've seen a lot of the meta be. You play Opera Ivy round 2, you play round 1 Goatman Hullably, and you play Dream Witch round 3, or maybe some other hunter, but typically we've seen a lot of Dream Witches here in the 3rd round, and Dream Witch definitely going to be a character that has a lot of win potential. So he's going to be playing for a win, trying to put ITZY back into this game here. Keep in mind, if he only gets a tie, then ITZY survivors will have to 3 escape. If he gets a 3 kill, then the survivors will have to tie things up. If he gets a 4 kill, survivors will be in a great spot. They'll only need to get a 1 survivor escape. So really trying to go for the win here. And we see no flywheel into a patroller Dream Witch here. This is excellent for the hunter side here. This is going to be the first half of the 3rd round of the TE survivors versus the ITZY hunter side. I'm Yeleo Jr. Grocer bringing the live commentary for this Call of Bitch group stage matchup.
Our main body is directly running straight towards Mechanic. However, Psychologist might be in... Oh, Psycho, if Psycho gets caught out here, that'll be just an instant free hit. But we do see where the doll is as well. Maybe trying to get rid of the doll first, as Liba here already on the control. That's a doll placed right near the pallets too. So potentially speaking, we can try get a hit on straight towards the doll and then still make our rotation edge. But for now, going to be interrupting Mercenary here for a little bit. I see you. That is not the first hit, and that wasn't a pallet strike on towards that follower as well, so this might just be a little bit harder here for us to actually play around. Can we get a pallet still? Yes, we did, but the follower will be breaking that pallet instead.
And here comes the patroller onto the Mechanic. That's going to be the main body patroller here, and he's going to be able to get a spawn hit most likely here onto the Mechanic, and there's a spawn follower hit. Mechanic already off to a pretty good start though. A lot of ciphers being moved on. You kind of see why Dream Witch has sort of fallen off the meta a little bit just because of how long it takes to get a first down, even with Dream Witch's excellent cipher control. We also see these slow boxes being set up here. Here comes the spawn follower patroller. Mechanic's gonna drop the slow box here. Will they get the patroller bite onto the Mechanic? He is able to do so. The leech still following behind here. Can he get this leech kill onto the mech? We're gonna see. He's trying to bring the spawn in, but does get the leech down onto the mechanic there. But mechanic's still a pretty good start, able to get a leech kill here, which is optimal for the survivors, able to have bot in play. The ciphers are going to be intact here for TE.
Not only that as well, we can't really leech on towards Merc after all, because it's going to be a 40-second cooldown on that re-leech. So Mercenary here can at least get out scotch-free without a Stalker following right behind him and allowing Psychologist to give an easier heal towards that Merc as well. For now though, we still cannot forget it's going to be Female Dancer here currently staying upstairs, coming in for a maybe backdoor rescue, as we do see her slowly dropping down, and it'll be straight in towards the face of that leech. We still cannot forget though, Mech Stall is still outside for the decoding. Her Cypher Machine is at 32%, and with that knee-jerk reflex out, let's just see how this pallet mine game goes.
And we're going to see that pallet get dropped here. Mechanic is kind of trapped back in this area. He's just waiting for the leech to come in here. I guess he's just going to take the leech down, it looks like. Mechanic somehow actually made that fall while getting hit, but is going to get placed on the rocket chair here. And second time on share for the Mechanic bot, still in place. Cypher still moving along pretty effectively here for TE. Every survivor at full health. It looks like the Mercenary will be coming in for the rescue at this point with Tide Turner. He's also going to bring this this leech over towards Factory, but does he see the Mercenary coming in for the save? Does see the Mercenary coming, but it's a little bit too late. Mercenary able to get a free rescue with no injury. It is going to be a farm, so Mech is going to be eliminated here, but no injury on the board here is very crucial. Every free rescue with no injury for a Dream Witch is super important. Dream Witch capitalizes on injuries, capitalizes on damaging survivors, and missing out on these opportunities is going to be putting him at a bit of a disadvantage here. He's going to go ahead and change targets to the Dancer here. He can use that leech to chair the mech, but you see the last 3 ciphers already almost completed here.
Yeah, I do think it's kind of a bad thing here for Dream Witch as well, allowing Mech to be decoding on the ground for that much of a long time. We do see Mech Cypher Machine currently 84%, as Yan now forcing himself to fall over that one just to take the leeches. But even if you do take the leeches here, there's a blink ready for endgame to use for quite a lot of the followers as well. But even so, Patrol here will be dropped down once again. We have 2 pallets here to actually play around in, and with only 1 leech to play around with. So Mercenary starting the last Cypher Machine currently 50%. We do see that Psychologist has popped open that last Cypher Machine, could potentially speaking just get Psycho to come into rescue, or maybe Mercenary will be on his way in. But for now, it seems like bottom left hand side of our screen, Psychologist will be the one that actually makes her way in, as Mercenary will be priming that Cypher Machine.
Yeah, I don't see CU having enough time to bring the follower to that prime Cypher. Maybe is basement here. I think he's trying to go for the basement play, the struggle free and the hit. So Cypher's not prime, so he is going to be able to make this basement here. The question is, how well is he able to camp this? There's the survivor being brought to basement. We see the leech being heading in the direction of the Psychologist here. They may just go for the pop altogether. They're gonna go straight for the endgame pop altogether here. This should secure 1 at least. It looks like Mercenary is going to be the one pressuring the rescue. He needs to bring that follower to the exit gate before Psych gets it open, which he is able to do here. So he can actually push the Psych off of the exit gate. He can camp the basement with this leech here. We're going to see Yuhua the Mercenary just going to go ahead and leave and going towards the other gate here, trying to get that gate open. If you want, he needs to at least 3 kill here, right? So yeah. I think the goal here for CU is tunnel the Psychologist. I don't think going for the Mercenary is the correct play here, since Mercenary still has 2 elbow pads and full health. But it looks like he is actually going to turn onto the Mercenary a target that could easily secure dungeon with those double elbow pads.
But
he's really going for 4. He's going for 4. He's leeching Merc, and he's bringing Spawn to the Psych. He's really playing super aggressive here, trying to 4-kill this.
But the issue now is 60 seconds up until our detention is over. Like, Merc can still de-leech her. The question now being, will this be a 4-man elimination or a 3-man elimination? Does seem like from T side though. Yeah, but like,
he gets the
I feel like
already.
Yeah, but I feel like with that pop, it just doesn't seem like the right thing to do, because you could still get Psychologist to go to hug the follower and then perform the rescue, and when the Cypher Machine has popped, at least maybe you can still get the Female Dancer out of basement. But for now though, it will be at least a guaranteed Sherman elimination, as Maoem tries to find his way straight towards that other gate, but the leech will be reapplied, as right now it'll be a huge sandwich scenario here with no dungeon nearby.
Yeah, he's not able to go anywhere. He's just going to trap this survivor in here. Blink will be available in 15 seconds. That's before detention will expire. He's just going to take down all of these pallets and just using the follower to completely trap this Psychologist back here. Psychologist kind of stuck now and is going to get knocked down to this follower because there is no flywheel available. And that's going to be a 3 elimination here for the ITZY Hunter CU. Excellent job putting them back into this match, although they're actually going to try to play for a win. I think Merc's going to try to open the gate, maybe rescue and get the Psych to body block the Psych out, but I think now they realize that that's not going to be an option. As he's keeping the follower on that gate, he's going to go ahead and leech the Psychologist here. Mercenary needs to be careful though. Obviously detention is out, but
I don't think we should do this. Realistically speaking, even if you do get the rescue on Psychologist, on Psycho, there's gonna be a leash there at the exit gate anyways. So it doesn't really matter what Mercenary decides to do here. It's gonna be a lose-lose situation if Mercenary stays here for even longer. So aiming for that one-man escape should be the way to go. Even if Pepe gets a tie game next game, we can't just move on straight towards overtime. While I'm here, we'll be going down straight towards the corner once again, as we did get rid of that leash. However, no one at the exit gate, no Mercenary at the exit gate. It's probably better for us to leave and to aim for just for that woman, and that's what Merc wants to do. So I would say there'll be a guaranteed trim elimination here over CU. Thank goodness. It's a really nice strategy trying to aim for that basement endgame.
He can also, he can also just do the play where he juggles the Psychologist and just keeps her in the corner, drops her over and over, and essentially keeps hitting her down until she bleeds out. So there's nothing the Mercenary can really do against that. But yeah, that's going to be the 3 elimination. This is a pretty good result here for CU. Definitely keeping ITZY in the game. This means that they're able to get a tie on their survivor side. They can force an overtime round and tie things up. So in terms of points, we're actually completely tied. The question is just going to be, can their survivors get at least a tie here? And if they get a 3 escape even, they're able to win here against TE. So definitely this is exactly the result. Obviously it's not a 4 kill, but it is an excellent result for ITZY. So keeping them in the match for sure.
And not only that as well, it does seem like moving on towards second half, it might just be Pepe playing the An. And survivors definitely do know that it's going to be the An coming out, so at least from that point of view, we do now know, hey, we can at least guarantee the tie, we can move on towards overtime, and in overtime we'll just be at an even playing ground with points, being 50-50, and it's really like the final matchup has to be overtime here no matter what it feels. Because in game 3, look, Dreamwitch are coming out up against the TE survivors. They did do well, yes they definitely did. However, it was that basement play from the Dreamwitch that kind of brought the game back. I still feel like in that scenario, Psycho could have dropped out alongside with the female dancer straight towards basement, so you'll take the hit for the normal rescue, and then when you get back upstairs, you'll take another hit, and then you'll finally pop open the exit gate, and maybe we can split up and aim for the tie game just a tiny bit easier. But the stats here we see, right, it was Libo, the first chase, only 57 seconds, but because of the amount of times that Dreamwitch has given towards the spec to stay on the ground and decode, we got so much of the Cypher machine done.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's going to be I'm trying to think about how the survivors could have done differently in that situation. Mechanic had a very good first kite. They were able to force out the main body patroller, which is exactly what you want to do, then die to the leech, force out a second patroller, and died to leech with bot in play. So Mechanic did everything right. And then he was able to get the down onto the Dancer. Dancer didn't die that close to basement, but because Dreamwitch has that ability to drag the survivor all the way there, it makes it very difficult. What they could have done is they could have had another thing they could have done in terms of the basement rescue, if they really wanted to push for that, is they could have had the Mercenary go for the rescue, Psychologist go and take the Cypher machine. Because Psychologist rescuing that basement there, I think that's not really a safe play. You have a leech camping near the top of the stairs or cutting off the Psychologist, getting an early hit. You have the follower waiting in basement. But the Mercenary could go for that, obviously, if you're able to elbow pad past and make the rescue that way. Mercenary also has delayed effect if you do get double hit, and they all have borrowed time. So that would have been a possibility, but being able to drag to basement, that's why Dreamwitch is just still so good, because even if you're in a situation where it's like, okay, this is probably gonna be a tie, well, I'll just drag the survivor to basement by downing them using 2 different followers, and make sure I get them to basement and camp it out that way. So that's why Dreamwitch remains to be the strongest round 3 hunter as of right now, next to that. And so Dreamwitch is the it's sort of like this. When you need a win in round 3, you play Dreamwitch. If you need a tie in round 3, you play Ann. That's kind of what we've typically seen here. I think Pepe wants to get at least a tie, obviously at least a tie. So as you mentioned, Ann would make a lot of sense here. And Ann does have a bit of win potential. We've seen Ann get some 3 kills here and there. So I think Ann definitely would be a logical choice here.
Not only that as well, from the side of ITZY, the other Thai characters are now gone. They could potentially still pick that patient to come out in the 2-store area or near the entrance of Factory. They could potentially get still, I'm quite sure, Acrobat they haven't used yet in, 2-store area as well. There's so many characters they can actually use when it comes to winning up against Pepe's Hunter, or just nullifying his Wax Artist, his Hermit, his Knight in a map like this, and force him to play Anne and to guarantee the tie game. So I feel like from ITZY side, as long as we get all the fundamentals checked, it should not be too hard of a game. Yes, maybe warp would be an issue, but even if warp did come out, you can just think about it as a normal blinkish down, right? So with that in mind, okay, now for ITZY, what does our survivor team have in store for us? Do we want to maybe try and see to get a toy merchant out, potentially speaking, as such a good map like Leo's? It's a perfect map for her as well. You could potentially force the Hunter chase to chase after you first, or maybe do we just want to go a full containment comp?
Absolutely. There's quite a few options here. Now, Leo's Memory is a map, while Anne may be a very good character, as we know, for getting ties. There definitely are some spots where Anne can have a hard time chasing. In the Factory in particular, it's very difficult for Anne to secure downs. If you're able to transition into that area, it can be a bit of a challenge for chasing. So if the survivors are expecting Anne to, there's plenty of characters that you can be picked to counter that hunter. We know things like Prospector can be good. We know things like Entomologist can be very good. So there's definitely a few options here in which you can go about this Anne matchup. The question is, are they going to just counter comp the Anne heavily, or are they also going to be worried about some other options from Pepe? And Kerr, from what we know, besides the Anne, what is a common round 3 option for Pepe besides Anne?
His red 3 options are a little bit more limited. You do have Wax Artist, you do have Nayat. Sometimes you might actually be able to see his Gamekeeper coming out, but with a recent Gamekeeper nerf and with, Factory being such a strong containment area, I don't think Gamekeeper might be the best option here, especially with so many tall walls around. But we'll move on straight towards the bank pick phases. Here we go. Once again, it is Hullabaloo and Opera Singer perma-banned from the side of the Hunter. We'll get rid of Seer and Forward for our first 2 picks, and then go and Ivy from the next 2 on the Survivor side when it comes to banning out the Hunter.
Absolutely. And looking into this team comp, they still have options like Priestess if they want to go that route. We're actually going to see the Postman. Postman has become a common character for round 3. Postman supporting is quite good when it comes to not only decoding but also gate opening progress. You're able to give a 10% decoding increase, especially in a position where you need to get at least a tie on the survivor side and maybe try to push for a win. That increased decoding speed is important. Additionally, for opening up the exit gate faster, Postman has the decoding letter, the dungeon letter rather, and Postman's also just a good character to spawn in Factory. Postman is typically considered one of the easier chase targets, so when you're able to spawn in Factory, which is a very strong kiting area that a lot of hunters struggle to deal with, Postman is very effective in that sense. We also have the Knight here from ITZY for this round 3 pick. We're going to see the Acrobat Band and the Aeroplanist as the final pick. So overall, this team composition is quite good. What we're probably going to see is we'll probably see the Postman spawn in Factory. We'll probably see the Aeroplanist spawn middle, since he can easily make it to those stairs. He can easily kite up into Factory that way. We'll see the Knight most likely spawn Shack and the Officer off to the side, if I had to give a prediction on spawns as of right now.
With this type of team comp as well, it depends on how well Postman actually plays, as he definitely will become the first containment type character. But even so, right, from the side of Pepe, if we do want to chase after a Postman, probably Anne still would be the best way to play. Warp on Anne, guarantee the tie, it's the safest option. If we want to go a little bit more hardcore, if you want to be a little bit more risky, Hermit isn't a bad option too, especially with being able to teleport really far out from that Factory area. But everything now depends on who Pepe really wants to pick. Is it going to be our comfortable character like Nayat, who definitely can't get countered by the Knight, which is why ITZY chose it, or would it be a little bit more risky like Hermit Gamekeeper, or are we just going to go stable for the Anne? But no, it'll be the Wax Artist here instead.
He's going to be that Wax Artist here. And considering how this matchup goes here, Wax Artist typically has a pretty good chase into Postman. Even if the dog's slowing him down, you can still Wax Artist from the distance, unless he's able to actually make distance and break line of sight. Wax Artist on Leo's Memory, it's not the best map for Wax. I play Wax Artist quite often. I would say that Leo's is not the best map for Wax, but Wax is still... it's more playable here than maybe something like Arms Factory it's open enough where you have you're able to down survivors relatively quick, and we will see the postman spawn into that factory. There should be night middle, and the airplane is off to the left side here, it looks like. And actually the officer spawning into the wax artist, pretty good for the survivors, although wax can technically chase an officer, although not on this map. It's more challenging. On open maps like Chinatown, Moonlit, officer is a easier chase for a wax. You can still wax them through that pocket watch, but on a map where it's very easy to break line of sight, it's very easy to stay behind walls, especially at that god kiting area, which we'll probably see the officer rotate there. It's a lot more challenging. I think this is a pretty good spawn for ITZY. So Pepe not exactly in the most ideal position right out the gate here. Yeah, so anyways, this is going to be the last half of the third round of the ITZY Survivors versus the TE Honor side. I'm Yuleo, joined here with Kershaw, bringing the live commentary for this match. Okay, so we are going to see the wax artist spawning into this match here. We have the pallet breaking speed, trump card, and detention. Pepe is going to rotate towards the middle, looking for that's going to be the knight rotating up the stairs here, but not going to be the first chase target. Looking for that airplane. This airplane is trying to hide out here. This could be very important if he's able to hide out, waste a lot of time. Pepe already off to a suboptimal start, not being able to find a target this early. He is holding on to warp. So he can warp onto a survivor once that trait becomes available. But good rotation, excellent rotation from ITZY here, Kuro. Not giving a single free target for Pepe to chase right out the gate here.
Yeah, and it's also the fact that Xian was able to make his way straight towards the staircase too, in which this is a little bit harder of an area to land some wax, but like Knight 2 are stacks already on this Knight. The question is now what Knight will actually try and predict here. We're going to be able to get that ability creation in immediately, and with that, a nice drop down there and a good successful Kai being able to transition outside here with Postman trying to give a little bit more support.
Yeah, Postman trying to use that dog there, wasn't able to get it 52% right away. This is one of those areas where Wax can have a hard time. This breaking line of sight is super challenging for him, but we will mostly... Is he going to use the warp here in this spot? Nope, he's actually going to take the window vault instead. We're going to see Dahai rotating up the stairs. He will be able to get the first 100% here. I believe 100% was not able to fly. Well, cancels the swing though, and maybe this allows the Postman to transition away. Nope, he's just going to take the hit. Was not able to get the flywheel off there. And now with the warp available, he can use this warp to secure the down here. There's the warp, and will Postman have to use the flywheel? He is going to flywheel into the dog potentially. There's the dog, but he could have vaulted. The window wasn't completely blocked there. Huh.
I think he just barely saw the wax on the window and thought that it was blocked, because, you know, he also did throw the dog back as well during that scenario. So I'd say from the side of that, I didn't really see properly if the window was actually waxed or not. But at least, right, good news is first officer is on his way in. We're going to try lock Clover Cipher Machine here. Should be locked, but it's around 95%.
We missed it, actually.
Oh, we did miss it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but first officer is at least nearby right now.
That is going to allow for the Cypher pop, and because there's no insolence, the next few rescues will be quite easy for ITZY survivors. 3 Cypher machines already down here. A possibility of a win with some sort of rebound here. The officer, nope, he's just going to hit straight into the Postman. Postman's going to go die back in the upstairs area yet again here, and only 1 hit on that rescue. As long as Dahai does not give, Dahai needs to not give more presence here. He really needs to avoid giving any sort of full presence. And I think Pepe could honestly just take the presence. He's going to take the extra presence. It's still not full, so that's pretty good, but he did give extra presence that you don't want to give. But basement is in the vicinity. Is he able to make it all the way to the basement here? I think he needed to die inside. No, actually, he's not going to go for the basement, so it ends up being okay. And he does share in factory, so we're going to see the officer come in for a instant save here. And can officer body block the door? Nope, he's just going to go for a regular body block here. Again, still no full presence. We're going to see the dog as well. There's definitely an opportunity for a rebound kite. Warp back online in about 7 seconds here. The last 2 ciphers already at 50%. ITZY has an opportunity to potentially win this game here, depending on how well they play this position.
It's okay though, because Waxer still does have Warp, and I mean, he doesn't really have max presence, but the Warp here should be more enough to actually lock the postman from actually getting out of from this area. Right now, though, are we going to be able to use block blocks? No, we won't, as the first officer here trying to body block a little bit more, but no, I don't think that'll be mattering anymore, as 18 seconds until Wick is ready. That's going to be a beautiful flywheel, and a beautiful vault over there from the side of our postman, but it just wasn't enough, because Knight's first officer wasn't be able to make his way in. Now then, we still do have trump card we cannot forget. It might be a 3-man endgame, but let's just see which gate we're going to go to right after we pop it.
All right, let's see what the survivors have. They do have a lot of items to work with, though. So the endgame kiting potential is still intact here. You have the airplane is 3 jetpacks plus hover. Officer has a watch. Knight has a helmet. We're going to teleport to the gate. That's Clover, the airplanist, who still has a lot of items to work with. He's already going to jetpack away here, pushing for that other exit gate. I think airplanist, if he's able to kite out this 100%, he can hover jetpack all the way to the gate and potentially make it out here. That gate's almost open. As long as Clover uses this jetpack properly, he can make it out the exit gate here. Will we see the hover? There's the hover. He needs to go straight to the gate. No, he hits the tree.
But it is okay. First officer here with the body block. It should be more than enough. We can't really attack here at all. But if that's the case, that's a tree, man.
Wow. What a turnaround for ITZY here. We have 2 ELIOs on the screen. That doesn't, is that, am I seeing it right?
I think you, well, I'm not too sure what happened. There we go, we are back.
We had,
Hi.
Anyways, doesn't matter. We get it. Oh, well, anyways, we have a 3 survivor escape here. That is very impressive from ITZY. It was looking like it was going to be a tied game. We're talking about having all those items for endgame was so crucial. The fact that the airplane got teleported on, he already had some distance there. He had the hover jetpack to work with. He had the double jetpacks, or he even had a third one after that. The Knight was able to cancel the wax at the end there. They weren't able to make it. He wasn't able to get the 100%. The 3 survivor escape there. That means that ITZY does win this match. The final score 6-2 in this round, and them also having more points in the long run. So they do now defeat TE here.
It's kind of unfortunate from the side of Pepe there, because we teleported towards the wrong exit gate, right? With that in mind too, it's kind of more like just saying, okay, from the side of ITZY, very good endgame preparation there, with the first officer being the one actually forcing the gate to be open. But even with the forced gate open, he still did have a pocket watch to buy enough time, and you know, our aeroplanist was within range to actually jetpack in to get the gate open as well. So like, more or less endgame. It definitely could have been a tie game, but it was just the wrong exit gate that we teleported to, which allowed ITZY to actually gain that 3-man escape.
Absolutely. That means that this is a match we expected TE to win. ITZY actually being able to win this, and actually I need to check the pop quiz. In this match, how many exit gates were activated? 1. Yay. Okay, we got that right. Anyways, looking at our group standings now, with ITZY moving on to 2-1, they've now defeated 2 professional mainland Chinese teams as an amateur team. That is extremely impressive. We expected TE to maybe even be the first team in this group, the #1 team. They've now defeated 2 of these, as a non-professional team, they defeated 2 of the mainland Chinese teams here, Kuro. They're advancing to 2-1 in their group, and they're on track to be the 2nd seed here. This is very rare. It's very rare to see a non-professional team qualify from the mainland Chinese region. On top of that, the fact that a non-professional team has now defeated 2 of the professional teams already, I mean, it's unheard of.
Yeah, it's not only that too as well. They're at a really good standing here, because 2 wins is really all what it needs to make it straight towards the top 3. However, moving on straight towards the match results, it's 14-12 for ITZY. ITZY winning this game. Game 1 was 5-5, Game 2 was 5-3, and then Game 3 was 6-2. We won based on points there, 3-man escape and a 3-man elimination from the side of ITZY. And with that, I would say it's a really good side for ITZY that we're able to guarantee that COAⅧ qualifiers. And I guess from the side of TE, we are still missing just 1 more win.
Yeah, TE's now gonna be on the back foot, fighting for that 3rd spot. I think at this point, well, there's still a possibility we could have a multiple 2-2s. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and look at our highlights here for this match.
现转，一半，10秒，2技能快点上对方。 门走门， 过来不？我喊到。走，我们长了，走。有点失误了，开机了，等口。
Okay, so in a match where we see the non-professional team beating the professional team, ITZY moving on to 2-1. That's now for our Group A. That puts Axwave in first in that group. It puts ITZY in second. It puts TE down to third, AWG in fourth, and DOU in fifth as of right now. So honestly, I don't think a lot of people expected them to be higher than probably third place in their group. But now that they've defeated both TE and DOU, it's very impressive. We got Kuro back. There we go. Welcome back. Kuro.
Well, we're back. Oh, I mean, with that as well, it's kind of more now just saying from TE side, the Survivor did really well game 2, the Hunter did very well game 2, but it just seems like from TE right now, in game 2 we were a tiny bit lacking compared to ITZY. So with that, let's just say it's a congratulations to ITZY here once again, right? We've guaranteed at least top 3 right now, unless one of the teams, unless it's going to be a tiebreaker here for third and fourth place. But overall though, it's good. It's good to see that an amateur team has reached in our Group A. Group A is like one of the hardest group as well, with Axwave, with TE, with ITZY, with DOU, and with AWG as well. So like these are 5 really strong contender teams, with 4 being professional teams and 1 ITZY being the amateur team from the Chinese mainland division too. So like with this in mind, it's nice to see that ITZY is going to be able to move on here. For TE, probably have to do a lot of readjustments when it comes to game 3.
Yeah, definitely. So I wonder, looking into our group here, it's really hard to say, but who do you think, Kuro, would be our MVP for this match? Because if we look at the Hunter side, we did see a 4 elimination with that Ivy in that first round, but only a tie in the second round for Bailu. But then the 3 kill was very crucial here for the third round of CU, is it? And then we saw but then we saw the postman with a very impressive kite at the end. The airplane is kiting the game. There's so many things that this ITZY team, they played so well as a team. There wasn't one specific player that really carried them to the victory. They all played, they all contributed, they all played well as a team there. So if you had to guess for MVP, what are your thoughts on that?
Probably the biggest look, game 1 and game 2, the biggest highlight if we think about it. Bailu did do really good in game 1. The Survivors did do decently in game 2 as well. However, it was still a 3-man elimination. So I think game 3 probably would be the biggest highlight of, you know, who we're going to actually give the MVP to. Post 1 is definitely a really strong contender on that side, or even maybe just that aeroplane is when it comes to the end game, mind game up against the Waxter is too. But probably Postman will be the one giving MVP here, unless it could be also the Dream Wish too. We are seeing a lot of best deductions giving towards the Hunter main more than a Survivor main, so simply it's also just because, look, it's more of a Hunter side of meta right now when it comes to tourney levels, round 1 and round 2. Potentially speaking, it's going to be either Dream Witch or the Postman here.
Absolutely. I absolutely agree. That Dream Witch was very important. But actually it's going to be Bailu here getting the 4 elimination in that first round with the Ivy, and getting a 4 elimination on Sacred obviously is very difficult. So just to keep ITZY in the game by getting that 4 kill, average eliminations of 3, still very impressive, and definitely was one of the reasons why they managed to win this game. After they fell on Sacred early on 5-0, making that comeback, putting them right back into the game with the response. Definitely MVP worthy.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是主持人潇潇。首先恭喜 ITZY 拿下今天比赛的胜利，我们是请到了狐狸和白鹿来到赛后采访，向你打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是狐狸。大家好，我是白鹿。
欢迎两位，欢迎两位，冒充民间队啊，你们两个！今天 ITZY 的表现太棒了，我觉得目前因为场下的粉丝，包括屏幕前的观众，看到大家有这么好的成绩，一定会非常开心的。先来给大家介绍一下目前我们的这个出线形势吧。拿下今天这个胜利之后，是不是主动权还是比较大的呢？
现在的话，感觉已经差不多半只脚踏进去总决赛了吧？
是的，是的，因为我们的小组赛马上就要结束了，最后的几天我们的场次基本上都要打完了，目前的胜场还是比较可观的。那接下来想问一下两位，因为我们大陆预选赛的时候，第一次 ITZY 战胜职业队就是这样的一个组合，当时请到你们两位问有没有想到会在第一天第一场战胜职业队，两位还说，哎呀，确实好像有一点意料之外。今天在 A 组顶着这么大的压力 杀之夜，对，2位有没有什么想要在这里分享的？
你说。
就是比较开心。
比较开心。今天是 MVP， 表现非常非常棒。那狐狸呢？你当时是放下狠话了，现在有没有觉得更加有这种爽的这种感觉在？
感觉真的成 IT 职业了。
真的是 IT 职业，你们完全就是在冒充民间队的样子。那接下来这个问题也是蛮好奇的，因为这次在 A 组嘛。总体而言，确实晋级的压力还是在的。当时刚看到这个分组，然后包括现在有这么好的一个成绩，会不会这个心态啊？一开始看到这个分组的时候，到现在拿下2场胜利，会有一个什么样子的变化？狐狸，你讲吧。
看到这个分组的时候，当时人都呆住了。
对，2眼一黑，超神，抽的好签。现在会不会觉得真的是放轻松一点，而且打得特别爽？
感觉我们战队有陆神、雨神已经无敌了。
真的，你们今天求生者也打得好，监管者也打得好，全是神仙般的存在的。接下来问一下陆神，因为今天看到你们是有轮换的嘛，雨神今天打得也很好，然后包括第1局的艾维也算是一个变招，是不是在这个整个小组赛的过程当中，不管是看到其他队伍竞技也好，包括是自己打也好，也会有一些成长和收获呢？这个变招是不是也是在这个过程当中的一些小思路？
是的。现在比之前第1次上场会放轻松很多，然后思路什么的也就打开了。
是的。
然后就会拿出一些变招，比如说 BO1 不玩那2位大人，去玩艾维。
是的，同样也是能拿下优势，也是一种思路上的调整的。第1局艾维拿下这个4抓，超级棒，今天也是拿下了 MVP， 所以那一局大概会有一个什么样子的整体的一个思路和判断呢？
思路就是开局看到悬点之后，想去追园丁，然后把园丁挂飞之后，大副倒在地下室，然后外面2个人大概率都是没大心脏的，然后就有机会争胜了。
是的，确实是打了对方一个措手不及，还是能看到今天大家整体的一个配合全部给到位了。那接下来其实特别好奇，刚刚结束的第3局也是场下观众欢呼最大的那一局。首先就是第3局的时候，我们求生者这边有没有一个首要的想法，就是先保平，咱们打个加赛？
其实我们想的就是保平打加赛，我们还是有优势，因为我们英雄池够用的。但是就是后面打着发现，哎，好像突然有机会。
就打着发现能赢了，场上的局势一下子反转过来了。因为前期确实对方明显就是想要打到一个针对，不行就是保平争胜嘛。因为确实第2局对方是有优势的，但是你一个无伤就很关键的把整个局势是，我觉得那个就是一个转折点了。所以当时那波无伤救你是如何判断到找到的机会呢？
当时我觉得佩佩可能第1波想赌震慑，但没赌到；第2波他估计是想封电击，然后被我偷了，然后我就扛辣了。
判断到了他当时心态上的一些想法。那最后的时候，白鹿，你们在备战间大概是觉得第几波的时候，一下子场上局势乐观起来了，觉得不用打加赛了，可以拿下了。
就是在他走了2步之后，传送那个飞行家的门，然后飞行家这个时候已经跑到幕布了，然后我们觉得就所有人都站起来了。是的，站
在上帝视角来看，那个传送过去好像就感觉飞行家完全处理不了，那个也是你们提前的一个规划和布局吗？当时场上又是如何判断的局势呢？
当时传小门传大门了，然后我就给那个3爷说，赶紧往小门走，我们可以3跑的，然后就直接冲过来了。
虽然说最后对面打得很拼，然后可惜扛到没有扛到，但是最后大家道具充足，也是有在计划这个3跑的。所以今天真的是能看到 ITZY 是不断的从我们的预选赛到小组赛是慢慢的一个成长，真的是太让我们惊喜了。所以面对这么好的一个状态，2位现在在小组赛来到我们的赛后采访，有什么想对我们屏幕前一直支持大家的观众讲的吗？
感谢大家支持啊，挺多支持我们 ITZY。
最佳发言人白鹿嘞，
谢谢大家的支持。
谢谢大家的支持，也是感谢 ITZY 能够给我们带来这么大的惊喜，这么精彩的比赛。再次恭喜 ITZY 拿下今天比赛的胜利。接下来即将进行的是我们今天的第2场比赛，让我们稍事休息，马上回来。
so complete.
Hey, it's about time.
Anyway, welcome to the game.
I've been wandering this wasteland with the team for a while. Most are out scouting while I document the mutated entities. It is relatively easy work. Seeing her fills me with both joy and fear. I must find a new path for her, because I know this wasteland is no paradise. As we delve deeper, the relentless force of erosion is like a slow, steady hammer driving life down like a nail, reshaping it into something else. Guided by my companion, we reach a new area with far more strange entities than the outskirts. Our ailing frames can barely endure, yet none of us are willing to stop. I can't leave yet. The key to finding the way out might lie deeper within.
Watch out!
Huh?
Welcome home.
到第5人格深渊的呼唤8总决赛小组赛，我是主持人潇潇。下面让我们有请2支战队登场。首先有请成都竞技战队。
你们准备好了没？我们要放马过去了。
欢迎枯草、18、皮皮虾、桃形、兔子、心安雾梦。接下来让我们有请 Sky。
Good luck, have fun. 比赛加油！
欢迎 Fate、Pipi、Yuki、Panda、贺天、Nelu。今天的第2场比赛由成都竞技对阵 Sky， 让我们一起期待接下来的精彩对决。
Okay, guys, welcome back to our second game of the day of group stage, day number 7. We're already a week in to this Call of Abyss event. This is going by so quickly. We're already approaching the playoffs. We're already we're already starting to see where these teams will end up. And our next match, GG versus Sky. This is a must-win match for Sky. They're currently 0-2 here, so they're gonna have to win 2 games in a row if they want to qualify for the playoffs here. It gets really challenging here as now they go against GG, who is currently undefeated as of right now. This is a really hard group. Group B, Wolves, RC, GG, very good teams. But Curl, Sky, they're fighting to stay in the playoffs here. Let's see what they're able to do now.
Yeah, it's a big challenge here for Sky once again. We've seen them going up against RC. We're going to see them go up against GG's today. Just depends on who the home team is and who the away team, because if Sky is the home team, they can still have potential to aim for round 3 wins and round 1 wins too, since they get to pick their maps themselves too. However, we still cannot forget that, look, this is still round 1, round 2, Goldman, Hullabaloo. It doesn't really matter from the survivor side. It's really all about the hunter.
It is all about the hunter, and that's how this meta has really shifted to just being so hunter-sided. Everyone used to be, oh, this game's survivor-sided. Well, in NAU rank, we used to complain the game was hunter-sided because, people threw matches. You know how that goes. But in reality, the game used to be very survivor-sided, and now it's shifted to be very hunter-sided. These hunters really just control the game. That's why we saw more bans get incorporated into rank and things like that. But for this time around, this match it's very tough for Sky. GG, as we know, one of the best teams in this entire tournament, one of the teams that's predicted to maybe go on and win the entire thing. We see the survivors. We have Violet, 18, Shama, Pipisha, Kuchao, and TX for the side of GG, going up against the Sky's team of Fate, PP, Yuki, Panda, Hutien, and Narakun here. So let's see how Sky is able to play against GG. Very tough matchup for them for sure, but they're going to give it their best and see what they can do here for the Southeast Asia region.
Home team is given to GG, meanwhile Sky team will be the one that's away. Seems like Sky decided that we wanted our hunter to come out here first for, less pressure we have the better you perform after all. But first and foremost, player statistics, it'll be GG Taoxing here, Wish, Psychologist, and Seer. He's now transitioned towards more of a main container as he was before. His transition towards GG did help him out quite a lot when it comes to his own solo development and when it comes to his containment too. With 5,192 average deduction points, 55.82 average containment time. It might not seem like a lot, but usually when he is first chased, it's usually during round 1s and round 2s when it is a little bit more hunter dominant side, with Seer and Psycho on his hands too.
Indeed, though, obviously we talked about how dominant this hunter side is, and a lot of these survivors having a difficult time extending kites in the early game, even with the ability to get things such as Cereals and support. It just doesn't end up working out too well because these hunters are so quick at getting down. So we have Kuchao next here, currently 3rd for average containment time at 100 seconds on average, and 9th for average deduction at 86, but mostly that containment time at 100 seconds on average. Very impressive here. 0.83 average rescues, 113% decoding with a 33% escape rate here. Again, GG survivors looking to have to get as many survivors out here against Hutien in the first round. Kuchao on that rescuer, mercenary, and first officer here.
Kuzao is kind of transitioning between harasser and a main rescuer as well. He has been in GG for such a long time too, and we do know him as well as the veteran player of GG. Meanwhile, for 18 here, 18 has came back from 2 years ago. He's currently first when it comes to average decoding progress though, with the Explorer and Aeroplanist as his preferred survivor pick. 206% is a lot, but you can't forget, look, it's an Explorer who can get pages to decode for free. It's also the Aeroplanist who gains that speed boost from his own initial cipher machine decoding speed. We also can't forget too, GG is one of the teams that has been picking Explorer quite a lot as well, especially when it comes to game 1, trying to counter the Goldman Hullabaloo, and in game 2 as well, sometimes when it comes to trying to hide and to buy more time for his survivors to decode, or even for himself to just get more pages and rush the IV and Opera as much as possible so they don't have anything to use end game.
Yeah, and you have to consider that, especially because, as you mentioned, as an Explorer, you're hiding most of the game. You're not actually kiting, so you're definitely going to increase that decoding. 67% escape rate here for PBSHA, 5th overall with 50 seconds of average containment time, 0.33 rescues, 163 decoding, 7,500 deduction points. PBSHA, one of the kiter players here for GG, listed as Lucky Guy and Antiquarian. Lucky Guy character that we have seen be used as sort of a specialty pick in some situations. Lucky Guy, not incredibly bad as people would think. It's actually playable against something like Opera Singer. You're able to get items like perfumes, you're able to get items like pocket watches. Like, be very effective. Flare guns as well, very effective against characters such as Opera in that in second round situations. And even round 1, there was a match a while back that I saw. I can't remember the exact teams. It was in Japan region where Lucky Guy was utilized against a Goatman for similar reasons. You can get those perfumes, you can get or some sort of items that are effective against the Goatman. It does work quite well. And here we go. We have Hutien on the Hunter side for Team Sky.
1.8 average elimination though, we're not really reaching that average of 2. Preferably speaking, we want to tie as much as possible. Yet to receive a formal elimination game here, yes. Today will be the day that if we do actually get that formal elimination race, if GG, well, it's not really about GG, it's more about Hurtien's own performance here for himself. Average knockdown time is 75 seconds. It's a little bit long compared to, the 66 seconds we have seen compared to the 59 seconds we've seen before too. So I guess right now, it's more or less Hurtien's first time in a big stage like this too. He's definitely still just trying to get accustomed as well. So like, realistically speaking, it's more or less just, okay, now he's coming out round 1. First half, he does have a slightly less pressure, but if we're going up against GG, I don't really know if I can say that.
Absolutely. It's not easy at all for him here. We have GG BH, coach for GG here. And Sky, as we know, does not have a coach, unfortunately, at least not currently with them in this event. But yeah, this is not only has Hutien had a bit of a difficult time in his early matches at 1.8 average eliminations, going straight into GG, one of the stronger survivor teams here in this third match. This just gets increasingly more difficult, especially considering that it's a must-win game for Sky. So the most pressure is on them at this point. They have to win this round. They have to win the next round against Omni if they want even any sort of chance of making the playoffs here. And if we look into the groups as well for that, we have currently, that is group B, we currently have Sky, sitting in 4th, right above Omni. So they have to win against GG. They have to win against Omni in their next 2 rounds. That's their only condition for making the playoffs.
Not only that too, we also can't forget that home team was given to GG there. I'm quite sure it was Eversleeping Town that was chosen and Arms Factory that was banned. So if in that case then probably from the side of GG, we might be seeing that Gravekeeper initially early game 2 alongside with Embalmer to guarantee the tie up against Hurtien's Hullabaloo. Although with the Hullabaloo still, look, we have seen just the previous game in game 2, ITZY versus TE, by the way, a 2-man escape from the side of the TE survivors up against Bailu's Hullabaloo in that same map too. So like in this case scenario, really right now, as we can see, the Hunter really has to do well. We're going to have to land as much double surprises there as possible, especially with the early game 2, to at least guarantee somewhat of a win condition. Because once again, Rifle Hurtien, as we said, average of 1.8 is not enough, especially when it comes to round 1. He's like a round 1, round 2 type Hunter.
Definitely not enough. We did actually see him drop a round. I think there was a 3-survivor escape against his Hullabaloo on Red Church earlier in this event. So he's really going to want to start to win some of these round 1s round 1 games here. Hullabaloo seems to be his favorable round 1 pick, but he hasn't had the best performance with it so far. There's been some 3 survivor escape and a lot of just kind of straight ties, not many wins with that character for him. So I wonder if he'll actually switch it up here. Like we saw in the previous round for ITZY, we saw Bailu play Ivy in the first round. So maybe Hetien wants to go into a round 2 hunter first. We've seen him play Opera Singer as his round 2 character, and he's actually been very effective with the Opera Singer. He got a win on Moonlit, I believe. I don't recall. I think it was against RC survivors. So Opera Singer seems to be his best character. So I don't think we'll see him lead with it round 1. Obviously, you want to preferably save that for round 2, but maybe it's something that he's going to want to consider as it seems to be more favorable for him. Then you could still have Goatman and Hullabaloo for the second round. I would say it depends on the situation. If you need to go for a 4 kill or maybe just a 3 kill or something like that, but obviously you don't know since you're playing Hunter first here for Sky.
Yeah, but it's not only that too. Hetien's knockdown time is 75 seconds. Usually during those times, you can't really abnormal as Hullabaloo anymore.
Indeed.
So as long as you can get someone down in like 60, 70 seconds, it should be fine. We're going to get that Seer and Mechanic banned out. And it was Chinatown that was chosen, not every single time, excuse me. With GG here, once again, Explorer and Priestess, first 2 picks immediately.
Explorer, obviously, a character that's good for heading out, promoting that Cypher Rush. And the Priestess is going to be very good for support, but not a character we see being used as often in round 1 here, Kuro.
Yeah. Not only that too, the anti-current being banned here, allowing the first officer to come out, simply just means that for Hetien, the next ban here has to be another supporter or container. We have yet to see Puppeteer, we have yet to see Fire Investigator, and we have also yet to see our Embalmer too. So if GG wants to do here, we could go for Embalmer if he's not banned.
We could definitely see that. We'll see what Hetien decides to ban as the last one. The rest here are already on the table, so it'll most likely be something like Puppeteer, as you mentioned, which is very standard, and it is going to be that Puppeteer. That's a character that a lot of these teams love to pick up early on here. Hetien said, nope, I'm going to go ahead and get that out of the way here. And the final character, the Psychologist, very good against the Hullabaloo, since they can take up to 3 hits, which is 9 bomb hits. And even against something like Goatman can be very effective because it forces an extra cage.
Not only that as well, with Priestess in this game, I do feel like from Priestess's point of view, we're going to be able to give quite a lot of support portals as well. We can't forget that this is the same map where the Priestess was able to use her hidden portal towards the hotel area. So with this, with the Psychologist being in mind as well, maybe we could potentially do that once again and catch Hetien off guard if he didn't really review the match during the CN qualifiers.
Absolutely. So let's see what character he ultimately decides to pick here into this team composition. Priestess is a character that we don't really see as often in round 1 just because it doesn't really have an effect against Goatman unless you're up against a wall, like here on Chinatown or on Ever Sleeping Town. So that's something that we could see come into effect as long as the Priestess is able to kite near the wall against Goatman. That can be quite good. But Hetien, again, has led Hullabaloo as his round 1 favorable character here. But he is going to change it up, Kuro, just as we talked about with that Opera Singer.
Opera Singer here, the best chase is going to be Priestess no matter what, so I feel like if you can at least delegate Priestess a little bit closely towards Hotel, just so she has an easy rotation with her portals in and to drop down a pallet, and the Speedboot's fault, it overall isn't too bad. However, we still cannot forget, right, this is Knee-Jerk Reflex flywheel on all survivors because we were predicting a Hullabaloo. It might not just be that easy for Hetien to get anyone down that fast.
Indeed, we're going to get into our match, into our spawns here. Let's see where the survivors choose to go. We're going to see the Psychologist instantly taking that hotel spawn, arguably the strongest kiting area in the map, with the Explorer spawning in the middle bottom near Umbrella Gate. Priestess will take middle as she can set up a network of portals throughout the map here, and the Officer over in the restaurant area. Looks like Officer will choose to spawn at the top area. I think Priestess, as you mentioned, definitely a good chase target for him, as the portals won't slow him down too much considering how fast the Opera Singer is.
But Opera spawning by Lantern Gate though, Priestess may be in danger, but let's just see how Priestess rotates as well. Are we going to go right towards maybe Hotel, or maybe we want to do a long portal a little bit closer towards Explorer where he could be found too? But with that then, I guess right now, what traits are we going to have and what Persona Web is the Survivors going to bring for this matchup? Because if it really is no borrowed time on the main containers, potentially speaking, we could aim for more than a win.
And we will see the abnormal trait brought here from Hetien, so this is not going to be a standard blink. Really trying to play aggressive, really trying to go for that 4 kill. We see only 1 borrowed time on that Officer. So here we go. This is the first half of the GG Survivor side versus the Sky Hunter for the Call of Abyss 8 group stage. I'm Elio, joined here with Kershiro, bringing you the live commentary for this match.
Right, He Tian, where are we gonna go for first? As we shot directly in middle, 18 rotating straight towards hotel. Seems like Force Portal will be down there. We might be changing targets, or nope, it seems like we're gonna directly chase after Priestess. In Trump card potential alongside with Max Fuller breaking and Berserker on the side of our Opera.
He's gonna switch right back there immediately, closing distance on that Priestess. And she is going to make it to the window though, and has this pallet to work with. Trying to dash around this area, trying to mind game this Priestess into vaulting. She's not going to fall for it. He's going to transition away. He Tian does miss a dash here. Can he get the hit on the Priestess? Ooh, just barely clips her on the edge of that hitbox there.
But for Priestess here, we do have knee-jerk reflex on the windows to use, so at least we can still make quite a big distance there. We can't get it fast down here just yet, but still having abnormal nearby is going to be quite crucial here, as we do see 18 as well decoding. But right now, that's going to be a hit down, the slow vault, unfortunate, on the side of that Priestess, and also not being able to use that knee-jerk reflex too on the Palace.
That is a fast down for He Tian here. Explorer does have a 50 page, but with that being said, that's 3 ciphers at about 50%, 1 at 60. That's not quite where the survivors want to be in the early game. Additionally, the abnormal is in play. We will see the psychologist come in for this rescue going straight up the stairs here. For those of you who play on, when you guys play rank on Chinatown, rescuing from this chair, it's always optimal to go up those stairs so the hunter has a hard time getting to. He's going to go ahead and flip back here, but hits the chair. That's a big missed opportunity and a free rescue here for the psychologist.
Not only that as well, GG has actually predicted this right too, with Explorer being nearby, near the psychologist to pop open that cipher machine where she was initially decoding, simply just fully kind of denied that abnormal trace from He Tian's side too. So like, the down was really fast, right? It's definitely faster than 75 seconds, she got the down really fast, but it's because of GG's prediction there on that, you know, abnormal Opera, we were able to cancel out the whole abnormal pick there instantly.
We're going to see the second chair for the Priestess here. So He Tian in a very strong position so far. We do keep in mind the ciphers are a little bit farther than they seem. We do have 65% page for that Explorer here. But the biggest thing for GG is everybody's full health. That free rescue from the psychologist hitting that chair was very crucial here. We're going to have the officer come in for this next rescue onto the Priestess. Priestess still pulling onto a portal, so she is able to use that to potentially rebound kite here. There's the dash back. He's able to double hit. Oh no, sorry. He's able to hit the Priestess before she's able to get away here. So no option for a rebound. And Priestess will be sent back to the middle. Will she portal trick him here? No, he's just going to go ahead and get some more distance and waste as much time as possible. But He Tian, as you see, catching up right away. That's the power of that Opera Singer. Ciphers at this point 50 and 65%. And the Explorer with a 30% page here. So they definitely have pretty good progress. Everyone will be full health here as well. But He Tian still holding on to that trait swap.
We have to be careful here with the teleport then. At least we do know where dungeon is, right? Where Priest is going straight towards that corner. So GG survivors definitely know what to aim for when it comes to endgame. For now though, AT might become the immediate next chase as we see Psychologist already starting our final cipher machine. Alongside with First Officer 2 here. So that's basically one extra cipher machine decoded as we decide to abnormal here instead. Well, yes, that 51% cipher machine might be gone, but your chase potential here is going to be a little bit lowered because you don't have any traits left for yourselves to use. Could potentially speaking change to warp or even teleport to get Psycho down, but no, we're gonna have to walk towards her here first for our Shadow Leaps.
Yeah, I think that abnormal just comes a little bit too late. They already have 2 ciphers at 40%. They have one at 30% plus an Explorer page to work with. Explorer's getting another page, or sorry, Explorer's getting a page now. We'll have that 50% page here in a moment. Psychologist, yep, touching the cipher, I guess, and then now is gonna transition away here at this point, going towards this front gate area. Not exactly the best place to be in. Mind game at this pallet here. Can He Tian get this down? He's gonna put a Shadow Clone on one end. There's the vault, there's the dash back, and gets... No, swings and misses there, and Psychologist stays alive a little bit longer. Finally taking the vault, there's the switch. Will Psychologist revault in time? Not able to do so. Is going to secure the down here. The Cypher Machine, though, is almost primed. The trait is still on cooldown, and 80% on Explorer's page will have enough to prime that last Cypher Machine. So the Cyphers are already ready at this point.
But we have to pop instantly, especially with the fact that Psycho is someone without borrowed time. So I guess from He Tian here, at least we will be guaranteed a trim elimination, but we still cannot forget First Officer here is on his way into rescue, and First Officer 2 pocket watches on our hands to use. If we dive too deep here straight towards Explorer, that's 18 on Explorer, though you're not going to be able to see him, because if we do, then that will be quite a miracle play. For now, 9 seconds left until we can use our trump card change for a teleport. I guess we're just going to wait around and see whether or not He Tian's willing to invest that trade or not.
Absolutely. We see him dashing back to the rocket chair here. Does not currently have tinnitus, but he's going to switch back towards that gate where the Explorer is trying to decode here. Does get stuck on that pallet here. Going to the Explorer. Does he see the Explorer? He does see the Explorer on the exit gate here, but this does mean that Officer could potentially make a backdoor rescue We're going to see Explorer try to kite as much as possible. Officer does make that save off in time here. Still has Flywheel to work with. Mind gave it the pallet. Explorer takes the ball. Does he Flywheel? Does Flywheel through and gets the pallet drop. Beautiful play from the Explorer here.
Psychologist is being a little bit wary here for teleport as well, as we do see our bottom left hiding, as Explorer will go down here instantly. The gate by Kuta is currently at 86%. It's going to be an initial teleport over, but we still cannot forget though, that's a 5-second mini tie turn time for the first officer. 86% on the gauge. If we don't hit first officer before he decodes that exit gauge, he definitely could get out on time too. Once again, we're going to be able to get up straight towards the seer here. Hetian trying to buy as much time for himself and maintain distance between himself and the first officer. Tao seeing himself hiding away too. That's going to be the final pocket watcher activated, as right now Explorer finally has gotten up and we're going to be able to get the first officer down here, but doesn't matter much. No, definitely not, especially with the fact that there's no teleport left on our hands to use.
Officer trying to bind game in this area, but will get knocked down to this pallet here. Explorer opening one exit gate. Psychologist gate already open. No trait to work with here. This is going to be a 2 survivor escape here in the first round for GG. Getting a 2-2, definitely an optimal result for them. Hetian was hoping for more, at least a 3 kill with this opera singer, but not able to get there. GG definitely going to have the advantage here. That Cypher rush from them was quite incredible. He was able to get a pretty quick down onto the priestess, and there wasn't much of a rebound, but that Explorer Cypher rush, them spreading out the ciphers, that abnormal just coming too late in the game, the free rescue from the psychologist as well, not taking any injuries, all those things added together resulted in a GG 2 survivor escape here.
Not only that, GG was very patient there when it comes to the endgame scenario too, with aiding, hiding, wanting to buy a little bit more time, and with first officer as well, not using any of his items initially early game, and of course being able to buy so much time for the psychologist to backdoor the gate, to get the gate open for herself to leave in safety too. So like, with that in mind, I do feel like Hetian definitely did play well. GG survivors, there was quite a lot of room here, like usually in an endgame like that, especially from we seen up against that Dreamwish game, there's a lot of room where survivors can make errors easily, but GG has perfected that endgame themselves, leading them to a 2-man escape, especially in game 1-2.
Absolutely. You see the final results here. PP shot at only 53 seconds, so not a very long first kite, especially considering that the trait was abnormal, not even blink, but it doesn't matter. The ciphers were just so fast there for 18 Explorer with 261% decoding. You see why the Explorer is really such a strong character in these early rounds, and why a lot of these hunters have started to ban Explorer early on. Explorer's kind of gone from being back in the triple rescue Explorer meta. Explorer was very good back then, and the Explorer kind of fell off, and it was like, not a very good character, not very useful in the meta, pretty weak to Dreamwitch and Ivy and things like that. But then coming back here in round 1, Explorer has become quite strong for Cypher Rush. Just being able to get to that end game, getting those ciphers done a lot quicker and being able to hide away from the hunter is extremely optimal. And we saw that here in this first round, getting through those ciphers very quickly, not giving a lot of opportunity for Hetian to even use that abnormal. He's just too fast there.
Not only that as well, I do feel like with our initial spawn location having Priestess in middle, having Explorer spawning by the Umbrella gauge, even if this was a Hullabaloo, Priestess can potentially speaking get the attention of Hula, and for Explorer to actually run out to gain his pages and force decoding progress on as well. Like, with that in mind though, if we just recap that game as well, like not chasing after Explorer wasn't a bad option, especially when Priestess up against the Opera Singer. Opera will always have the advantage, but it really is just, we've 2 Titaners in that game, with Flywheel for Explorer to use endgame, so the knockdown was slower than usual, and it just allowed a free no damage rescue on the side of first officer too. So like, really, when it comes to Opera Singer, yes, you can run a suicide build, but if we do run a full containment build too, it'll just work really well on the survivors anyways. It doesn't matter too much unless you're aiming for that 3-man escape, well, 3-man survivor endgame, but with no borrow time is the issue.
Now it's going to be on Sky to try to get at least a tie here for the first round against GG's Xiaomo, which will be very difficult here. We have Sky PP, the rescuer player here, currently 50 seconds of average save time, 6,500 deduction points. Currently 4th for rescues at 1.6 per game, 138% decoding, and 0.4 heals, but 20% overall escape rate. A bit low for a rescuer player. Sky's definitely going to want to try to up that percentage here and at least get 2 out in this first round just to tie in this round 1.
PP is a kind of semi-containment, but main rescuer. He's like a rescuer main primary, and then secondary would be containment if we do feel like, okay, maybe PP can handle the pressure more than our teammates, just in case they weren't feeling like it was their top condition or a good day. Next, however, it will be Yuki. Yuki here, more or less what we can say for Yuki. Average shield is also 0.4 on 9th place. Her performances has been pretty much good, decent, top-notch enough, especially when it comes to first chase up against Hullabaloo, first chase up against Goatman as well, with our preferred characters as Psychologist and Seer. Our average containment time being 78.57 seconds does indicate to us how good of a container she is, how good of a first kite she is too. With 166 average decoding progress if she's not being chased, and a total of 8,215.6 average deduction points.
Absolutely here. Yuki has been playing quite well, played very well in the Southeast Asia qualifiers. In fact, actually was one of the main reasons why Sky even made it into this this COA group stage here with her impressive kites. And this time around, still doing quite well here. We're going to look at Panda. 70 seconds of average containment time, 0.4 rescues, 89% decoding, 0% escape rate for him so far. Panda is one of the strongest survivor players out of the Southeast Asia region, but has struggled a bit in this global stage. Not exactly doing, I think, as good as he would have liked. So we'll see how he's able to turn things around today here against Shama. Hoping for the best for him today.
But it's not only that too, you know, Panda, from what we know as well, right? Panda is known as a main harasser main, but like in game 1, game 2 up against Goldman, Opera, Ivy, and Hullabaloo, harasser just isn't really the way to go. It's really all about that solo containment. Panda definitely excels as harassment, but this is not the meta for Dash 2. We're going to be able to see Nedokun here. Woo, that's a lot of rankings there. We're third average deduction points of 9,168.4. We're second overall average containment type of 103.01. We are sixth average decoding progress of 188.8% and average healed 0.6, being third place here. Nedokun having that aeroplanet as we've seen before as well, with the Puppeteer and Anti-Current as our preferred character pick. Overall, he is like one of the main containers alongside with Yuki in this team.
Absolutely. Narakun, one of the another very strong kiting player out of Southeast Asia, formerly on GH, the Thai team, but has transitioned over to join Sky, and has now been one of the, and I said this last time Sky played, probably one of the best pickups Sky could have ever gotten for this team. Narakun, a very, very strong player, and arguably the best survivor in Southeast Asia. There's a debate on who that would be, but Narakun has been consistently very, very good. We're going to get into Xiaoma here. Average knockdowns of 7, average eliminations of 3, a very high number for Xiaoma, one of the stronger hunters in this event. Average time to knock down only 63 seconds, which is, I would say, around average, but 50% for elimination rate. Very, very high, 11,000 average deduction. Xiaoma on track to be one of the best hunters in this entire tournament. Against Sky, already having a 2-2 advantage here, even though it's technically tied, that would be an advantage for round 1. That gives Xiaoma a lot of breathing room and a lot to work with here.
Not only that as well, for those of you who has been in tune for Saw M's live streams, he's been playing quite a lot of different variety hunters as well, so maybe we will be able to see that movie on towards our first game. But I guess more or less, look, it was a 2-man escape from GG Survivor side, so on there. Between Goldman and Hullabaloo, I'd say Goldman is, generally speaking, the easier pick, especially when it comes to locating survivors, or if Sky wants to play Explorer too. It's more or less just, you know, oh well, Sam's hiding up against Sam and Alekas is kind of the way to go, and you want to get a really good early game against them. However, there could be Goldman, there could be Hullabaloo. We just really want to see what our decision making is for second half of game 1.
Absolutely. We're going to get into our band picks here shortly. Sky again fighting for a 2-survivor escape here against Xiaoma's impressive hunter, and talking about consistently, he's always been very good, but he really adapts to new metas very quickly. When new hunters come out, he's able to pick them up very quickly. Hullabaloo, Goatman, Opera Singer, Ivy, things like that. It's not just like some hunters. You know, some hunters actually they when they get past. We kind of talk about this in NAU a lot. Some players are very good in a certain meta, and then after that meta, we call them being past their prime, which means they're unable to adapt to the new meta and pick up these new hunters. They're not able to play them effectively, and they become less valuable as hunters. And that actually happens quite a bit in a lot of regions. It happens a lot in the NAU regions with certain hunters. With Xiaoma, that doesn't really happen. He's able to adapt to these metas so well, and that's what makes the difference between a strong tournament hunter and a global level tournament hunter who can beat these global teams. Is players who can adapt to new metas quickly, pick up these new hunters, and be very effective with them, which is exactly what we see with this player.
But it's really funny to see here as well, Explorer being the first ban here for Psalm side, which is pretty canon as well. We're going to be able to see the Antiquarian and the Puppeteer here being chosen just for a guaranteed first containment for both Neru and Yuki. Alongside with Mechanic here being banned, it's more or less of a respect ban, and we don't want to tie this game. As long as Mecha's out, it's always going to be a guaranteed tie.
Looks like we're going to see the Mechanic eliminated out of the way. Just getting rid of all of the decoders here. He really wants to play aggressive. He's saying, I don't want to get a tie here. I want to 4-kill this team. I want to take an early lead here. I don't want to give them any chance to get to the end game. We'll see Aeroplanist is the next character here. As we know, very effective kiter against that Goatman for kiting out those cages using the jetpacks.
But the first officer ban with Gravekeeper here being chosen up. We do know that a lot of hunters rather ban out the first officer. It's also with the fact that, hey, look, the first officer is always going to, well, not always, but almost always guaranteed to get a no damage rescue against the Huddle Blue. So with that out of mind, out of sight, we can maybe gain some map control potential mid to end game once we eliminate that first survivor.
Absolutely. Looking at this team comp, this is a very strong Goatman counter comp. You have Puppeteer here for kiting out the cages. You have Aeroplanist for kiting out the cages. You have Antiquarian for stunning the Goatman, which will help her kite out the cages. Gravekeeper is not an easy chase target for a Goatman. While this may be a very good counter comp for Goatman, I definitely think Huddle Blue is the more logical choice here going into this team composition. Again, all of these targets are hard for a Goatman to chase if the survivors kite effectively, and Huddle Blue will just have a lot easier time. But he's still gonna go with that Goatman here, Curl.
Goldman though, it might be a little bit harder here to play around him, but I guess it kind of does make sense if you think about, you know, Hotel being one of the corner areas where you can lock the survivor and confine them into one tiny corner and forcing them to actually take the hit regardless of what happens. But I feel like for Sam's point of view, it probably is just, you know, wanting to teleport from one side of the wall to the other, because we know, right, Hula Blue cannot do that anymore after his like nerf, I think 2 months ago, but Goatman definitely still can do it.
Absolutely. Let's look into our spawns here and see which survivor he will be most likely chasing first. Looks like it's going to be that Antiquarian spawning top left. This will lock off the Hotel cipher, slowing down the Puppeteer's overall decoding speed, and he will most likely just go straight into that Antiquarian chase. Now the question is, does he have excitement in preparation of the anti here, or does he just have a standard peeper or abnormal? But we have seen a lot of Goatmans go with excitement here throughout the majority of this event to deal with any sort of stunning characters, such as Novelists, such as Antiquarian.
But the big question really is, where should we go when it comes to containing up against a Goatman? Because Antiquarian's location is not a closed area, but it will be abnormal on the side of our Goatman, alongside which a quadruple Titaner, by the way, which 1 knee-jerk reflex, 1 flywheel, 2 borrow time on Gravekeeper and the Puppeteer. This will be GG versus Sky here for match 2, game 1, first half between for quad group stages, day 7, match 2. I'm a commentator, Kurosho, and with me is Elayo. We'll move on towards the match.
All right, we're gonna see the Goatman going straight towards middle. Actually, not gonna go for Panda here. He's actually gonna change to maybe the Aeroplanist. Nerikun trying to hide here, but he saw him right away. There's the early cage here. Will Nerikun be able to use the jetpack? Oh, he misses the first hit. There's the jetpack to the side. Shama loses side of the Aeroplanist. Where did he even go? He's got. Oh, he came back, but it's not gonna be a regular hit here. The cage is online in 1 second here. Where is this cage placement going to be? Trying to go for a swing at the pallet. Does get a chip hit, which is not too bad for the survivors, but Shama will definitely not mind taking that here.
Not only that as well, his pallet drop time speed is reduced by 20% when he's by his own as well, so it kind of is expected to. But that's a brilliant jetpack just to get away from that initial first hit, but we're still in a very tight containment area here where Sam can drop down a cage and immediately force you to take this hit no matter what, because you just can't teleport over, as we said before.
Yeah, and that's why Goatman can be good on these heavy walled maps areas. We're going to see the switch there. He still has flywheel to work with. He still has a jetpack. We will most likely see the flywheel first. No, he doesn't flywheel. He doesn't flywheel. Oh, Nerikun could have flywheeled through the cage there into a jetpack, and he could have definitely kited that one out, I think, if he had done that. But that is a, oh man, that's a huge misstep from Nerikun, I think, and that will allow an abnormal onto Yuki's Cypher Machine as well. So with that being said, this start looked so good for Sky, but all of a sudden, goes backwards here with that decoding being reduced. And Nerukun missing out on an opportunity there.
But it seems like Gravekeeper is not going to be the one that comes into rescue anymore, as Yuki is just way too close nearby. We do have only 54 resentments left on our hands to use, so potentially speaking, we'll just take normal hit for the half health damage, so it doesn't really matter there anymore. Because like we do want enough cages to get Nerukun down to prevent a rebound kite containment. We did manage to make it over as well, but look, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. That's going to be the spare straight strike towards the survivors. No lightning there will be seen today, however. There is a huge storm brewing right now. Our Cypher machine is barely 2 ciphers done.
Yeah, he is also dying near Gravekeeper as well, which is not really ideal. So he's just going to get dragged all the way back to that Cypher machine where the Puppeteer is decoding. This forces Puppeteer to go to a new Cypher. The start was looking so good for Sky, but I think just not using that one flywheel was the difference in the entire match here. It looks like we're going to see the Gravekeeper coming for the rescue. Does have wanted order to be worried about here, but looking into our ciphers, 84 and 40 on another trait will be online shortly. Just Sky not in a great position here, and he's going to block off the Gravekeeper from going to that chair. We're going to see him get pushed back. We're going to see another cage here. There's the hit, but is able to make the rescue here. Airplane is still his flywheel and jetpack. Let's see if he's able to use it here.
That flywheel has to come out first, because as long as the flywheel comes out, that jetpack definitely would be able to buy more than enough time. But ooh, the flywheel was a little bit late, as we used our jetpack there on like right after the flywheel too. But I guess at the end of the day, look, Goldman is still just way too fast, in a sense that the moment you get straight towards the portal, you can't really kind of challenge the reaction time, right? Because the moment Goldman hits, by the time he's through the portal, you'll get hit anyway. So I guess for Nerukun there, it was more of a prediction flywheel rather than trying to dodge the hit.
We're going to see the double cage getting all the way to this hotel area. We'll use Abnormal again. He's going to use it yet again here. That's going to knock down the Cypher down to 5%. So they will stop to heal, but with 3 ciphers remaining and this double Abnormal reducing so much progress, I don't see what Sky can really do. They're already pretty far behind. They have to get a tie, and that does not seem likely at this point in time. We're going to see Shama going to go for the long cage here, trying to drop down into the Survivor. There's the switch, and another miss. So 2 missed cages there gives Yuki a chance to get away here, but she's going to have to kite for quite some time, and already double cages available for Shama with that resentment.
The only big issue for us is, we didn't use the last one, unfortunately. But what I was about to say is the biggest issue is that it's a Puppeteer without any containment type persona, so just with a lose to contain isn't enough. But that down was a little bit faster because our Gravekeeper just reached the Cypher machine, and it's currently the 3rd Cypher we're decoding, so we're missing 2 full ciphers, as Anti-Current will make her way towards the backdoor rescue with a Tightener on her hands as well.
Right, let's see what Panda can do here. He's trying to sneak in for this save. Puppeteer does still have, well, yeah, Antiquarian does have tied though, so that means that Puppeteer will not be able to use the puppet off of the chair here for a little bit. Will he go straight for the Puppeteer? Looks like he is going to do so. Still has a cage to work with. There's the switch. There's the swing. Puppeteer is just going to take the hit though, nowhere to go, and it's going to be down yet again. Last 2 ciphers are being worked on, but yeah, he's just gonna kill Anti, and then Abnormal the Cypher, and that will secure the victory most likely.
I mean, this also isn't a bad choice too with the target change, because if that's the case, not only does now our Gravekeeper have to come into rescue, but also Puppeteer has to use up self-heal as well, with still 2 Cypher machines remaining on this field. If we really do want to go out to look for someone, yes, a no damage rescue here can be performed, but even so, look, just one Abnormal kick from 48% to 23%, 25% reduction there in total, and not only that as well, we force Gravekeeper outside the shovel, and he cannot break that cage fast enough. So with that, 60 resentment stacks, one more cage that we can use here just to guarantee a 4-man elimination for Sam.
There's the down onto the Gravekeeper here. Puppeteer, the only survivor remaining in this game here. Shama's really going to try to push for this 4-kill at this point in time. Yuki will try to hide out as much as possible, but still, there's still 2 ciphers remaining. It's not like they can even sneak a cipher at this point. So this is just, at this point, just a matter of cleanup for Shama, trying to find those remaining, that remaining survivor here, getting the 4-kill, which means that GG is going to be taking this round 1 victory over Sky.
I do think with this game, it was the early game where Nedokun definitely wanted to maybe hide away from Sion, but when he was crawling in that scenario too, he kind of poked his head a little bit, and Sion saw that on time. So with that early game, potentially speaking, it definitely could have been way more different, but like the survivors being able to at least reach towards this much decoding progress here after 3 abnormals is still very impressive as well. You can hear hiding away on that breakable window near Umbrella Gate, as now we do know where that puppeteer is from the blood trails, and with that in mind, that's gonna be honestly the cleanup here for Sion.
Absolutely. Just trying to find just trying to secure this down here, then gonna go back for the Gravekeeper. Puppeteer is gonna go through here, goes right into the Hunter, but does get the chip, does absorb the chip with the using the Puppeteer ability there. But still, just so much resentment with that full presence. There's not much you can really do there. There's the switch, there's the cage and the switch, and the down onto the Puppeteer here. Puppeteer no longer with self-heal. Gravekeeper will be able to get back up, but after that Survivor is eliminated, that will be the 4 kill and the victory for GG in this first round. So not only were the survivors of GG looking very impressive, also the Hunter side. We talked about how Shama's 4 kill rate is so high and how he's been one of the strongest hunters in this event. You can absolutely see why right here. Gravekeeper will probably get up, try to kite this out. He's got 1 shovel to work with here, but he gets hit out of shovel anyways, and that's going to be the 4 kill here.
Let's congratulate GG then for getting that 4-man elimination and the tie game up against Sky. Currently, it's going to be 72 here in total when it comes to points from round 1. A 4-man elimination on the side of Sion here with that Goldman pick is insane too. We have talked about it before, right? It was mainly the Hullabaloo that has been chosen there from the CN side. That's the preferred character. But with Sion's Goldman here, it does seem like it has improved over the previous week where it was, you know, so different from what we have seen at the start of the CN qualifiers.
Absolutely. He's just looking very strong so far, and if he continues at this rate, GG definitely could be the team that goes on and wins this entire event. So now moving into the second round here, we saw Hutsien. He was able to get a tie, which is a little bit better than what his numbers were showing at 1.8, but unfortunately in this meta, it's just not enough. You have to be at least getting 3 kills in early rounds here. So the fact that he was not able to get more than a tie there, just very difficult for Sky here. And going into the second round, his best character, which seems to be his opera singer, is not even going to be available anymore. And they're probably going to ban out his Hullabaloo, so it seems he'll have to go with Goatman, which is not a character he's as familiar with since he hasn't played it as often, but who knows. I think going as well, something else I want to mention about this match. If Nedokun is able to get that flywheel off on the first kite, flywheels into the jetpack to kite that cage, those ciphers would have been very far along. And I think Yuki would have actually popped that cipher before he abnormaled it as well. He's able to get that 1 extra ability off.
And it's also that too. It's the fact that Nedokun did get 75-second containment time, even getting spotted after getting spotted out by the Hunter and getting hit really on early towards the game too. If that was just a whole different scenario, if that was just a whole different spawn point, maybe it would have been an even longer containment time, because we do know as well, right? Look, 75-second containment, even with a first hit within 20 seconds in towards the game, is a very impressive feat too. So from the side of Sky, I would say, in one sense, it was a little bit unlucky, but in another sense too, hiding up against a Goldman in such a tight containment area like that, and you're so close, might not just be the better option. But yes, I guess you can't really rotate away since you're in a bad area, but that's the spawn selection mode that you have chosen for that game.
Indeed. We were kind of considering that maybe he would go chase that Antiquarian there, but he ended up going for that Airplane. And again, that comp was so good for going against Goatman. They had very good Goatman cards. You have Puppeteer, you have the Airplanes, you have Antiquarian. Those are all very good at going against Goatman, especially because there's no excitement. Antiquarian even has a lot of great kite potential there, but it was just that he was able to get that not what is that? I almost said Nautilus. Airplane is down quick enough, share on the Cypher machine. And then I think as well, the problem was he re-shared on that Cypher after getting rescued. But we're going to go ahead and look at our highlights here for this first round.
没椅子，老板没椅子，你没挂酒，你没挂酒。他死了就会传，死了就会传。我这要挂，死了就要传，死了就要挂。那你救完舞蹈 ？OK。收胆，兄弟收胆。你要看，等我修3套，OK。
Hey, there we have it, guys. Round 1 in favor of GG here, 7-2 in this first round. Obviously, we did expect GG to be the favorite team in this match, but they are not only favored, having a very convincing first round victory here. Shama absolutely dominant on the Goatman side, and the survivors very consistent here for GG as we expect. And for Sky, it's a must-win game. They have to win this series. Already falling 7-2 in the first round, unfortunately does not look too good for them.
I guess at least the good news here for Sky is they do get the map pick, and not only that, He does have the the Hullabaloo and the Goatman to use in round 2. However, once again, we have an improving round from the ITZY versus TE game, Hullabaloo getting a 2-man escape. We're just gonna have to see what Hetian's condition is currently moving on straight towards the second game as well. Like as we said before, this is a very important game. They need to be able to make it at least towards round 3 and aim for that four-man elimination, in which Hetian possibly could have as a pocket pick, or even the survivors coming up with a different strategy right now. So, but at least look, good news, we do have map pick for the side of Sky.
Yeah, Sky does have map pick, so it does give him a chance, but Hetian, it's more or less a good thing here that he played Opera in round 1, and it means he gets to play either Goatman or Hullabaloo in round 2 here, which we talk about is a very favorable thing, but unfortunately that Opera Singer is actually his most proficient hunter, so he won't have that here in the second round. But if there's any chance for a comeback, it would be with a Hullabaloo or Goatman pick here, since they are available. And I'm interested to see if GG bans that Hullabaloo, since that seems to be his favorable round 1 character, but he has been inconsistent with it. We saw him there's a 3-survivor escape against him already with that Hullabaloo, and he struggled to even win games with it throughout this event. We're going to get into our game 2 map selection. Abyss:설이 Town appears to be the map of choice here.
But honestly, with Ever Sleeping, like, look, we saw GG banning Moonlit River Park there, right? So it means I saw him want to play Opera or Ivy in that map, where it's a little bit harder for those to be actually played. But Ever Sleeping Town as a choice pick though might just be really good for GG as well. They have a lot of potential in this match. Look, you can go Opera Ivy, you can get Sam to play his Wheel, or even Sam to play his Gamekeeper, or even Sam to play his Bonbon too. So like, there's just so much potential from the side of GG's Hunter, to the fact that I don't think this map selection mode matters too much, and I also don't think that it is beneficial to Sky at all.
Right, it seems to be pretty good for the GG side here, but I guess they're just choosing a map that is preferable for Hetian, so and I imagine he wanted to go with that Ever Sleeping Town here, so we're gonna have a quick interview there here from Sky.
的队伍的印象就是他们是个很强的队伍，毕竟他们已经有很多深渊和 IVR 的冠军。对于打他们的话，肯定是会有一点点的压力，毕竟我们就是个民间队嘛。然后我们也是第一次打这个深渊，可是我还是觉得我们把这个比赛就是当做一个训练赛吧，毕竟不是每个人就会有这个机会打深渊冠军嘛，所以好玩就可以了。
There you have an interview from you. I was actually curious if they were going to conduct the interview in English or Chinese, because actually Yuki speaks English fluently as well. This team being from Singapore, that's something great about Singapore is most people speak multiple languages there, so that's pretty cool. Fun fact, if you guys didn't already know. But anyways, yeah, we're gonna see Yuki talking about GG there, definitely mentioning a tough matchup for them, as GG is a professional team going against Sky being just an amateur team. And GG, as we know, just one of the best for sure.
Yeah, and it's not only that too as well, right? It's as she said before too, it's not like an everyday scenario where you get to play up against a COAⅧ championship team as well. So like, this is going to be a very valuable learning experience for them as well. But it does seem like we are moving on straight towards the ban pick phase here, a little bit faster compared to usual. Let's see here. Permaban is the Goatman on the side of the Hunter, and Antiquarian, Puppeteer, and Aeroplanes will be gone as we do get rid of Seer and the Wildling first.
Absolutely, getting rid of those two characters. Seer, very standard in the Wildling, a character that's very effective in rescues, not getting cut off from a distance, especially here in round 2. Ivy Opera, Wildling seems to be a very good pick. We'll see the Hullabaloo ban obviously being chosen here. The question is, does Shama want to go to that Opera or the Ivy here? Both of them being available. As we know, he's very effective in adapting to this meta.
Honestly, with that Wildling ban, it doesn't seem like he wants to go Opera or Ivy, because, well, maybe Opera, but like in a map like this, Opera shouldn't be too worried, especially with so much dash areas to, leap towards to, right? So with that, maybe Sam is trying to come up with something a bit more different. Maybe I am wrong here once again, but from the side of Sky, Prisoner and Coordinator, first 2 picks?
So Coordinator, so it looks like they're really prioritizing countering the Opera Singer here, I would imagine, with this Coordinator and Prisoner pick. As we know, Prisoner is effective kiter against the Opera due to the fact that you can actually shock while the Opera's mid-dash, setting the Opera on a cooldown as long as she's not in one of the Shadow Realms. Coordinator, one of the best characters in the entire game for going against Opera, not only for rescue, but also for kiting and supporting that chase and delaying that down as long as possible. And into a patient ban next. Looks like Shama really is potentially banning for an Opera Singer here.
I feel like maybe Acrobat would have been a better idea, especially with how strong, Graveyard is for an Acrobat. If Sky here picks up an Acrobat, it's really a free pick for them. It's either Acrobat or Fire Investigator here they have to choose. Because, look, the containment-wise, right? Yes, Cordy can solo contain for a long time, but Prisoner is a whole different story, because we don't really want too much of a support-type team comp, as Acrobat here will be chosen out to at least guarantee somewhat of a good rebound or a second containment on the side of Sky.
Absolutely. Mercenary as the last pick, opening up a Officer or Graves. So let's see what they ultimately go with. It's going to be the Officer. Definitely makes sense. We know Officer, a better rescue against Opera Singer for sure. Gravekeeper can die very quickly to an Opera. As soon as you knock him on a shovel, you catch up instantly, get a free hit. The Officer is just a very proficient rescue, can rescue multiple times against Opera as well. So that being an option is definitely good here for the survivors. So here we go. Looking at this team composition, I definitely would think that Shama wants to go Opera with these bans, but this comp, I feel like Ivy might even be a little bit better here, girl.
Yeah, but he just has, the thing is, right, he just has way too many options in this scenario. Prisoner has to be chased here no matter what. So, preferably speaking, if you want to go after Prisoner ASAP and to, prevent as much Cypher connections as possible, Opera isn't such a bad option, especially with how fast her chase is and how tight of a map this is as well, with so many dash areas that he can go towards to. But now for Sam, the question being, okay, if we do know that everyone's going to bring knee-jerk reflex, do we maybe want to try something else? Or shall we go for just a normal pick and see how far can we get along aside from it being a tie game?
Absolutely. And here we go. Will Shama go with the Ivy or the Opera Singer here? We've seen him try to play very aggressive throughout the majority of this event. So we might see an abnormal Opera. We might just see an Ivy just go for that 4-kill. This comp is built, as we talked about, built a little bit more for Opera than for the Ivy. So Ivy, I think, would definitely be the better option, but I guess it just does come down to which character he is comfortable with. He still played Goatman into the hard Goatman counter comp, and he's still going to play Opera into the Opera counter comp. So he's really saying, I have confidence in my Hunter, I have confidence in these skills, and I'm going to go out and try to beat this team with this Hunter. That seems to be a bit of a tough matchup in this comp, but no fear here for Shama.
The only big issue is it is still a relatively slow decoding comp as well. If Prisoner doesn't contain enough, then Cordy's 25% decoding debuff is going to come in pretty darn hard here on the side of Sky. We'll have to move on straight towards the area selection mode though, as who do we see here spawning? Where does Prisoner spawn? Prisoner at Balcony. If Sam actually spawns near towards Schoolgate, it'll be pretty bad, but I'm not too sure which Sky's decision there making Prisoner spawn near where Tram is.
Interesting. Yeah, maybe they're hoping that he'll get a free rotation to Corner House and he'll use that to kite there. But actually, we're going to see Opera spawning bottom right. Very interesting spawn choice here. That puts him directly in line of the Coordinator, which actually for the survivors is relatively optimal. Coordinator first chase against Opera is pretty solid. Obviously, Coordinator can waste a lot of time against that Opera. Now the question is, what trait does he have? There's 3 options. There's Excitement, Abnormal, and Blink. Will he go for that Excitement to help with that Coordinator chase, or will he go just with the standard Blink for securing the down quickly, or rather, more conservative, I guess, to make sure he gets that down within 60 seconds? Or is he going to go abnormal? It's going to be Blink here, Trump Card, Detention, and Blink into a 1-2 borrowed time from the survivors, triple flywheel. And this is the first half of the second round of the Sky Survivors versus the GG Hunter side. I'm Yelio, joined here with Chris, bringing the live commentary for this match.
Does not seem like we are willing to leap towards Prisoner. Instead, looking for Yuki here with Trump card attention alongside with Max Color Breaking and Berserker. But no, we're going to change target here. Instead, straight towards middle here. But once again, you cannot forget constraint there on the Cypher machine near corner house. Just means that Prisoner's decoding speed will be significantly reduced early game.
All right, looks like he does find Panda. Panda looking for his redemption here with this Acrobat Kite. Does not have broken windows, only a flywheel build here. And is going to go ahead and transition towards this backside of the graveyard area. Not a lot of great dash locations here for Xiaoma, trying to close distance. We're going to see the red bomb. He's actually going to walk straight through it, which gives Panda some distance to work with here.
But even if he makes it straight towards the back of graveyard here, this one single apply. He might just not be enough as that hit landed instantly. 2 seconds until flywheel is ready as we use a snowball there just to get out. But it seems like right now we might just get it down here with a blink.
Yeah, well, Blink's still 10 seconds to go. He did miss a dash. Panda needs to be careful of the switch. He baits the switch. Beautiful bait from Panda here to get Xiaoma to switch early. Does have the Blink still available here. Where we're going to see the bomb get utilized. It is going to be a slow bomb, but I think he's still going to get knocked down. Unless he can flywheel through this pallet, at least try to get Blink out is the goal here for Panda. There's the Blink, but he flywheels the Blink. He flywheels the Blink, but I think he may still go down. There's the vault, the mind game with the pallet, and he does finally get knocked down here. But still, Panda doing a great job in this early game, getting the Blink out, wasting a little bit of extra time there. And considering that was an early hit, that kite ended up being...
Yeah, it's not only that too as well, right? If we see here, First Officer already on his way in. Cypher Machine definitely does seem like its progression really fast as well, with Prisoner, you know, being outside, being able to push the Cypher Machine as much as possible. But it seems like he'll be the first one to finish decoding as our First Officer coming for the rescue. As long as it's not a terror shock, everything should be fine.
Should be fine indeed. We see TP coming in for the save, not even needing to use the pocket watch just yet. Will Panda be able to make it to the window? He's got a red bomb to work with, but he's actually going to conserve the red bomb and just go ahead and take this Tide Turner effect and die away here. Maybe wanting to use it for a rebound. And actually, this does make sense here, Crow. We have the we have the abnormal. We have the flare gun still available for this coordinator. So coordinator come for the save, use the flare gun, buy the distance for the acrobat, and then once the opera singer does catch up, then he can use that red bomb to kite even longer.
Yes, and it's also like, you know, we see where Coordinator is currently standing upstairs at the drop-down area of balcony. And for Yuki here, as long as we're able to hide ourselves away, we can definitely make it in here pretty darn fast as well. We have a flywheel on the Coordinator to use too, just to at least negate the very first hit. Seems like Yuki is going to make her way in here immediately. We can't take the hit on the initial gun later on, but if we use the flywheel here as well, that's not too bad too. We're going to be a little bit too close for comfort here towards the gate, but at least our gun support can come out to at least get rid of maybe one Shadow Leaf, but no, it doesn't seem like we'll be doing so, as Acro will start containing once again in Graveyard.
Yeah, we're going to see him go around the backside here. Coordinator's going to maybe try to body block. Nope, she's actually just going to get knocked down. This does buy time for Panda to kite, and actually here, Crow, they have a lot of Cypher progress. The last Cypher's already at 30%. Panda's gonna be able to red bomb at this window. We're gonna see that get utilized. That's gonna prevent Xiaoma from dashing here. And he's in a relatively good position to kite. He's able to make it to the strong pallet as well. I think maybe a mind game. Nope, he is able to make it to that pallet. Panda already with a very good rebound kite. This is exactly the redemption he was looking for. Although he does not have any more pallets in this area to work with, so I think he's gonna be knocked down finally here.
Wait, flywheel!
Oh, just barely missed the timing there. A split second off. If he's able to get that, that would have been huge. But falling a little bit short. The Cypher's almost ready though. 85%. Xiaoma with the teleport. And he teleports onto the primed side. No, it is the 88 Cypher, yeah. Oh, wait, he gets hit by the tram! He gets hit by the tram! That's gonna allow Prisoner to get safely away here. And Sky is, everything's going quite well for them in this match thus far.
Not only that as well, if we chase after Prisoner here, he is someone without borrowed time, but thank God that tram was nearby for the support, because that would have been an initial priority hit really early on. We're not going to use our electrocution there just because it was a little bit too close for comfort. Flywheel did also not come out as well, but here who do we see? We see First Officer decoding. First Officer can actually force the decoding there, especially with the fact that he's a 5 second borrowed time from the, not borrowed time, Tide Turner from the pocket watch, but it seems like we're going to play a tiny bit more safer compared to usual. First Officer here still trying to buy more time, but it does seem like 60% on Coordinator's Cypher Machine, where she does not have any decoding debuff.
And now Officer is going to transition away. Excellent job from PB, not going to be any free hits here. Xiaoma really trying to find the hit on this Officer, but Officer in range for that next one as well. Doing a very good job, not getting any free hits here. He does have borrowed time as well. We see the Cypher Machine 90% on the new one there. Prisoner's even connected, I think, so they're promoting that Cypher. So Cypher Machine now primed. PB kiting all the way to prime here. Kroki even has a pocket watch with the dungeon in the vicinity. Sky is well positioned here for this endgame.
Not only that as well, teleport isn't ready just yet, and another pocket watch is already ready from the cooldown, so maybe we can force Autumn here to actually teleport out, but it seems like that's going to be initial hit, and that's a miss. It on straight towards that hypnosis, hypnotized opera. Now
He's
then,
going
XP currently at 65%, 5-second little teleport is ready. Can we get out on time for a 3-man escape?
He's not going to anybody. There's the teleport. The gate's open though, but they're going to be just short at making it out. Narakun has a flywheel. He has a shock. Will we see the shock? There's a shock here. The gate is open. Can he flywheel? He flywheels past. He flywheels past. And nobody gets hit back. He's crawling with the sticker. Does he make it? He makes it out the gate. He makes it out the gate here, but we don't see the officer out just yet. He does have wanted order on the officer potentially being nearby. Also, Yuki is nearby too. So Sean knows somebody's here. But he doesn't know where just yet. PB's trying to hide. Oh, I think he saw the trail though.
Yeah. Yeah.
He did. He needs to push the dungeon now. Oh, he's gonna get knocked down.
Oh, okay. I mean, it's good, right? It's still really good, especially with the fact that, like, look, it's a tie game for round 2. Sky Survivor tying up against Sam as well is honestly speaking a really good feat too, right? So, like, not only that, brilliant support from the side of Yuki when it comes to helping Acrobat, and very nice rescues and containments here from the first officer too, alongside with Prisoner being able to get so much done with the Cypher machines and for that endgame containment. And let's see how happy Sky is right now.
Yeah, they're able to get a 2-2 there. That's definitely going to help them make a comeback. I think they would have liked to 3 escape that though. They had that endgame set up so well. I'm thinking if the officer hid closer to the dungeon, he kind of hid a little far away from the dungeon. Maybe if he hid closer to that overall dungeon, he would have been able to just run out. Because I think he's thinking, okay, well, if the hunter leaves, then I can make it out the gate. But the chance of Shama finding Yuki at Corner House I don't think he was going to ever go to Corner House, especially because he was already getting tinnitus from the officer. So I think at that point, the officer should have just hid closer to dungeon. If he hid closer to dungeon, as soon as Shama gets tinnitus, he's going to look in that fake gate area. Coordinator can easily just run out the gate, and then he's able to run to the dungeon. But yeah, unfortunately, he's hid too far away from the dungeon there, and that's the reason why he wasn't able to make it there. There's only a tie. I think 2-2 obviously for Sky is good, considering they need to try to make a comeback here, but I think that 3 escape was definitely something that they really wanted to try to achieve there.
Yeah, but I guess, look, from the stats wise, Panda 104-second brilliant containment there solo by himself inside the graveyard too, alongside with all the other survivors. That's a lot of 250% decoding progress on the Prisoner. That's a big issue if you decide not to chase him, and that's why he has been chosen out quite a lot as well. But I do feel like for Sam's point of view, we probably thought that we could get Panda down fast enough, but look, you're going up against a 4-item survivor who can pull distance against you, and it is First Presence Opera Senior with not that much of a distance with her initial leap too. So as we saw there as well, right, forcing himself to take the fireball to nullify his skills just because you can't really walk past it because it wastes more time, and just so many pallets that you have to be forced to be broken.
Absolutely. But overall, yeah, great job there, Panda, with a very strong kite. We talked about how he's really looking for that redemption, was able to get it this time around. And fundamentally, up until that end game, just missing on that dungeon escape, they did everything right. I mean, we saw the acrobat was able to kite past Blink, which was very good. We saw the officer made a clean rescue without even needing to use he didn't even need to use an item there. Super clean rescue. The acrobat died away from Cypher machines. The coordinator came in, made a clean rescue, used the flare gun. The acrobat rebound kited for a very long period of time. The officer then just kited till the other Cypher machine was primed, while also having that extra watch for the endgame kite. They really did everything right. It's just, I think the only thing that cost them was the officer not hiding closer to dungeon, and that was the difference in them getting a 2 versus a 3 escape here. So 2-2, definitely still fine, but the question is it going to be enough here? We talk about how Hetian's not had the most optimal performance so far, only getting a 2-2 in the first round. He did lose one of his Hullabaloo games earlier in the event. He's only at 1.8. It would be a little bit higher now that he got a tie in that last round, but he's still below 2 average eliminations per game. So the chances of getting a 3 kill here, with the way that things have been going for him, doesn't seem too likely. But Sky, really, they need to win this round. This is a must-win round for them. So I think, Hetian's got to at least get a 3 kill from this.
But I do feel like, even if we do tie out this game, it's not a bad, it's really not a bad goal. Like our main goal right now is, okay, let's try to move on towards round 3. That'll be the best thing that Sky does, and maybe they have something ready for us in the round 3 where Hotien probably has a pocket pick that we don't know too. But now, let's just reiterate once again, right? It was Opera Stinger played in round 1. And it was tied up against GG. GG this time has to face up against the Hullabaloo or the Goatman. So let's just see who they are willing to ban. As Ilya has said too, if we do decide to ban the Hullabaloo, we'll finally be able to see Hetian's Goatman after. I think this might actually be his first Goatman played in any of the group stages.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, we'll see if he opts to choose that character or not. Still, GG with a very large lead here. They're still at 5 points at this point. They're just going to be searching for at least a tie. Even if they get a tie here, I still think they're just in a really great position. All they would need to do is get a. They would just need to not lose their last round by 5 points or more, which is very challenging to for the other team to do. So, yeah, for GG, they're just going to be looking for a tie here against Hetian. He really needs to pull out something here. The good news is that he does have the round 100, one of the round 100s available. Since he didn't play it in the first round, he has Goatman available, he has Hullabaloo available. So the question is going to be, does he, which one is he going to go with? He even has Ivy. I imagine, it's hard to say what GG is going to ban, because we know Hullabaloo seems to be Hutian's favorable character, but he just has not seen the most success with it so far in this event. So will they even ban that, or are they just going to go ahead and ban Goatman altogether? I don't know, Kerr, what would you do in this sort of position?
It also depends on who Hetian bans first, right? Because we don't get rid of the Seer first initially, then I guess, okay, it kind of does make sense. We're going to ban Seer and the Mechanic. It's either going to be a Hullabaloo or a Goatman too, right? So I feel like maybe for GG's side, getting rid of the Hullabaloo would be the best choice, as we can run tanky teams like Puppeteer, in which we haven't used. We can run tanky teams like, or even First Officer, that hasn't been used as well. If First Officer is going to be chased, you can't really chase after him as a Goatman, right? But if it's a Hullabaloo, yes, you definitely could. So with this in mind, from the side of GG, probably Hullabaloo should be banned instead of this Goatman.
All right, it looks like we're going to see the Seer and Mechanic ban from Hetian, knowing he needs to go for a win, so he's going to get rid of that tie character with the Mechanic here. And what does GG opt to ban here? Are they actually going to ban the Goatman? Oh, well, I guess we're not sure, because our bans disappeared. Okay, well, that's unfortunate. Anyways, with the Mechanic being banned here, it makes sense. We talk about how Mechanic's a very good tie survivor. Hetian has to play for a win here. And since he is going to be playing one of those round 100s most likely, you typically wouldn't ban Mechanic in round 2. But since he has one of those 100s available, the Mechanic ban here is going to be very valuable for him. Now, this does open up windows of opportunity for something like an Embalmer. As we talked about, Embalmer is a very good character for getting Survivor escapes. We've seen Prisoner, although Prisoner won't be as good here again because it's still round 1 Hunters. Prisoner's more of a round 2 character. Yeah, I'm really interested to see what they ban, though. That's what I'm really curious about. I really am not sure.
But I guess it still depends on their coach Bohan as well, right? From the side of GG, if they want, they can just ban out the Goatman because they have more experience up against the Hullabaloo. However, on a map like this, it is still way too risky as well. It's a great map for Hullabaloo. It's a great map for a Goatman. But it just depends who Hetian really wants the first chase as well. Because, like, look, if we get the First Officer out, in which I don't think we should until maybe the very last pick or the second last pick, where we can get a GK who has shown huge potentials when it comes to first chase up against the Hullabaloo. It's generally speaking probably way better to choose your rescuers last, as the Hunter wants to ban containers more than they do want to ban the rescuers.
Yeah, definitely. We're still waiting. Maybe some technical difficulties, not really sure, but we're waiting to see our ban picks here. I'm trying to think. So if we see a 2-2 for this round, how does Sky even make a comeback in round 3? I mean, Hetian, we're yet to see what his round 3 hunters are. I think the only round 3 hunter we saw from him, that was in the RC matchup. I don't recall what it was that he played though. Do you even remember what that?
No, same here. But like, if he does want to aim for a win, GG is particularly weak against Dream Witch mains, right? And it's been quite a while because like their hunter doesn't practice Dream Witch, and we've known as well from a long
True.
time with GG's team, they do kind of suffer up against when it comes to a Dream Witch matchup. It's a little bit harder for them when it comes to, you know, mid, like the push and pull strategy isn't for GG. They're more of a team who is a little bit more aggressive. They are more of a team who prefers solo containment and more harass. But like when it comes to just healing and doing nothing and pushing and pulling distance, it's not really for them. GG is a little bit more, way more aggressive, especially after PBSha has joined as a Survivor Team Comp 2. It kind of just reinforced their standings, which is why they brought Taosing in as the like main container decoder of the team.
Absolutely. So finally, we're going to see the Goatman is banned. So they are going to give Hutien his Hullabaloo, which they don't mind, I guess, going against at this point, since it seems to be a character that he has struggled to be consistent with. We're going to see the Embalmer and the Aeroplanist as the first two picks. Embalmer, the character we talked about, being very good for getting ties, and in this situation, GG really is just looking for a 2-2 to hold on to their lead.
I don't think we'll be actually able to see Acrobat here if we do decide to come out with the guarantee type characters like Embalmer and Aeroplanist. However, we still cannot forget that for the next ban here from Hutien, I think Adikar wouldn't be a bad ban, but if we get rid of Cordy, that's also fine too. We're just missing one character for PBSha to use and one character for Kusao to use as well, because like from Taosing's side, definitely it's going to be that Embalmer given. From 18's side, definitely it's going to be Aeroplanist. But as we said as well, it has to be Antiquarian for PBSha no matter what.
He has to be that Antiquarian here. Now that Rescuer is still on the table. Officer is currently unavailable, so we'll probably see a Gravekeeper ban here from Hutien since he doesn't want to play the Hullabaloo in this round. He's gonna ban forward. Oh wow. So maybe he's actually considering Dream Witch or something that's just not Hullabaloo. We don't see Hullabaloos banning forward, so they're just gonna go Mercenary for the last pick. As soon as GG sees this, they might think, okay, well maybe he doesn't want to play Hullabaloo, so we're not even gonna go Grave. We're just gonna go Merc here, I guess Hutien could be eyeing up that Dream Witch if that's really for the forward ban, that would be logical. Looking at this team composition, Embalmer pretty effective against Dream Witch, Antiquarian very good against Dream Witch. The Aeroplanist is chaseable though, and since he does have to go for a win and his Hullabaloo hasn't been the most effective for him, he might actually be changing it up to something different here.
But like also at the same time, it seems a little bit weird for the forward to be banned. The Mercenary pick was kind of just the very last scenario picks, and which is why Mercenary is such a great character to use as well when it comes to, you know, surprise picks up against a Hunter. Because no matter what happens here, he can tank a Terror Shock, he'll be able to rescue twice, no matter what happens, even if he is a half health here too. But then in that case scenario, then no matter what Hutien picks here, Persona web-wise, we know it's going to be a Hullabaloo that's going to come out. We know that all survivors here, at least 2 or 3 of them, will not be bringing borrowed time. Unless maybe if the Dream Witch actually does come out, then in that case scenario, it's going to be easy Patroller cancels. It's going to be very easy end games, but Hullabaloo is still being chosen though.
So the forward ban then, that's very curious. The forward ban would have indicated a different Hunter, but maybe he banned forward in hopes that they were gonna not pick Grave, which I guess did technically happen. So I couldn't imagine that would be like a mind game a lot of players would do, but I don't know. Either way, GG does end up on Merc instead of the Gravekeeper, so and Hutien does decide on the Hullabaloo, which is obviously, you know, logical for this situation. So looking into our spawns here, we're gonna have the Antiquarian over at the Geisha, Embalmer middle 2-story, Aeroplanist middle, and Merc actually over at Fake Gate.
And look, for Hullabaloo, maybe spawning a Geishas would be the best option here, since Anti-Current first chase isn't too bad. But we decided to delegate Mercenary a little bit further out here, since, you know, it's really easy for Hullabaloo to catch up towards our Merc. And if Merc is first chase, it might just be very devastating for the side of GG. We're going to be able to see Hutien here spawning by Transpawn. And with this content, I guess Mercy still has to rotate no matter what. We'll see what Embalmer can do, but early game decoding progress here is going to be very slow. Everyone has to be rotating, and everyone has to be very careful to see who this Hullabaloo actually wants to go up against.
Alright, so we're going to get into our persona here. We're most likely going to see a left-right abnormal, as Hutien does need to play for a win here. Has to be aggressive as possible. So let's see what it is. It is going to be Warp, actually. Trump card in Insolence and Warp, which is not a trait we've seen be as effective throughout the majority of this event, but especially because he needs to play for a win. But it's going to go for that Warp here instead of that abnormal. This is the second half of the second round of the GG Survivors versus Sky Hunter side. I'm Elio, joined here with Chris, bringing the live commentary for this match.
we're kind of eyeing towards the prize here for Mercenary, who's on our right-hand side. However, 18 already rotating out as well. It doesn't seem like COAⅧ is willing to go after the Merc. With Instant's trump card here once again. Max Battle Breaking, Nostalgic, and Panic with the 10% attack recovery speed boost too. So right now our main chase will be Taoxing, who's going to play Embalmer. Seems like Coffin has already been dropped down inside Graveyard too.
Yeah, it looks like he is going to transition towards this vacate area, trying to not kite too much onto that Cypher machine, but he is going to go through the Mercenary Cypher here, unfortunately slowing down decoding a little bit, but only one bomb from the first two clones here onto the Embalmer. We're going to see COAⅧ just going to avoid that pallet altogether, walking around. Embalmer going straight for the corner house here. Can he get this? There's the black bomb. Can he get the white one here? Mind game of the pallet. The next one dodges the first swing, dodges the second swing, dodges the third swing. Excellent movements from this Embalmer to avoid taking a hit here.
But we still will be able to land a hit here, thankfully, but we're going to try corner Kai here for a little while until we use the spin. No, never mind, doesn't even need to be done so, as we did manage to land that fireball instantly. That's going to be an initial double down. No, not just here, we're just going to mobile there, and that's going to be a terrorist shock hit down on the side of Embalmer. Overall, you know what, not too bad. It's an 83-second containment, however, he can still self-rescue.
Yeah, but see, imagine if he had abnormal. I guess warp here is good. It lets him go straight to the coffin. I guess it's fine. It lets him go straight to the coffin here. We're going to see him get multiple bombs right away. Needs to get a red in a second here. Does get it in time. Embalmer is going to go ahead and die in the corner here. COAⅧ already up to full presence. So looking pretty good here. Surprisingly, Sky actually positioning quite well. COAⅧ can manage to pull a win out of this game. Sky will win this round here against GG. Looks like COAⅧ's gonna flip all the way to the middle here. Nobody transitioning for the rescue at this point. We do see the Mercenary coming from middle. Will he try to make the backdoor safe here? Doesn't see him behind the tram though. That clone's gonna point to the Mercenary though. He elbow pads all the way in here. He's gonna be able to jump over. Still has one more clone to work with, and he's gonna be able to make it all the way back to the chair here.
But there's still no damage rescue though, we cannot forget. But I guess the hit will still land, so it doesn't matter there too much. However, we cannot forget that this is double tie turner, and the last two Cypher machines has already been started too. So right now, even though yes, it might be a great early game, the question is how well will COAⅧ play that mid to end game. Cypher machine wise, if we just look at it here, right, 72, 73, 67, and 56. By the time we honestly get the chair, it'll probably be around 3 Cypher machines. Well, the other two Cypher machines done here instantly. And if we go inside basement, that's just too much time wasted, which is why COAⅧ decides to dodge basement here as much as he can.
Absolutely. They're going to be placed on the rocket chair. The trade will be back online in a moment. Still great Cypher progress, though, for Team GG here. That's the downside of not bringing Abnormal, is you don't get that as much Cypher control here. He's trying to find his next chase target, but the last 3 Cyphers already with so much progress here. Peepshot is able to pop his Cypher machine. We're going to see 18 transitioning away. Oh, misses the trapeze through the alley there, we see 18 just trying to kite away as far as possible from the Cyphers, I believe.
But it's still scary because I feel like the moment we do decode, COAⅧ might just teleport straight towards the Mercenary, since that Cypher machine underneath balcony is the one that's going at 81%. However, that's going to be a snowball there finally landed, and a red ball instantly with just one double surprise. Now then, we're going to be able to jetpack our way. However, no trams support here from the side of our aeroplanes. We do have borrowed time though. Let's just see here. Can we wait? We did wait enough time. We're going to be able to pop it open here instantly as right now. No items left on our hands to use, but the good news here is at least Mercenary's already on the gate now, and we've 2 pallets here left to play around with, alongside with a little bit more time to play. We got the hit down, and by the time we finish sharing, Mercenary Cypher machine would be open. Well, X gate will be open on time.
Absolutely. We're going to see that warp to the gate. COAⅧ able to get it. Not able to get it. That's the wrong gate. Yeah, able to elbow pad away here, meaning that COAⅧ maybe could still win. It's going to be tough. Mercenary still has an elbow pad, and there is no detention. We can also see Antiquarian make the backdoor rescue, still has Titan as well. Not like that will particularly matter, but COAⅧ wasting a lot of time in this area. Not able to get the hit as well. Oh, this gate is open. Sorry, it's the other gate. That's 46%. Yeah, he is able to make it out the X gate here, just wasting as much time as possible. We're going to see Antiquarian come in for the save. Tide Turner's not going to have enough time to make it to gate, but he is able to at least make the save, waste some time here. He's going to try to rush it, though. 20 seconds. Is it going to be enough here, Kuro? He's going to try to body block him to slow him down here. the speed boost.
Okay. Mercenary. I don't think he'll make it. I don't think he'll be able to make it. Will he? No. 5, 4, 3.
No way.
2.
He makes it. That's insane. Antiquarian can make it out. That's a 3 survivor escape. What a turnaround. That's incredible. I did not expect him to get that.
Yeah, it's a little bit to be honest with you, it was a little bit anticlimactic there, but a 3-man escape from that big of a distance here, I feel like maybe for Color Blue there, we probably shouldn't have hit it even during that tight turn time and used our main body to actually block the aeroplanes from the movement too, because like, realistically speaking, I just feel like for Hotien there, we kind of did start to kind of have a fog, our mind just started to fog up. Right, because like realistically speaking, if he has just stood in front of the aeroplanist to block him from moving straight towards the gate, then definitely yes, he definitely would have been able to make it on time, even with a 20-second tighter. But a 3-man escape, because of that one fatal mistake, will be able to bring GG the game home in 2.
Yeah, we did not expect that. I mean, if he just stayed at the chair, just secured the tie, I think it would have been. I don't think he needed to go to the gate there, right? Just stay at the chair, just secure the, at least secure the tie. The gate's already open, so why? If the gate's open, why do you need to commit to Merc? You know what I mean? Just kind of, just leave him, just go out the gate, or just go away from the gate, go back to the chair. If Antiquarian, I mean, I guess they could. Merc could like. The problem is like Merc could distract while Antiquarian stays with tie. Maybe that's what he was fearing. But yeah, just committing to that Merc just made it for a free save anyway for the Antiquarian with that tie turn. He needed to, like you said, he needed to body block to slow him down and hit at the last second. The problem is he hit too early. That gave a speed boost, making it so the airplane has got even closer with that boost. He wasn't body blocking the airplane to slow him down, and he was able to make it to run straight out the gate there and get the 3 survivor escape against the Hullabaloo as well. That's so rare to see, but GG with a very impressive endgame performance there.
We see the containment time here as well. In total, it was no more than 69 seconds on the side of Embalmer and no more than 60 seconds on every other survivor. However, for now, it'll be 12-5 when it comes to match results. And like with that game as well, we saw how strong tight turn can actually be when it comes to buying more time to decode and the endgame scenario in that point too. With a warp being chosen out there by Hullabaloo though, as you have said too, probably Abnormal should have been better.
Especially because he needs to play for a win there. Abnormal's an aggressive build. It slows down ciphers. It helps you play for wins. He was really worried about that Embalmer Coffin, having that warp to help him out with that. That's probably the idea there. But yeah, with that being said, that is a 2-0 victory for GG, which means they now will be advancing to, if I can find the group, there we go. Now disappeared again. Now be advancing to 3-0 at this point. So they are going to put themselves into first place in Group B. Sky unfortunately falling to 0-3, which means they're now out of contention for playoffs. But Omni versus Sky will still be a matchup that everyone can watch out for. So they're still fighting for their 4th place spot at least to try to get as high as possible. Keep in mind though, only the top 3 teams will be qualifying for playoffs.
Yeah, but I guess with this game it's a little bit, disappointing in a sense. But aside from that, we'll move on straight towards the highlight.
I die，好溜，我在窗口，他在你后面是吗？
在我后面，想打我，没有，S 版的没有来，S 版没有来，he got in the room，我不能走，翻热的，给过，你让你Yuki，就会3跑，我的意思就是我先去保一波，3跑机会可能没有，我说他反身之后我要不要跟他一波？我看着呢，我能走，能走吗？我能走。
Okay, so we saw our highlights there from that round. Very intense, very exciting from both sides there, but GG with a very impressive endgame against Sky's Hutien. They're getting a 3 survivor escape and winning the match 2-0 here, advancing to 3-0, securing themselves most likely the first spot going into the playoffs. We'll still have to see. There's one more matchup to go there, but think that's going to be what GG versus Wolves that will decide the first seed. I think they are yet to play each other. They're yet to play each other there. Sky unfortunately falling to 0-3. Their best bet at this point against Omni to try to defeat Omni and secure themselves a 4-spot slot in Group B.
But during that voice comments as well from the side of GG, they were already talking about, aiming for a 3-man escape when Embalmer went down with a coffin on his hands as well. Does seem like, it was a little bit unpredictable with that game because, after getting Embalmer down so fast, yes, the Cypher machines were really fast, but it definitely could have been a guaranteed tie game. But from GG's side, 3 tie turners was something that was really not expected on the side of, COAⅧ, but still, that escape definitely, I feel like, could have been a little bit more different, even if we just forced Aeroplanus inside our mud zone, in which it slows down his movement speed for, I think, 5 to 10%, or even just use his body in total. There's definitely no way, I feel, for the Aeroplanus to be able to get out, especially with no items too. We definitely needed an anti-crim that at least stun or disarm once or twice for him to have a really nice and safe travel over. But from the side of COAⅧ, it was just more or less his big mistake in that game.
Yeah, maybe he was worried that the Inferno was going to stun, so he wanted to hit early, but either way, we're going to look into our MVP. It's actually going to be Shama here. He did get that 4 elimination in the first round. Did have a difficult time in the second round, almost allowing a 3 escape there to the Sky Survivors, but it managed to hold on and just barely secure that tie. And so we'll be the MVP of this match here versus Sky. You see the average reduction of 11,693, 3 average eliminations, 4 from the first round, 2 from the second round, and getting the best deduction twice in both of those matches.
赛后采访，我是主持人潇潇。首先恭喜成都 GG 拿下今天比赛的胜利，我们是请到了陶行和西安无梦来到赛后采访，先打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 GG 的西安无梦。
大家好，我是 GG 的陶行。
欢迎两位，欢迎两位。哇塞，你们是在小组赛一路连胜哎！因为最开始的时候请到你们赛后采访，大家还是会说这个组压力好大呀，因为毕竟第1局的时候就打了个加赛嘛。现在一路连胜下来，马上还剩下最后一场比赛了，有没有感觉稍微放松一点点呢？
放松不了，因为我们最后一场才是我们的最终目标。
最后一场也是很艰难的。目标就是小组第1嘛。
对。
那陶行嘞，陶行打到现在有没有感觉大家的整个手感呀、配合度其实是在慢慢的一个越来越好的呢？
就是慢慢磨合的都在往上涨，然后配合啊、沟通啊都在往上涨，包括小马他的熟练度也一直在提。
是的，是的，哎，怎么感觉马皇说怎么说的又是我的词儿啊？上来一直被抢词儿的一声。OK， 那接下来我们就从第1局开始慢慢问好了，因为上来的时候我们求生者是完成了一个平局嘛。面对那样的节奏，你们是如何规划皮皮虾的命运的呢？
鲁哥他溜的中规中矩吧，也不算差。然后我们就想着他监管这个图大概率是失常，然后就不让他提出失常，然后我们就会好打一点，然后最后就运营出一个平局。
虽然说前期节奏可能是会稍微有一点点，毕竟割据的压力还是在的嘛，但是这个平局对于大家来说也是发挥了今天求生者的韧性。那接下来小马也是完成了一个非常漂亮的4抓，现在冒险家就稳坐班位了，就是
他必须在班位上给我坐着。
点那个冒险家进班位的时候有没有怒气冲冲？
没有，就必须给他摁上。
没有一点犹豫，上来那个 BP。
那我考你，他在第几页？第几个？
他在第1页，第6个。
OK，
现在是已经肌肉记忆了是吗？把你的眼睛蒙上，上来第1件事也能找到冒险家的位置，深受其害。但今天确实是完成了一个非常漂亮的4抓嘛。刚才陶行替你回答了那个问题，手感现在非常火热了。那接下来就分享一下第1局你大概比较满意的一些目前的思路啊，包括操作会在哪里呢？
就是还是控场吧，后期那一脚时长踹出来，然后把木偶石击倒，接着挂上，然后就控场。他们因为电机修不完了，然后就只能被我4抓了。
没错，相当的行云流水。那接下来我们再来到第2局，好，完形填空，我是叉叉叉，我同意叉叉叉叉，
我同意叉叉叉叉，没错。
这个因为直播间的标题我们也都看了，
我等会回去接着挂上。
继续延续这个故事，因为确实很有戏剧性。我觉得在此之前，好像西安雾梦在这个永眠镇的电车事故率不是很高，结果今年频频发生车祸。你今天被撞的一瞬间，在天上有没有感觉这个椅子也想人仰马翻一下？
这个故事告诉我们，还是不要离车太近啊，看到车一定要离远点。
常在铁轨走，哪能不翻车？那就是因为今天毕竟赢了嘛，所以很好奇，当时马哥在台上被撞的时候，你们备战间是心疼还是嘻嘻？
哎呦喂！
啊，还是很爱的，还是很心疼马哥在场上被撞了，痛痛。那接下来，因为我们求生者上去也是怒气冲冲的完成了一波3跑。说实话，有没有上来就是奔着3跑去的感觉？你们打得好凶哦。
开始是想平追，因为选入列嘛，但是我们又调整一下，后面发现那个节奏能3跑，然后我们就拼了走3跑，想早点下分。
对哦，感觉你们一开始就是想平局的，因为你的入殓师的整个规划也是导远一点嘛，所以当时我看到你其实还蛮大声的在沟通，但是导到墓地里的时候跟队友在说什么呢？
对，我当时老爸不是倒墓地里，然后我不是在天上看嘛，我看鲁哥还在点那个大门，我说别点了，赶紧救他，你有搏命。然后那个幽冥在点小门也开了，然后搏命应该是能走的。
就看到最后挂到墓地里的一瞬间就吹响了这个反攻的号角。枯草那个反向呼，因为当时陶行已经是在那个上帝视角了嘛，他那个反向呼唤弹过去，你当时队内语音是什么样子？有没有特别燃？就是啊，
对，当时无敌了，无敌了，
无敌了，下班了，2-0我们来了。因为今天这个特别漂亮的一个胜利，毕竟还是2-0嘛。但是就像刚才马哥说的，最后的目标就在最后一场，也是要跟老朋友再次见面了。当时抽签的时候互换队服啊，抽到一组了吧？
宠爱，你还记得我们当初许下的诺言吗？你选什么，我选什么。准备好吧？
小丑也
必须的。
哦。我非常期待你们2个最后一天的表现了。不是陶行在旁边瑟瑟发抖，不是宠爱是我们打呀，那是期待2位在最后一场的表现。再次恭喜成都激进拿下今天比赛的胜利，感谢2位来到赛后采访。接下来即将进行的是我们今天第3场比赛，让我们稍事休息，马上回来。
Where am I?
He's awake!
He looks so complete.
Hey, it's about time.
Anyway, welcome to the gang.
I've been wandering this wasteland with the team for a while. Most are out scouting while I document the mutated entities. It is relatively easy work. Seeing her fills me with both joy and fear. I must find a new path for her, because I know this wasteland is no paradise. As we delve deeper, the relentless force of erosion is like a slow, steady hammer driving life down like a nail, reshaping it into something else. Guided by my companion, we reach a new area with far more strange entities than the outskirts. Our ailing frames can barely endure, yet none of us are willing to stop. I can't leave yet. The key to finding the way out might lie deeper within.
Watch out!
来到第5人格深渊的呼唤8总决赛小组赛，我是主持人潇潇。接下来让我们掌声欢迎2支战队登场，让我们有请 CCZ 战队。
전력을 다하여 좋은 경기 보여드리도록 하겠습니다. 화이팅!
欢迎 MZ、NN、OUO、娜娜、Eagle。接下来让我们有请 MRC 战队。
MRC 站起来，别上了。
欢迎小迪、奈奈、花慈、于晴、小程、阿乐。今天的第3场对决由 ZZZ 对阵 MRC， 让我们一起期待接下来的精彩比赛。
And welcome back, folks, to Call of the Abyss 8 Group Stage Day number 7. Podspice and Chocho at your service for this matchup. We got ZZZ, we got MRC on one side. Chocho, how do we break down this matchup?
We can break it down by looking into their groupings. So for ZZZ, as of now, they have lost 2 of their matches. So they are a South Korea division, and you know, they are not really seeing a lot of good favors coming into the groupings. But MRC, on the other hand, they have lost but won 1 match. And if we're looking at it, you know, based on perspective, RD won against ZZ, but lost against MRC. That means in terms of like performance-wise, we should be seeing MRC really topping it off, RD then ZZ like that.
And it's, if I remember the group stage standings well, MRC, the recent champions of IVL, are actually in 4th place. So they really need this victory for them to actually bounce back. So it's a battle of 4th place and 5th place that we're about to witness here. Saying what's up to everyone in chat. What's going on? We are PNG right now. I hope we're not PNG anymore. Saying what's up to Aoki, Cherry Pasu, Caro, Rennie, Two Bros Kisser. Hello, everyone. Welcome to day number 7. 7 days of consecutive Identity 5 action. Hope you guys are doing well. I hope you guys are staying hydrated. And I hope you guys will stay here for the main event. Because after this match, it's going to be FT versus GR, which we think are going to be fireworks. But especially Southeast Asia folks that are there and supporting FT, they need it now more than ever because it's undefeated streak versus undefeated streak for the 4th match of the day. But what would you say are the strengths of MRC and the strengths of ZZZ in this matchup? Because MRC, we thought that they were the favored ones, but my goodness, ACT coming out of nowhere, 2-0ing the reigning defending IVL champs.
For the side of MRC, if we're going to be talking about who is stronger in terms of Hunter or Survivor aspects, I do feel that MRC Survivor is a lot stronger. We've seen Xiao Cheng's performance coming into the group stages. It hasn't been very, very good. In fact, when it came to competing against RD as well, we see that they were kind of a little bit like struggling to get that win. So which was a little bit interesting to watch. We saw Xiao Cheng's Ivy only getting a 1k, his Hula Bulu only getting a 1k, which these two actually are S tiers Hunter coming into the meta. So yeah, we'll see how MRC Xiao Cheng will be adjusting going against ZZ this time round.
Yep, so without further ado, introducing ZZZ, we got MZ, NN, OUO, Nana, and Ego. Quite the interesting lineup. They do go with off-meta type picks, but we're going to go with MRC, Love Left, Huasi, Xiao Cheng, Xiao Di, Nanako, and Ali. So, how you feeling about this matchup, Chocho? I'm pretty sure we see a clear favorite here.
Yeah, I think MRC will most likely be taking this because realistically speaking, we're talking about a professional versus semi-professional. MRC, they have been in the tournament scene for a very long time. So no doubts that they're going to be bringing a good show here. And we speak about good show, we do have Shelty in the mix here. We've seen his Perfumer as well as the Explorer, 2 of these great specialty characters that only he plays within the team. So we do look at the average decoding progress, ranking 8th among all the other survivors in the tournament.
Just don't disturb him, guys. He's going to be that explorer. He's going to be that main decoder. Let Xiao D. The D stands for decode, by the way. That's why it's Xiao D. I'm kidding. I have no idea what the D stands for. But that's decode with a capital D because he's 8th in the overall decoding. Can't wait to see what kind of Cypher progress or Cypher pops we're going to see. Hopefully, they'll be able to kind of go back to their success of how they were able to capture the IVL gold. But we're going to move on to our next member of MRC here. It is Nanako. So Nanako has been using the novelist, the fire investigator, also has an antiquarian, also a painter. 8th overall in escape rate throughout the entire group stage, but his average decoding is actually quite good. And looking at his containment time as well, seems like a very well-rounded survivor, especially with his survivor lineup.
Yeah, and with this containment time, maybe he might not be the first kiter. Maybe coming into when the hunter is really full scale, he might be kiting. That's why the containment time is slightly shorter. Or maybe coming towards the end game, maybe that's where he would really shine as well. So curious to see how is he going to be performing here. But then again, you mentioned the antiquarian, so maybe certain harassers may come through if we see a BO3. Now we have our MVP player from the previous matchup when they went up against RD. We have Love Left that played the rescuer role. We see the Gravekeeper and First Officer, and he kited very well with the Gravekeeper. That was why he got the MVP. So looking at the containment time, as expected, 80.88, 10th highest containment time compared to the among all the tournament survivors.
You just love to see it if a survivor gets an MVP, let alone a rescuer, right? Because rescuers are kind of just put on the background. But you know, sometimes you gotta showcase or highlight these rescuers know how to kite, especially on a rescuer character. You're just asking for disaster if you're a hunter that wants to dare chase after someone like Love Left. So now we're gonna round it out. I believe this is COAⅧ. So total escape rate 80%, 2nd overall in the group stage. A lot of heals, also a lot of support, a lot of decoding. COAⅧ also known for his patient, his acrobat, his mercenary, his seer, his priestess, and also his puppeteer.
Yeah, and speaking about Priestess, we've been seeing the slight appearance from Priestess coming maybe 1 or 2 days within the group stages. And today we also saw PB Chef from GG also picking that up, go against Sky just now. So curious to see whether he might be picking it here, because I do know that MRC survivors, they do have this certain team comp that they usually go for with the Explorer, with the Perfumer. Perfumer seemed to be a pretty good pick when Shelty is on it going against the Hula Blue. So speaking about ZZZ's Hunter now, most likely we'll be seeing MZ sitting there. He has played the Opera Singer as well as the Clerk in the matchups here.
Right, I believe he was the sole Clerk. I don't remember any other Clerk coming out in the group stage, but yeah, that was quite a surprise when MZ brought out that Clerk. Also, you see here's Opera Singer. Still looking to get on the board when it comes to 4 eliminations, so let's hope that he's kind of warmed up into this meta and also into this group stage, because like you said, they're still looking to get on the board for them to be able to claim some net wins here. But tall order going up against a pro team like MRC that are, I would say, kind of urgent to get that to get into the playoffs, or urgent to get at least a good placing in their group stage.
Yeah, and as of now, from what we're seeing from MZ, right, we've seen him play either the Opera Singer or the Clerk.
Yes.
Just from BO1. And when he used the Clerk against Zeta Division, he was able to secure a tie going into that matchup. So let's see if he's able to replicate the same thing here, because for MZ, we haven't seen them go all the way to a BO3 just yet.
Oh yeah, you're right. Dang. Okay, so hopefully we're able to see that. So shout out to the coaches that we just saw here. Kind of a dire situation for both of these, because is the battle of 4th and 5th place, both of them trying to break into the 3rd place mark. Seems like we're going to go to Lakeside Village, banning out Chinatown. So this actually goes well with Opera Singer and Ivy, but you have to admit, Goatman and Hullabaloo are really good. We've been seeing a lot of Lakeside 2nd round, so Lakeside coming in round number 1 is quite interesting, Chocho.
Yeah, I mean, speaking about surprises, right? Even the earlier matches of today, we saw a BO1 Sacred Heart Hospital coming to the mix. But I'm guessing it was TE's map selection and they didn't get the advantage because they wanted to surprise us. But Bailu really ultimately picking out an IV from BO1.
Right.
Getting a 4K, returning that favor, prolonging it to a BO3. I think it's all about surprises coming into this matchup. Let's see if MZ potentially have a 3rd hunter that he could be playing here.
On Lakeside? Hopefully we'll see some interesting picks here, but I mean, the meta is just so juicy that you can't ignore it. You gotta just go for it. But banning out the novelist and the puppeteer, not going for the seer, not going for the mechanic, nor the first officer. The usual bans we usually see at the first two of the hunter. Going with novelist and puppeteer. Any analysis here, Chocho, why he banned out these two characters?
Usually, it will be because of a goat man that you want to ban out the novelist as well as the puppeteer. Really annoying when it comes to this, and also potentially with the puppeteer, I think it could also be because he wants to pick up the hula baloo. We've seen him put that out once and got only a 1 kill, unfortunately. So coming from MZ's side, we have still yet to see his goat man. So this could potentially be that round that we might seeing it.
Hopefully we'll be able to see that, because good pickups on the side of MRC, not wasting any time, securing themselves a first officer and an antiquarian. I think the survivor side want to make a huge statement in round number 1 and try to go for like a tie game to really set up Xiao Chang for more than, or like at least give him a good time at his second half. But we are going to see the ban of the Knight. Now the Knight has been making its waves in terms of priority picks and priority bans here. How would this come into the lineup of MZ's mental coming into this matchup? At least there's no Knight. What can we expect from MZ here?
MZ, I think after that Knight, I do see that it could potentially be that opera singer now. We've seen how the Knight really counters the opera singer when it comes to when it comes to the opera. Well, can I speak English today? Opera singer, you know, coming out.
Let's slow things down. Let's like take a breath. You know.
Okay.
Benson Boone. You know, slow it down. Slow down. we gotta relax. We're in this together, guys. Okay, so talk to me, Chocho.
Yeah, because with the Knight, usually as an opera singer, you want to like hit so that you can like cancel the potential cooldown when you're out of the shadow form. So with the Knight, it can do that, and also the Fire Investigator, if you're able to throw it along that pathway as well, it would cause a disturbance, forcing her out of shadow form. So allowing that distance. But looking at this, we do see Shelty once again with his signature pick of the Perfumer.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm just curious as to what MZ is going to be picking here. It could be, once again, the opera singer. We've seen so many opera singers at the Lakeside Village. Some with great success, some not too much. And honestly, if you ask me, Lakeside seems pretty cursed.
Well, when we're commentating Lakeside, right, it's just very cursed for survivors. The Terror Shocks, the actually, no, not just for survivors. The Terror Shocks, the Miss Blinks, and hopefully we won't curse anyone. Also, can I just say, Xiaoma getting hit by the tram, like the tram today, and then yesterday was Sprinters. So, yeah, the tram prioritizes no one. So, do you see over in chat a lot of people popping off for the Perfumer? Before we get to MZ, any shout outs you want to give out, Chocho? They're telling you to breathe. Just relax.
Yeah, I'm breathing, guys. I'm breathing. I do know that previously we just had a rap battle between our dear Kuroshiro Gaming and Eli just now.
It's never a rap battle. Kuro, he's a rap god, so he can take the title of a rap god than any of us. But yeah, shout outs to Kuro and Eli for taking the helm in the first two matches. And Chocho, you called it. We're seeing an opera singer, unfortunately not a goat man in this matchup. MZ known for this, and we've seen a lot of opera singers in Lakeside, but when it comes to this lineup, was MRC preparing for this opera singer?
Yeah, and I also do agree with what Rennie once said in chat. And don't bring Confined. You are so right.
She said, well, first Rennie said don't play opera singer, so that's a strike on Rennie's side. Let's see if MZ is going to do a strike number 2 if he brings Confined Space. Yeah, I mean, I understand why, but I mean, in Lakeside, if you're able to chase them out, I don't know. I think they just want to have that safety that they're not going to get looped, but it just seems like there's a lot more value bringing in another persona trait. But anyway, we digress. Standard spawn location here with the first officer right at the center, giving the airplane as the big boat, got the Perfumer and the small boat, and you got Shaq for the Antiquarian.
So really trying to force either to spawn among the 3 survivors or at the shore area. If he's able to spawn the shore area, he will be heading straight for the aeroplane, is no doubt. But if he spawns at the center area, he does have 2 options to work with. But it seems like he is quite definite about that. The shore has been confirmed here. Aeroplanes will be the first kiter. Now, question remains as to whether this kiting route from the aeroplane is going to be game-changing or causing the match to end in a unfavorable situation for MRC survivors.
I remember yesterday's match with RD, there was a route that the patient took that looked optimal, but then got caught out towards the shack, towards the front gate. So hopefully we won't be seeing that on the airplanist side, while MZ folks really need to start this match off well. ZZZ and MRC, guys, can we get some crowns and sleep emojis in chat? Sleep emojis for ZZZ, obviously, and MRC with that crown. We do see Blink, Detention, and Trump card. So Rennie, it's just a strike 1, no strike 2 on the side of MZ. While we do see also a kiting build onto the Antiquarian and some tide turners, 2 tide turners to be exact, on MRC's side. Once again, folks, Posh Spice and Chocho taking the mic for this matchup between ZZZ and MRC.
MB1 is going to be very hunter-sided. Let's see MZ if he's able to secure those points for his team. So coming straight into the big boat area, we saw that the airplanes actually went out from the outside stairs area. So MZ seems to be slightly lost. Does have a tendency to work with. What's happening here?
Yeah, unfortunately, kind of losing his grip on the big boat, and he decides to actually change targets. So now allowing the airplanist to decode the big boat cipher here, while he's going to chase after Love Left. Might potentially go after the MVP previously, but no, it seems like he wants to go for the small boat here where COAⅧ is at. So already changing 3 targets here, Chocho.
Yeah, and COAⅧ also able to preemptively leave those cipher and get that pellet, the movement
Boost.
speed as well. Yeah, from the boost from the window. So we'll be able to successfully vault over. Luckily, Blink is not just ready yet. Will be 8 more seconds to it, and COAⅧ will be able to successfully vault over, able to kite in this very tight area.
Blink is going to be ready in just a bit. MZ trying to play a mind game here, but COAⅧ, did he perfume back? No, he's actually still in the logs area, and the Blink hit connects. First hit does land. Now COAⅧ, unfortunately, perfume's not. It's only gonna be mind games. He can't recover from this perfume anymore.
Yeah, maybe able to vault over this time around. So COAⅧ will live to see for another day. The Blink is not ready, as a Blink is already used up, and the hit Terror Shock happens onto COAⅧ. Actually, you know what? I was potentially either hoping he would actually hit back to the perfume. Maybe it would have been
the big in the small boat.
Yeah, it would help prolong the kite a little bit longer, or because the distance is actually quite far, maybe he could have held onto his perfume, waited for the and come to the 11 area and kite, and then use the perfume. That would have been a better play coming from COAⅧ. But anyways, it's still a very good kite. We're looking at the ciphers, almost 3 ciphers full.
Yeah, and now Nanako with the rescue attempt here. He's gonna try to go for a bit of a silence. He's gonna have to eat that hit first. Let's see if they're going to split apart, or Nanako will try and give some distance, because COAⅧ, unfortunately, missing the swing. Also, 2 whiffs onto the Survivor and Hunter. Nice pallet drop on COAⅧ's side. Yeah, he's going to have to just raw kite this out because no perfume. He's trying to backstep his way, but COAⅧ's already transitioning towards this next pallet. We do see that oh my god, another risky vault, but able to get paid off here. Able to get the silence.
Yeah, Nanako coming in with the support. So when it comes to decoding, it will be slightly slowed. But if this is a successful harassment, then no problem, because ciphers will still be decoded. Now Nanako is still right behind COAⅧ. Blink is not ready, and it's just a walking game coming into this.
Wow, goes for the more bamboo flute attacks here, and seems like he wants to go for Nanako at this point. And Nanako has fallen down. COAⅧ has to deny a double down situation, because this is going to be really good for MZ. And just like that, we have a double down, Chocho.
Yeah, in this kind of situation, you will hope that you will have a prisoner, connect those 2 ciphers and then decode all together. But coming into this, we will be seeing first officer coming for the rescue. Aeroplanist is still decoding that the boat bottom cipher, and MZ actually made a misstep there, missing the shadow.
Yeah, but it does take COAⅧ out of his cipher just for a little bit. We do see Love Left using the pocket watch. So this could be a safe rescue. Nanako forced to use his exit path, and now Nanako using his time to decode. Last 2 ciphers are almost ready. Actually, the last 1 cipher is there. So just making the most out of this pocket watch, able to get a hit here, and now Tide Turner is going to be in effect.
And the cipher is almost done, 90%. And the Blink hit. So when it comes to the end game trade, he has nothing to work with. So this actually opens up an opening for MRC survivors to potentially go for that 3 escape. Now COAⅧ, will he be able to kite it out? It seems like
Yeah,
he's just gonna teleport back.
Yeah, unfortunately, he does not have that borrowed time. They popped it already, and now he's going to try to get more out of here with detention. Nanako able to actually silence once again. We do see Love Left is here. They're not able to open up the gate yet, Chocho. This is going to be very dangerous for MRC.
Yeah, sticky situation, but then again, this is an aeroplanist. He has the jetpack to work with to fly inside. So he's trying to force MZ into the corner to prevent him from really being attracted by other teammates here. Now Hwasi able to push back at the same time. The Perfumer actually was picked up by one of the teammates there, I believe is the Antiquarian, and Hwasi unable to jump up. Will just drop down and get this basic hit here.
He's in the corner. He gets a charged up attack, but yeah, unfortunately, there will have to be one sacrificial player. Trait is still off cooldown. Love Left is gonna stay in the middle here to feed that tinnitus. They are healing up, so they want to play past detention here if they're all healed up. So now they gotta hide and try to kite this one out. Nanako out in the open here can go for a team fight because he has that bamboo flute to work with. MZ seems like he might be focused on down to Nanako, while he does get silenced once again. Window to work with, but no pallet, Chocho.
Yeah, and this is gonna be a pretty important play here coming from Nanako because it forces the aeroplanists to stand up now. Now they're able to force the front gate. Detention, 27 seconds left. Nanako need to survive a little while more, but missing that unfortunately, and we'll be seeing that hit now. Perfumer does have another perfume to work with now. It will be effective once detention ends, so let's wait it out.
He also has teleport ready, so Hwasi's got to be very careful here. He's just going for a bleed out strategy for all these survivors, but this actually opens up Nanako to get healed up. Unfortunately, no blink to just go through that pallet. He's going to be forced to break it. Nanako actually might just use up his exit path, so I would say the survivors wasting a lot of time here for them to reposition themselves. But Chocho, they're not even opening up the other exit gate. They're hell-bent and intent on going out here because detention is about to run out. It's actually run out already. And now we see the aeroplanist trying to use the jetpack, still unable to get the hit.
Yeah, and now all the teammates are here, but Hwasi will be down in front of his team here. Very unfortunate. But MZ, if he decides to chair, exactly. If he decides to chair here, the Perfumer has the tight turner to work with.
Yikes.
He needs to do the slugging game. He can't. Yeah, he can't do this.
This is gonna be a little
can't do
tough.
This.
Oh yeah. So now you see Xiaodi here. He has perfume also, so he could just use the perfume as well. And this is the first chair. They could take their time here. Gets the chair hit. Oh my goodness. And now we see that the Perfumer is going to try to body block his way for Hwasi here. Also, Love Left as well. It seems like they're going to try to go for a 4-person escape. Hwasi able to use the jetpack. And Chocho, it looks like it might be a 4-person escape.
Yeah, exactly. So a very strong performance right from the get-go from MRC survivors here. And also congratulations to them for being the second team to make a 4 escape coming into the tournament here. But can I just say, this is a 4 escape right from VO1. None of the teams have been able to done so.
That says a lot. MRC, I think, have woken up from their matchup against ACT. They realize they're not even in the top 3 of their group. So now they're going all out. And unfortunately, it's at the expense of ZZZ. MZ performed very well, I'd have to say, like at the start, you know, chasing down the Perfumer, getting the blink hit just so, even though it wasn't a down, at least you deny the perfumes. But Chocho, talk to me about how things kind of went sideways for the Hunter and swung into the way of the survivors.
I do feel that he was kind of lost at the start, right? Usually when opera singers, they just hit for the big boot, they are able to spot out their survivors there, but at the same time, I do want to commend that the aeroplanes actually did a great job hiding it out. You know, no footsteps at the same time, so forcing MZ to just rotate out and find another person. But who did he bump into at the center? It's our MVP player from our previous round, Love Left, at the center area. So you don't really want to chase the first officer too. And then who was he faced up against afterwards? Xiaodi as the Perfumer.
Yeah.
So it was just unlucky on his end, I would say.
Yeah, but you have to admit, like, him getting Xiaodi down and also this, I mean, you got to give it up to MRC. Their decoding progress was really good. The way that he was even able to get a double down was actually quite good. I think it was after the rebound kite of Xiaodi. That's when things really started to ramp up in terms in favor of the team, because he didn't really chair Xiaodi anymore towards the end game, even though he did get the last effort. He decided to go for more. And Chocho, this could be in this. You could file this under the same column as Hunter's trying to go for more. I get it. He wants to go for more than just a 1 survivor elimination, but in that process, they got a 5-point game on the survivor side. So quite the unfortunate turn of events for ZZZ, but I mean, this is the best possible start for MRC.
Yeah, and I do understand that when hunters hit for their 4 S-tier hunters, they do have the sense of greed to want to go for more, which is a very, reasonable play. Very reasonable play. But when it comes to situations like this where you might potentially be getting a 4 escape, he was also unsure that the perfumer had a tight turner. That's the issue there as well.
Right.
So yeah, it was just really unfortunate coming from MZ side to go for that, trying to go for a tie situation. But coming into this, we will be seeing ZZ's Survivor versus Xiao Cheng from MRC.
Yep. So we're going to introduce the survivor side of ZZZ, starting out with NN. He does have a magician, and he brought out the puppeteer. And I feel like Chocho, you ranked him high with the hair tier list here.
I did.
You did. His hair is quite on point. I'm not gonna lie. That's pretty fine. His hair.
Yeah.
Trying to look at data on NM. He does use the knight and the coordinator as well during the qualifiers. But like you said, ZZZ is still kind of looking to get to that BO3 game.
Yeah, BO3 game. So for the side of ZZZ, we don't see very high escape rates as well. We need to mention that they are just semi-professionals. They are here for, we've mentioned that they're most likely here for the experience.
Yes.
Potentially similarly to how Sky was just now. So let's see how far they can get into this. Now, average heal is ranked at 4th, 0.5.
OUO, let's go. Yeah, hopefully you get more heals. I mean, that's still a pretty good stat. So you can trust that OUO will give you that support, heal you. But yeah, I know a 4 survivor escape is very daunting, especially going against XC, but just try your best. And like you said, it's a semi-professional team. Get all the experience you can, because it's not every day you could scrim with or compete against a team like MRC. So OUO, hopefully we'll see some highlights from him.
And moving on to their next player here, I believe is Ego? Yes. Ego. Yeah, we see him.
Oh, you know what, Chocho? I forgot. MZ, opera singer. We forgot to make a name. Darn it. But with XC, we'll come up with something. But Ego, talk to me about Ego.
Ego. We do see that he has pretty long containment time at 68.72 average containment time, with also very decent decoding as well, 132. We did see that we spotted a mechanic, I think, over there. So this is the powers of mechanic once again. We do see that mechanic Seer has been globally banned out from almost every round. So it really depends on what the hunter decides to go for here. But last but not least, we have Nana. Very great stats.
First, dude, she's first on heals and rescues. Let's go. Okay. Hey, might as well rank up or get all the placements when it comes to like survivor placements, and also get the experience. So shout outs to Nana, girl boss, rescuing everyone. This is the type of rescuer you want on your team that averages rescues around 2. 2? That's crazy.
Yeah, 2. Yeah, but coming from this, right? I mean, if we look it into perspective, right? If her alone can go for so many rescues, means that ZZ Survivors, they're actually taking a lot of time to just, rotate, hit to the chair, and hitting back to the cipher, and that takes up a lot of time as well. A lot of decoding progress being eaten out at the same time. So, but then again, we saw the average decoding progress at 158% coming from Nana.
Yeah.
So,
she's doing everything.
Yeah, she's doing everything. She's rescuing, she's decoding.
She's healing too. Average heals at like 1 point something. So yeah, where does she find the time? I don't understand. But we're gonna move. I mean, I just wish there's more time in the day, don't you think? So moving on over to XC, Xiao Cheng. We talked about his play style, right? And we talked about certain hunters that haven't necessarily adapted to the current meta, and it's unfortunate because we saw excellent plays from XC in the past. Hopefully he's able to find his groove now, and also when he gets hopefully to that playoffs. So
yeah,
are we gonna see a Hullabaloo, Goatman, and how can you rhyme it with XC? I don't know.
Lovely. XC. When we come to it, I'm pretty sure our chat is pretty smart about this.
We're gonna throw it to you guys. You guys do this. this homework and we'll present it. Don't worry, we'll be that person in a group project that takes all the credit from when you guys come up. I'm kidding. We'll shout you out. I'm joking. Were you ever that person, Chocho, in school?
No, never. No, despite that, no.
Whoa, okay, a little defensive.
I'm pretty against that. Guys, never do that. Nah.
No.
Don't do that.
No freeloaders on Chocho's team here, guys. You got to pull your own weight. What if someone's struggling? Like, I can't. Like, I got varsity team or I got other stuff.
Like, I also have other stuff. Like, what am I doing right now? Exactly. My point.
Okay. Fair. Okay, fair. So no excuse. That's a zero tolerance policy on your side.
Yeah, if I can even like commentate for like any EU tournaments in like when the sun is not even up yet. Don't give me those excuses, man.
Chocho firing shots here. Get out of the way. Pew pew pew. Yeah. Targeting towards certain people. But yeah, do your homework, guys. Carry your own weight when it comes to school projects. It's there for a reason. You're supposed to collaborate. And if not, what would be a good excuse if someone... Did you ever excuse someone to like, fine, you know what? You gotta go somewhere, or you got sick?
Sick is reasonable. But do show me that you're in the...
Wow, so you gotta give Chocho a doctor's note?
No lah, no. Just joking. But if you're sick, I'm just gonna take it as like face value. I'm not gonna doubt it too much. But if it keeps happening so often, then I think you should be going to the hospital and not to the doctor anymore.
I can't talk. You talk, Chocho. I'm just gonna not talk for 5 minutes because I'm... Go. I won't do that to you. I won't do that to you. I swear. I won't do that to you. Don't worry, I got you. I'll give you a doctor's note if I can't make it. People are saying you're a mood. Kara says Chocho gives no excuses. No excuses.
Oh my goodness. I remember my first time commentating. I think it was the 2022 IVC. I remember I had COVID and I commentated while having COVID.
Look at you. Oh my god. What's your excuse, guys? Oh, not waking up at 6 a.m. commentating? Be like Chocho. Chocho should be a motivational influencer. Waking up at 6 a.m., ice dunking her face, and just running marathons, then going to school. But, sorry, we got off track here. Talk to me about the lineups, Chocho. We have a puppeteer, embalmer, first officer, and an aeroplanist.
Yes, definitely. All right, so looking into this, we could be seeing a potential... I think they are gearing up for that Goatman here. Xiaochun could surprise us with the Hula Baloo, but based off what he has played recently, we're seeing more of the Hula Baloo rather than the Goatman. So... question still remains as to what he's going to be picking ultimately. I think he would be a little bit more comfortable when it comes to the Hula Baloo, since he's played it so often. But his BU1, he tends to go for IV2.
I mean, he could go for a checkmate scenario here to he just needs one person eliminated, and then they win this, right? So he can save the Hula Baloo and the Goatman for round number 2. And... okay, so I'm not sure who chose this map, but man, would it suck if it was ITZY that chose this map, and then come round number 2, if it's a huge point deficit and MRC still choosing the map, that'll really put ITZY in a bad spot. So hopefully we'll see a bit of fight coming from ITZY. I do like how they drafted their lineup, but this allows XC to go for the Goatman.
Wow, Goatman against this team comp. Gives me a little bit of the deja vu in Chinatown again. 2 days back. Now it's 2 days back. Yen, those Yen, with the Goatman being really choosy. Oh my goodness.
Chocho ain't choosy, guys. She committed.
Yeah.
She gives no excuses.
And coming into this, right, Xiaocheng. Yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to ask, what's the funny excuse you ever heard? You're
my dog ate my homework.
No way, you heard that? That's actually a legit excuse someone used?
No.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Sometimes it's so like it hits me so hard that I forget about it, you know? Like
it hits you so hard?
Yeah, like the reason is so like out of this world.
Oh, okay.
I just forget about it. Yeah. You know, erase all the bad memories. Keep the good ones.
Have you ever like used like, oh, I can't because I'm commentating Identity 5? You never use this as an excuse to get out of something?
No, because I would actually tell them beforehand that like,
boom, that's what you do. You gotta plan ahead of time, like Chocho, ladies and gentlemen. Just like the Spawn survivors here, they're planning ahead of time here to have a great kite against the Goatman, but it seems like he actually spawns a little bit near the shack area. So it seems like he might want to go for Puppeteer to start things out since he's spawning close to him, leaving the Embalmer alone in the big boat.
Yeah, and this would kind of force at least around 4 cages from the Goatman. And when it comes to the early games for the Goatman, Resentment takes a super long time to build up. So this is going to be interesting. Let's see what the Persona build will be. We have a very aggressive build coming from Xiaocheng with the Abnormal, but standard ones will be Trump Card Detention on the Persona. For the Survivor side, okay, 2 of them have standard builds, standard rescuer builds, Aeroplanes as well as the First Officer. So this is gonna be Elixir Village for BO1 second half between ZZ versus MRC. My name is Chocho and joining me is Posh Pies, and we'll be bringing the live commentary of this match.
Exy is the Goatman, not wasting any time, trying to put a cage here just to see if anyone's at the shack area, but is he gonna actually spot any scratch marks? Someone's already made a rotation towards the center of the logs, but he does hear or see that the ciphers are shaking, and it might be Ego that might take this first kite.
Yo, almost running towards the Hunter's space there. Ego successfully vaults this window here, but when it comes to the distance, it's actually quite close. He could have a cage now.
Yeah. Oh, nice usage of the jetpacks, but already spawning at the second, at the middle boat here. So Ego has to eat that hit. Unfortunately, still off cooldown with his jetpack. So Ego does have access to the window, and XC doing a great job, still trying to cut off play with the cage areas. And now we do have Abnormal, by the way, Chocho. So at least there isn't a cipher here. It was Ego cipher. That was the one that's being worked on and does unfortunately fall down in this kite.
Yeah, we did see that the cage, right, was kind of awkward positioned, but positioned over there, but Ego was able to capitalize on that fact, able to kite out that one. So good job from Ego's side. Now looking at our ciphers, maybe added together it would be 2. So NN is already here for the rescue, but I think Xiaocheng already spotted him out here, so kind of forced to go for this early rescue here, I believe.
Note they brought 3 tide turners, so now we see that NN already using up his puppet. He's gonna try to wait it out, uses another puppet immediately, so now he is half hit. He's gonna try to go for more, but not quite. We're gonna see him try to go after Ego since he's already done the damage on NN. Nice, able to get the backstep, but no hit just yet. But we do see Ego's already popped the jetpack. He's waiting for him to come closer, and right at the center, the Aeroplanist gets the last effort.
Oh no, I think when it comes to prediction, that kind of small cage area, wow, it was super duper hard for Ego. Maybe if the cage was a lot bigger, I think it would have allowed some time for Ego to potentially outmind game Xiaocheng over here. Now looking at our ciphers, all 5 of them has already been touched, looking pretty good actually. We might think that it might have been a bad early start, but when it comes to Cypher Rush there, now we're back to 0.
I think she heard you. I think Exy heard you. Like, what are you saying, Chocho? Has Cypher Rush good? No, we're gonna deny a little bit of this. No. Being forced to come for the rescue here, gets the hit, not popping the pocket watch, and Ego has to kite this one out, and Aeroplanist is the last one with the tide turner. So now a back step, able to actually try to go for a swing, but nice juke. Ego has one more chance. Oh, no. Unable to use the jetpack.
Yeah, so really unfortunate. He's unable to use it now. He will bring it to the next match, I guess. So
there he used it once. Can't bring it.
Now we'll be seeing Ego eliminated from this match, so it becomes a 3v1 situation with 3 ciphers remaining.
Yeah,
now,
two of them work.
It's
really hard because IDV math is not doing well here. Nice usage of the cage just to cut them off just a little bit, but I don't know if he's gonna spot them actually healing up. Exy's gotta see that there is survivors that are here and able to knock down the first officer. Puppeteer using the puppet form just to survive just a little bit, but the cage is gonna stop him from kiting away from the cornfield.
Yeah, great usage of the cage there, giving that surprise factor to Team ZZZ, and able to get a double down within that split second. Now Embalmer will be the only one that can come for this rescue. And the ciphers are just not enough, especially after the Abnormal.
Yeah, so Exy's really putting the finishing touches on a a 5-point game on both sides because, yeah, the math is not in favor of the survivors. As Gen Zs would say, the math is not mathing right now.
And for the first time in forever, we might be seeing a 10-0 in BO1.
Oof, that's
literally
gonna be a record
unheard of.
MRC. Yeah, I mean, especially with this type of meta where survivors are heavily unfavored at the start. Do you see OUO trying to just get that rescue, and now he could actually just change his target here. He's just gonna go for a regular hit here. No cage. We still see a never say die attitude on ZZZ. So trying to go for another swing, backswing hit here, but still nothing. Nana still in the area. Unfortunately, the pocket watch is still being effective here, so ITZY is buying so much time for the survivors to re-rotate, but now first officer does fall. Does have a coffin though, so that's he can actually reposition himself.
Yeah, so it creates a window of opportunity for them to potentially bounce back from this. And yeah, I mean, there's definitely endless possibilities. It's just that somehow ZZZ survivors need to kind of find each other, heal each other up. But that's the huge problem here. If they decide to heal up, Cypher progress is not going to be going at all. So Nana, let's see. Another watch.
Possibly. You might as well use it now. Okay, the tide turn effect of that coffin is done. But good job so far. This actually allows a little more time for the Cyphers to prop, as you mentioned. But Nana still rocking that pocket watch close to the hunter just so he'll be in that field of effect. So ITZY just trying to create that distance and wait for the right opportunity to down this first officer because this is his Nana's last chair. But unfortunately unable to drop the pallet in time.
Oh my goodness. If first officer was able to live for another day here, the Cyphers might be prime and they could go for a 3-man endgame. So looking into this, OUO will see the hunter now. Xiaocheng with detention. Let's go.
Okay, so OUO in this area goes through the cage. Doing well so far. The mind games here behind this pallet. It's going to break to try to reposition the cage. So can they at least get one survivor out? Able to get the hit, swinging a hit. Puppeteer's the last one remaining, and he's not yet positioned at the exit gate. We still have trump card to use, Chocho.
Yeah, and here comes the question whether Xiaocheng is gonna risk it. I think he should, especially with the 120 resentment. Yeah. If he's not there, he can simply just cage all the way back.
Oh, it seems like he's checking. But now they're actually going to open up the exit. Oh no, it's not going to be open in time. And that's a 5-point game on the hunter side.
Oh, all right. I was thinking, oh, maybe we use the pipette here, but I think just now he was half health, so it wouldn't have mattered there. So congratulations to Team MRC for securing BO1 win with a 10-0 lead right from the get-go.
Amazing stuff on ITZY's side. I think we saw a little shaky performance in their match with ACT, but now I think they're back in full form. And I said this in this first half. Unfortunately, it's at the expense of ZZZ. We did say that they are a semi-professional team, and I think the best thing that they can do now is just try their best and gain the most experience because you're kind of going up against the MRC of the fall champions of IVL. So yeah, they're looking pretty strong right now, Chocho. Kind of terrifying.
Yeah, definitely. And this is the kind of performance that we are expecting from MRC, right?
Yeah.
But we have to remember that ZZ is actually a semi-professional, so they might not have the resources to study up Xiaocheng as in the whole MRC. But coming into this, I think it's still great effort, well done. It's not easy to just simply get a kill or get for escape. In fact, if you ask any of us here, I think we would definitely get 10-0, like 10 rounds in a row. It would definitely be
true. I mean, you gotta just give it up to ZZZ. Being on that stage, representing their division, it's no easy task, especially going up against the franchise-based team like MRC. They did try their best, and that's what you can look for. And we did say from the get-go that MRC is the favored one to win this matchup. But in this fashion as well, I think they're making a huge statement in the group stage that, yeah, they're gonna gun for at least a good placement or at least third, just for them to hit the playoffs. And yeah, they have to go through ZZZ, unfortunately.
Yeah, and MRC really not giving ZZ a chance to even breathe. We've seen how ZZ actually went up against two opponents already, which is RD and Zeta, and we did see some back and forth. but MRC really just dominating this already. So when it comes to MRC versus Zeta in the later days of this group stage, it would be interesting to see whether MRC is going to be showing a different side and whether Zeta Division is prepared to go up against MRC.
Yeah, this is, like you said, you know, MRC kind of breaking a record here with the perfect game from Survivor and Hunter side, 5-point game each. They didn't have to push it that hard, but the fact that they did just shows they're not pulling back any punches and really giving ZZZ their all, which again, that's something that you want to be given. Granted, you want to gain that experience and you want to be able to make sure that you face the best version of MRC. So ZZZ, shake it off. You're going up against the IVL Autumn 2024 champions, and round number 2 is about to take place. So hopefully they kind of recuperate from that and just come into it with nothing to lose and everything to gain. So let's check out those highlights, and afterwards it's going to be round number 2, folks.
3穿这个我觉得可以离。里面追我，这里面追我，没表了，没表了，我在摸箱子。摸满就打直跑，摸满就打直跑。我要死这里面，我要死这里面了。可以，没问题。No， 基本上有一方。OK。先打。OK。
And we are back to continue our BO2 between these two very strong teams, ZZZ versus MRC. But coming into this, well, it seems to be a very dire situation to ZZZ right now. It really comes to, you know, back to question whether if ZZZ will be able to come back from this, maybe trying to tie things out with MRC, prolonging a BO3. But then again, ZZZ, when it comes to experience, I think that 10-0 seems to be like a reality check for them.
Yeah, I think when it comes to the power levels here, MRC definitely has kind of showed time and time again. These are IVL winners. These are also consistent called the Abyss placers, that there are levels to this. And I think they just want to show everyone that, yo, we're not holding back, and we want to be able to show that we are a strong team out here. And I think that's the right statement to make, because right now they're sitting at the 4th place spot. Now ZZZ, I think, like we said before, nothing to lose, everything to gain, and try their best to get just have fun and also learn a lot in this matchup. Just show us what the South Korea division is made of. I want to see some interesting picks. I want to see some interesting plays. Hopefully they try to give us a good match and a good fight in this round number 2.
Yeah. Literally, when we're looking at the wealth experience, you did mention that it's just the gap is just too large, too large to even begin. And I mean, as for other regions, we did see RD kind of having certain back and forth with their opponents, but RD, we've been seeing them consistently every single COA. But for South Korea division, we don't see them that often, that consistently as well.
All these players actually, I think it's all these players that are new, because the previous team in South Korea, like there were players like Sutaneko, I forgot who was the Hell Ember again. I always forget and call it the Abyss 6. But anyway,
I think it's 6 letters. 6 letters and start with
not Mirake. Mitake. There, I think that was him.
Oh, Mitake, yes.
Mitake. Okay. There's also Seiyun, but Seiyun also I think is now L, and she's now a coach. I'm so OVO. Those are the consistent ones you usually see. So it's you know, we love to see new faces as well, but in that sense, it's a completely different ballpark when you're going up against, first of all, pro team, and also in an away crowd. This is MRC's stomping grounds, guys. Like, the crowd is cheering for them, so that definitely has to add up to the tension of ZZZ. So best we could do is just support them as we watch. And if you guys are supporting MRC, like Hanako, Xiaodi's wife in chat, what do you, like, Xiaodi is a wife? Hanako, shoutouts to you in chat. Do support either MRC or ZZZ as we go to the next matchup here.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Hanako, right, Xiaodi's wife. But then there's also another ID that I saw that said Xiaodi's cat, like past life. But we'll hit into the interview first. Let's see.
이렇게 시면에 나오게 되고 이제 제가 좋아하는 선수랑 직접 경기를 뛸 수 있다는 사실이 많이 기쁘고 기대가 많이 되고 있는 것 같습니다.
So there we go, OUO, just taking it in, going up against his favorite player, his favorite hunter. I think that's the right mentality because you've been seeing ITZY or any of these players perform in the bright lights of IVL, and now it's their chance to go up against them and compare their power levels and learn a lot in this match.
Yeah, and he also did mention that he's a huge fan of Xiaocheng. So would be good to go up against your idol, I guess, in some sense. We also had Sky Yuki also saying that she's a huge fan of Persica. Can't wait to take a photo with her as well. So we do see all these semi-professional teams, you know, having their own favorites coming into this tournament, and this also creates an opportunity for them to bridge some relationships, get to know one another, and form very strong friendships coming into this.
Oh yeah, 100%. So yeah, guys, in this matchup, it's kind of looking like the favored are gonna win this. So I think ZZZ, all they gotta do now is just perform to their best and try and just leave it all on the line here. Because a 10-0 is really hard to come back to. Like, you have to come back from it mentally and also come back from it not just winning the rounds, but or if you tie this one out, you have to get a perfect game essentially in round number 3. So I mean, a tie game is still pretty good. At least you'll get more reps in and kind of deny a 2-0 in this matchup. And hey, more time to play against your idols MRC.
Yeah, and I would actually love if later on when we see the second half, MRC servers actually banning out the Hula Bulu or the Clerk. I'm hoping that MZ would show us something a little bit different when it comes to the Hunter meta, the Hunter character pool, to show us that he might potentially have this back in his arsenal and just, you know, have a power comparison between the survivors of MRC versus seeing ZZ's Hunter MZ. But we'll be seeing the first half here of BO2 between the other side faction first, ZZ servers versus seeing Xiaocheng. As you see Xiaocheng prepare for this.
Yeah. Hey Jojo, I got a cool question. We're talking about math, not mathing, right? Do you know what girl math is?
Of course.
What's girl math? Please explain it to me. I'm not familiar with this. I missed it during math class. What's girl math?
If I ate the chicken rice.
Okay.
But you guys know chicken rice, right? Singapore national dish. If you guys if I ate this chicken rice, but my dad paid for it, it's basically free.
So that's girl math.
Yeah, that's girl math. If another example, let me think.
Give me some. Can you guys give me some examples of girl math?
I'm not sure if this is girl math, but if, for example, I take a cab, and then the cab, for example, is $20. I give $50, and I get $30 change back. I earn $30.
No, my God! I don't know if that's girl math. I don't know. I think that's just.
I earn $30.
I don't know. I don't know if that's girl math, but I hope I hope chat will help us what girl math is. We'll revisit that topic in just a bit. But I just have to talk to chat and say, hey guys, we appreciate you guys for being here all the way from the beginning. And we love the positive comments that you guys have been, but also, you know, criticizing is all right. Just do it very constructively. Because again, ZZ is a semi-professional team. There are disparity when it comes to the power levels because MRC is a franchise professional champion team. Like this is clearly a David and Goliath type story. If ZZZ could at least get like a tie or a win in this game, it's gonna be huge. So those are the stakes. Is anyone talking about girl math? Or no, just talking about chicken rice right now in chat. Let's catching up.
Actually, last night I think I had chicken rice also.
Did you girl math it?
Like after the stream, yeah. After the stream, I had chicken.
Nice.
Yeah, I girl math. I definitely ate it for free.
Valentine said that what you said was girl math, I think. So, girl math is knowing when to wash hair to look optimal. Girl math is putting more items in the cart so I don't have to pay shipping, even though it ends up more expensive, but it feels cheaper. Cyber girl, okay, I get you. I girl math sometimes.
Wait. I'm trying to read all of you guys. There's so many. Girl math is lovingly Lenny said girl math is like buying a purse for the number of wears rather than factoring in the full cost of the purse. Yes.
That's girl math. Okay.
Yeah, a branded bag, for example, it costs like what, 2K, but if I use it for like for the rest of my life, it's basically almost free.
Sublime says, like if you buy something that's $20 but return something that's $10, you've only spent $20. That's accounting, I guess. Depends on the debit and credit levels. Okay. I see you. Nelly says girl math is returning something and then you basically made a plus. Okay.
Girl math is uncalled.
That's too real. Anyway, Chocho, back to the levels. Back to what's at stake here. We have a knight, a psychologist, a gravekeeper, as well as a fire investigator here at Ever Sleeping Town. Xiaocheng does actually have his hullabaloo ready to use because they actually ban out his ITZY. So interesting play that they actually opt to ban, not to leave open the S tier character. I know that he didn't cook technically so much with the hullabaloo, but he will come into this round number 2 with pre-banned survivors, actually 7 banned survivors, now going up against a round 2 survivor lineup with a round 1 hunter.
Definitely called the hullabaloo out there. Hullabaloo coming into this mix here. I think it's alright. It should be a pretty long kite, and I'm hoping that if the Gravekeeper is the first kite, hopefully they get into the ground early on, because we've seen multiple times where Gravekeeper shovel just get cancelled out because of the raid zone.
Yeah.
So you don't really want that situation. Either you just get that hit first, get into the ground, or get in the ground preemptively. Now we have the hullabaloo spawning right outside the graveyard area with the knight and psychologist surrounding him. He could potentially go for the psychologist here.
Yeah. I like what you said. You might as well just use the skill before the red stage hits you so that you don't get silenced. There were a lot of that excellent plays on the side of the hullabaloo, just canceling any skills, not necessarily even the Gravekeeper, like Acrobat as well, Antiquarians, Bamboo Flute. So hopefully, because it's quite scary dealing with hullabaloo in round number 2, and Xiaocheng bring Insolence, Warp, and Trump card in this matchup. So really going super aggressive, not necessarily abnormal, but not accounting for endgame detention. While we have 3 tide turners on deck for ZZZ. I'm Potch Spice, that's Chocho. We just talked about girl math, but we will be talking about this matchup in just a bit, folks. It's ZZZ versus MRC round 2, second half. First half.
Xiaocheng going straight for that psychologist as predicted. Still has a stress to work with, so it shouldn't be a fast down here. We could potentially expect a 1 minute, at the very least 1 minute, but 1.5 should be the most optimal one. Now she did a drop down to prevent any of the free hits from the shadow, from the clone. So Xiaocheng is forced to break this pallet, creating the space for him. Let's see if he's able to outplay the Uyo here.
Okay, slowly gaining his distance here. Nice change of levels, but now we see him not even use a clone. So able to get those 2 hits, got the white mark, the red mark. Oh, these hits might actually happen even without using the clone. Waiting for the black mark to happen, but nice movements on
great
OUO
positioning.
so far.
Great positioning coming from Oyo, really taking up so much time for the hullabaloo, unable to get the black mark onto him, this creating a very tough situation for Xiaocheng. But finally able to get the last mark, the black mark over there. Will be receiving the damage now. She is markless right now. She will receive the black one as of now. The red one too. The red one in a split second here, able to fly well through, but still receiving that regardless.
So you called it. It was a minute kite, but what's scary here, Chocho, is that Exy has already invested so much time in the psychologist that a support rescue would be really tough. But they've had to account for this because he did bring a full kiting build. They got 3 tide turners, so anyone can go for this rescue. They just have to make sure that Cypher progress is not going to suffer here. We see Ego, unfortunately, will have to eat these black and red marks, but the white stage able to avoid it, but unable to avoid that. He needs to make his way. XC is going to try to cut him off. Unable to bounce off. Uh-oh.
Get it. Alright, getting the rescue still regardless, even though it's a double down situation, but at least the rescue still happened here. Now looking at the ciphers, we have the 70% on a standstill, so it is the Fire Investigator one. What's
that
up?
tram, you know, I mean, I think the tram just cut him off. So, I mean, I thought that was going to be a hit. But thank God that didn't happen. Double down situation. Cypher progress, unfortunately, does not look strong enough for a response from XE. He could just keep going the same path. No, they still got one more tide turner to work with. NN is already positioning himself and rotating his way towards the graveyard area. Fire Investigator may have to use up his exit path to just mitigate the situation here and try to pressure some of these ciphers.
Yes, so NN will be able to get a very safe rescue, luckily. So it's a free rescue coming into this. Will she be able to kite out another white one, and she will be gone here?
Yikes. Okay, able to get the 3 marks onto OUO. We still have warp on deck, by the way, so he can actually, after he chairs, he can warp and then get his next chase on going. I like the fact that ZZZ survivors have healed up. So this is good, especially coming to endgame, that they're all still healthy and they still got some items to work with. We got a helmet, we got 1 more balloon from the Fire Investigator, and full shovels on Gravekeeper's side. He actually switches to teleport just not to waste any time, and the Gravekeeper gets silenced!
Oh my goodness, calling this out before the game happened, but it's still regardless, we still see Nana trying to kite for her life here, unable to use the item now. Will be able to get into the ground though. Will he preemptively get down? It seems like it got cancelled up for the 2nd time!
Okay, yeah, but I mean, if that didn't happen, that would have actually made Nana fall down. So just buying a little more time, avoiding the black mark, but unfortunately unable to get it. And that was quite the costly kite, because 2 shovels have been cancelled out and no more shovels to work with anymore.
Well, that was so fast coming from Xiaocheng. Can we even think about it? Because Nana, if she was able to cut off with that 2 shovels, the ciphers would most likely be close to ready. Now it creates a position where NN is kind of getting forced here, but luckily enough for Xiaocheng, he did not spot the NN, but jumping right over.
What a use of the trapeze just to cut him off, but now not gonna choose to predict anything. We see that XC really is kind of just dictating the pace of this matchup. There's only 1 person that's available to just decode these ciphers. The Knight, unfortunately, does not have Tide anymore, and he's going to use his skill trait here just to silence XC. Let's see if he's going to try and play the game. No, he's just going to wait it out because he just needs 1 more mark, and he's going to just get the hit, unable to get it, and now the Gravekeeper is out and about, but no items to work with Chocho, meaning Gravekeeper has fallen once again.
My goodness. So we'll be seeing him for the 2nd time. Already flying back to the mana.
Yeah,
my goodness. Okay. So this creates a window of opportunity for them to push that last cipher right now. Can they pop? It seems like Ego is just gonna let go for now. We know that this too, they don't have borrowed time at all. So working into this, they are decoding the 6th cipher at the graveyard. Ego, can he carry it out though? No inflatables to work with.
Wow, a 2 for 1 from that double surprise, and just like that, Ego has fallen down. Fire Investigator is going to be brought towards the center, and it's just the battle of the exit paths at this point. Oh no, he's actually going to go for a chair, and now he's going to chase after NN.
That's right, and Xiaocheng will be trapezing over, gaining the distance. He does have the Tinnitus here. The clone also shows the direction as well. We'll be able to spot out NN here. It's just a matter of time here. It is a stalemate situation as we see ZZ Survivors once again getting wiped out here with this 5-point lead.
Chocho, it seems like XC is on a roll. They're at a 15-point win streak right now up against the ZZZ. So yeah, just really showing everyone that there are levels to this, and MRC making a huge statement right before the playoffs that, yo, okay, we're here to play, guys. And I know we had a rough outing up against ACT, but we're back in full form, and they're not going to hold back up against ZZZ.
Yeah, not going to hold back at all. So coming to the 2nd half later on is a question whether we will be seeing the 4 escape win streak again. As of now, we are seeing GR being the only one that can the Survivor team that can potentially go for that, and really strong end game coming from them previously at the Red Church. MRC survivors are known to be extremely strong as well. The teamwork, synergy, we don't doubt that. And also recently with Love Left, he's been kind of like a newer mix into the main lineup. And the fact that he was able to get an MVP, Survivor MVP, was definitely very telling of his performance. Yeah,
definitely a big highlight on his end. Looking at the match stats here, again, this is what happens when you allow Hullabaloo to make it to round number 2 and you allow ITZY to kind of warm up and cook with this type of hunter. He's really known for the GOAT man. He performed very well here, but his Hullabaloo seemed to be in very strong form. You got to give it up, though. Like, Psychologist was able to kite for a while, bought a little bit of time. But unfortunately, once he was able to get a double down situation, cancel out 2 of the shovels of the Gravekeeper. Yeah, you were calling it from a mile away, Chocho, that is what the Hullabaloo brings to the table. Just complete negation of the skills of any of the survivors here.
Yeah. And also, Xiaocheng is kind of starting to find his momentum when it comes to the group stages, right? I think other than the very awkward position that he let himself into in the double story area, but also a very good job coming from the Psychologist when it comes to positioning. Other than that, it has been a pretty smooth one. He cancelled out 2 of the Gravekeeper's shovels. We can't forget about that. And Knight being almost like a direct counter towards the Hullabaloo. We saw that very safe rescues coming from NN. So with all of that happening, he was still able to get that 4K regardless. So very good job well done coming from Xiaocheng. And ZZZ, let's see if the Hunter side MZ will be able to get the number of kills to put on this matchup.
I think at this point, just try your best, MZ, to just perform. Pick whatever hunter you want. Give us a show, because right now it's MRC clearly are very hell-bent intent on getting as much points as they can. So again, looking at the chat here, we see the one and only Nello Mello. Unfortunately, he's been saying he's at the Abyss. We'll be seeing him tomorrow, guys, so don't you worry. He'll be back on the mic for tomorrow and for the rest of the weekend. So big shout-outs to you, my guy, and big shout-outs to everyone that's still joining us in chat. Any shout-outs you want to give out, Chocho? As we did give a lot of girl math equations in the previous.
Shout-outs to Rainy1, of course, Hanako, and unfortunately I don't read Japanese, but of course to you Japanese ID viewers looking into this. Reverie, Black Snow Za, Roneri Turknari. Oh, I'm so bad at reading names, but you guys, hopefully you guys know who I'm talking about here. Shout outs to you guys for tuning in and also making it so positive within the chat.
Yeah, so we do want, if you guys are supporting ZZZ, please do keep sending that support out for MZ because he needs it now more than ever. Well, MRC, they just need one survivor out. And they win this game, but knowing the competitors that they are, they definitely want to just keep going for more and maybe set a record of getting like a perfect game at the expense of ZZZ.
Yeah, wow, if they are able to get the perfect game, it's just gonna be a 20-0 sweep.
Wow.
The last time I saw this in a COA kind of format is like, I think COAs ago. There's never really like a situation in like the recent COAs where we see like a sweep like this. This is just dominating performance coming from MRC.
I think it was actually maybe in how the previous COAs were structured, and this was like GR's days, like the three-peat champions, because I think they were able to get it was a race to set. Wow, okay. I'm not sure what happened there, but hopefully they're okay. Did they drop the phone?
It's spalled and game over. Game over.
Game over. Okay, I guess not. But hey, at least they're all smiles on the stage. Not feeling the direness of the scores. Again, shoutouts to L and shoutouts to MZ. I think that's the best possible mindset that they want coming into this. Did they drop the phone? I'm kind of scared. That was an iPhone.
I think just... Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, no.
Maybe.
Have you ever got like super frustrated that you like?
I almost. But I realized. Okay, because I have two phones, right? Yeah,
Okay.
I read about how much it costs. I would have two phones. One's for gaming, one is for like my day-to-day use.
Okay.
Yo, I think yesterday also.
Oh no, you raged? Why'd you rage? What were you playing? I mean, or were you playing like a ranked match? That's why.
Yeah, it was definitely a ranked match, and it didn't end up well at all. You know, as you know, randoms.
Oh,
And
blame
there
the
you go.
random, sure.
Hey.
Hey, man.
Hey, okay,
Yeah, but true, we get those.
Oh, but it was such an unfortunate match. But the phone, I got it using my own money, my own
Okay.
dear money.
My
So
own-
of course, if I smash it, then no phone to play.
No phone. Oh no. The most I ever do is like squeeze it very tight. Like "Urgh." Especially when I get a terror shock when I'm kiting and then it's like, oh
I
no.
rather
What's up?
I rather have like hit my hand on the table and then my hand's gonna hurt rather than throw my phone on the
Oh.
table or on the floor. Yeah.
Do you
That's
ever
how
like
much,
do you ever
I treasure my
like so
phone.
you hit stuff or do you scream at a pillow? Like how do you deal with saltiness like when you play?
I think like realistically speaking, like you
Mhm.
know, human to human, I
Okay.
curse.
Oh, okay. You curse out loud or like you curse at like the phone, like you curse to the skies or what do
If
you-
I'm playing by myself, I would just curse like verbally. But if I'm playing with somebody else, they're in like voice call with me.
Mhm.
I would just be like, "Wow, cannot."
Oh, okay.
You know.
So what's funny is that, and I think Nello, because we play a lot. Whenever I play, I get really quiet, and that's bad because we need to communicate, right?
Mm.
So I talk a lot when I commentate, but when I play, it's just that part of my brain just shuts off because I gotta focus. By no means am I good, but like I just tend to just shut down and just like focus, even though he's talking to me, saying like, "Oh, we're here, rotating around, blah blah blah." I need to talk more. I don't know. Are you able to like talk and play at the same time? with your
Of
teammates?
course. It's standard because I used to play competitively. Right?
Yeah, true. But did it come naturally to just communicate, or you just had to like, shoot, I have to be more mindful with my communication?
I think I never really had a problem with that. I guess initially maybe because they are newer. I'm the new member, so
Mhm.
like I would just be a little bit more quiet as compared to the rest. But as I get to be more comfortable, then it just comes naturally.
You're born
But,
to
of
commentate. I
course-
knew it. Professional yapper chocho. Let's go.
Yeah, of course. Truly, when you're gaming, when you get angry, you know what can calm you down.
Mm-hmm.
Having Adi's voice at the back. What the hell? I think that would definitely calm me down. Make me laugh in a very stressful situation. I think that's what I need there. But we digress quite a little bit, quite a lot actually, and we'll be
Fine.
heading back
Yeah, we're back.
into
We're back
to
to the
second
match.
half, then
Okay.
pick phase.
Okay, so wow, good pickups here at the side of MRC. A Seer Priestess combination. Bring back the hits of old. But do note that MZ does have access to the Goatman because the globally banned Hunter here is the opera singer while they ban out the Hullabaloo. So has MZ brought out the Goatman?
MZ. Not in my knowledge book here.
My knowledge.
My knowledge book here, yeah. Not in my knowledge.
What
But
are his
he's brought
go-to
out the
round
Hulla-
200? Yeah, round
Oh.
200s.
He's brought out the clock before, BO1 and the other time at BO2. It could be a clock here, that's what they're gearing up for, but then again, they could go for the potential Antiquarian here. Antiquarian is a huge counter coming to this matchup and also could potentially help to OB as well. But they decide to go for the Wilding. Still okay. It opens up opportunity for the Antiquarians to be picked up here coming into the fourth pick. But
And
let's
I think
see what MZ
Antiquarian
gonna bring
got Antiquarian got globally banned. So yeah, they picked him up in the first round. I do see Rennie saying, "MZ, trust me, play Mad Eyes. You'll get 15k." I highly doubt that.
15k.
15k from Rennie. Just she'll forward you the 15k. Don't worry, MC, if you're hearing this right now.
Oh, but great question coming from Slime Lester that says, "Where's Annie?" Exactly, where's Annie? Actually, Toy Merchant actually works pretty well at Ever Slipping Town. We know that there's a lot of catapult positions that could potentially help your teammates kite a lot longer, but that requires time for the Toy Merchant to set things up, which buys up time in the early game when it comes to decoding. So, from RMC side, they are going to be selecting the Novelist.
Okay, so we've seen a lot of good highlights. I mean, coming from AK, coming from various hunters from the IJL region, also using Novelist to counter the Goatman or counter any hunter that are single hit hunters. Hopefully he doesn't bring out an Ivy, because an Ivy would definitely counter out this Novelist. By the looks of it though, he did bring out a Clerk in round number 2. He has his Opera Singer ban, he has his Hullabaloo ban. I think he could go with something kind of crazy here. I mean, that's just me. You know, might as well make a statement and make a huge one at that. If you have a pocket hunter, if you have like a surprise pick, an ace up your sleeve, bring it out. I think Seiyun saying, yo, bring it out. Don't worry. Trust, fam. We got
Feaster.
Do it for the plot. Do it for the plot. Do it for the feaster. Let's go.
Do it for the plot, exactly. Feast. Feaster, really? Just gone from like nobody is talking about Feaster at all anymore.
Who? Never heard of
Feaster.
him. I'm kidding. No, I know. I know. Oh, Feaster. How would you rework Feaster to make him viable for competitive?
Make the tentacles a bit smarter.
Smarter. Instant hit.
Because if you just if you circle around, right, then you will be able to negate the tentacle hit.
Ooh,
but we will be seeing the
clerk.
clerk for the third time, I think.
Yeah, and in the previous match, he got a tie using this clerk, right? And they don't have anyone to rush ciphers, but they do have the novelist and the wildling to kind of stun her out of recording any ciphers. So
yes.
I think they might have, they done their homework in this, and they have the priestess just to pull distance and the seer just to negate one hit. So hopefully MZ is going to be ready for this matchup. I'm excited. I want to see some Clerk. I know Clerk was was meta for a little bit, but not as long as other characters. So let's see if MZ could put respect on Keegan's name.
And for MRC side, I think they might be potentially gearing up for that 4 escape once again for that perfect score to end their matchup here. Now looking into this, we are seeing the balding spawning at the center, Seer at the geisha area, and Hunter will be spawning between the priestess and the novelist. Most likely he's going to be going for that novelist here. So let's just wait and see while we wait patiently. I'm trying to think how they might potentially force escape using this team comp. It's pretty strong, right? Because we still have the wilding with the boar, could potentially body block. If Seer is able to absorb another owl, that could help as well.
Yeah, I'm excited to see also the traits that they're going to be bringing to the table. So it seems like excitement, trump card, detention, just to avoid the stuns of pallets, I guess, or any going through holy keys here. But we do have 2 tide turners, a full kiting build on both the seer and the novelist. So once again, folks, MRC looking to get a 4-man escape in this matchup up against ZZZ. That's Chocho. I'm Botch Spiceberry, your commentators for the second half of the second round.
MZ heading straight for this novelist once again as predicted. Let's see how long Nanako can kite here. We do know that when it comes to pallet plays here, Clerk could potentially play around that against Nanako here. So Nanako does have a book to work with. Fly will be up in about 33 seconds. We could be expecting a really long kite here.
Yeah, so now we're going to get a window recording in this area. Nanako has to be very careful. We see the Seer Owl recording him as well. He will have access to that in just a bit, but he's doing pretty healthy right now. I think he's going to try to bait out a trait, which he thinks might be Blink, but little does he know, it's excitement. So Nanako just rock hiding MZ so far, making the ciphers almost reach that 50% mark. Unfortunately, unable to block this window, still holding on to this pallet as well, starving him of presence. Gonna go for that switch just so he has access to that window once again.
My goodness, he can play 1 year with this like 2 window and 1 pallet area.
Yeah.
Nanako really not giving a single opportunity, not even giving the distance for a basic attack.
I know.
That's how bad this is right now. And Seer is spectating. Let's see if a basic hit will be registered here. They don't know it's not a blink here.
Wow, and the charged up attack gets predicted there, and at least he gets a little bit of presence. Now this does allow, the portal, and now he's actually seeing 3 survivors. Hi. And it's Xiaodi that's gonna take this kite.
Yeah, Xiaodi attracting the hunter with the very beautiful priestess skin we're seeing here. Does have another puzzle to work with, so we shouldn't be seeing it insta-down as well. No serious support coming into this now, and Nanako trying to attract the hunter's attention as well. They're trying to team fight here.
I mean, I think Nanako wants, because he has the regen of that book. Xiaodi still has to regenerate his holy keys. And maybe they want to go for a team fight, but now we're going to see a drop down onto this pallet. Recording. Oh no, able to actually use it. And that was such a risky vault. Able to bait out the excitement. COAⅧ still stays alive, and none of them are hit just yet because they used the owl to absorb the first damage. He's gonna drop down, and COAⅧ's on the second floor, forcing MZ to rotate to a new target. It seems like he's gonna try to record Nanako.
Well, things are just gonna go downhill for MZ while MRC is having the upper hand here, surprisingly, coming from the survivor side. Now, we saw that, right? It was just a little bit slow hands coming from MZ with the excitement, and COAⅧ also. My goodness, playing with fire over there. So now it's just a back and forth with Nanako as well as COAⅧ, right? When it comes to these characters here, really playing with the clock here, it seems kind of almost like bullying, in fact.
Yeah, because they're still forcing the cipher and now able to actually get a book and also a pallet slam. They know that excitement has already been used, and Nanako taking things away from the graveyard cipher. We do see that the pallet break recording was there. Nanako goes for a flywheel, still unscathed. He's going to get recorded here for some pallet drops. But we do see that his book might be ready for him to use. You just have to wait for the proper position for him to use it.
Oh my goodness, and another pallet stun. 3 minutes and a half into the match, and Clerk is still not first skill just yet, guys. And Cyphers are almost prime.
Yeah, I mean, this is MRC at their prime right now. So Nanako recording another book here. And MZ still playing things very conservatively. But look at that, Nanako just hiding behind these pallets, trying to go for a pallet slam, but finally able to unlock first presence here. Novelist now has to be very careful not to be caught off guard. Last cipher is already primed though. They could actually just pop it because Nanako does not have
just pop.
Able to get the drop on him, and now they pop the cipher.
Yeah, and Dungeon is at the center. This is giving so much room for that 4 escape here. Now Nanako will be switching over and will get that speed boost at the same time. Now blocking the gate from opening. Now that is a key play coming from MZ while Nanako getting that basic hit.
Okay, still hasn't used trump card just yet. He can actually, he blocked out the exit gate. This is still all good. They are taking turns trying to decode this exit gate. He's just gonna camp this one out. I thought he was gonna use trump card to just go for that teleport, but it seems like he's being pressured to stay here because of COAⅧ.
There is oh my goodness, a bling play coming from COAⅧ. I think when it comes to this survivor side, seems to be a little bit not too stressed about this matchup.
Yeah.
But
COAⅧ's here. Imagine they just get a 1 survivor escape. COAⅧ getting the rescue, but the Seer unfortunately doesn't get the flywheel. So MZ, a man on a mission here, trying to get the most, but this actually allows COAⅧ to go for the rescue of Nanako. But is he actually going to get it? Able to actually go through, and the Priestess portal, everyone is here. Wildling still has a board to work with to just provide some support for the exit, but Seer's about to fall down. And now goes back and forth. Okay, he's gonna clean up a little bit of that holy key, and now go for the chair maybe. But this allows Nanako to try and record a little bit of that book.
Oh no! Another a basic hit.
Wow!
Flywheel successfully survives for another day. Now, Seer, can he struggle? Can he struggle?
Oh my God! Able to get the struggle, but so we do see that Nanako is down. Love Left is here. Has to be very careful because he can go for that push. He might have to do a bit of cleanup before he tries to chair any of these survivors. Wow!
Able to rescue the Novelist. Can he body block? He will be able to swap it around and get that speed boost and see this balance, but it's gonna be crucial. Seems like he will miss the opportunity. Now Love Left still in the vicinity, and the pick is nowhere near being done. Let's see the Priestess portal at the same time. We do see the team fight on the bottom left as well.
No detention anymore, Chocho, so they could go for a heal strat. They're allowed to take some hits here, especially on the Priestess and Wildling side. No push. We do see the pickup happen, and unfortunately the Wildling is not there. We do see a knockdown onto the Seer side. He's just swinging for the fences here. MZ trying to get as much damage on the board as possible, able to secure that 1 survivor elimination, and he might actually get a tie game.
Oh, I don't think MRC survivors are going to just settle for the tie. We see on the bottom left, Wilding is coming. Priestess is trying to set up portals, maybe long portals to even get off with this. Wilding has a tight turner to work with. This is gonna be a 3-man game coming for MRC survivors. They are not going to back down.
Okay, so MRC still trying to gun for more survivors out of here. Is going to get a hit. Is the timing right? He tries to fly with, or no, he tries to go through here. There's no portal just set up just yet. He needs to be able to hit
Eat a hit, Xiaodi.
Uh-oh. Xiaodi
Yes,
gets that
yes, eat a
hit,
hit.
but the long portal is there and able to actually get the S. Oh my god, it's through the pallet. And now MZ goes through the blink here. Wants to go for the hit, but the Seer has an owl.
And going for the dungeon coming from the Wilding. And this will then secure a 3 escape coming for MRC survivors. So an 18-1 victory here.
Bro, that was intense the way they played that, and the never say die attitude of MRC. Some people may call it like, yo, they're really not holding back here. It was a little tough to watch, especially if you're a Hunter player. Like the survivors were just having their way and just going for pallet slams. The first hit took so long to get, and it was all through just rock hiding, and that's just the ability of MRC, folks. Congratulations to them coming in full form. But you got to give your love out to ZZZ. MZ in particular also. That was a rough outing as a Hunter, but hopefully he's learned a lot in this matchup. I think that's the best you can do, is just learn from this experience and enjoy your time in Guangzhou, because I think hopefully they stay there till the playoffs and just try to get more scrims, more experience with the high-tier players like MRC.
Yeah, so this is looking very good for MRC. In fact, with these 2 straight wins coming through, they will be ranked slightly higher coming into the groupings, which we'll be seeing at the end of the day. Now, as of now, ZZZ, it seems like they will be officially not be given the opportunity to make it to the playoffs with the 3-loss streak that we're seeing in their group stages.
Yeah, and if I look at the schedule, they will be playing on April 20 against ACT. Wow.
Okay, that is.
Yeah, so do tune into that. Oh, it's Easter Sunday, I believe, April 20. But yes, do tune in for that if you guys want to support ZZZ, because they need it more than ever with how this match played out. Hopefully they kind of go back to the drawing board and try to figure out a strategy to go up against ACT. But here we have the match stats. Get an amazing performance. The kiting time on Nanako, 243 seconds. That's got to be a record. And the score line here is 1-18, 10-0, a perfect game on MRC's side. While in Ever Sleeping Town, it's an 8-1.
Yeah, almost close to perfect score there. I think MRC, they really wanted to go for that 4 escape, but we did see that the Seer was slightly overconfident. If only he was able to potentially predict that blink flywheel with that through the flywheel, then I think things might be looking slightly more optimistic. But we see him swap the blink and then the blink trait used so quickly. But when it comes to him using the excitement against Xiaodi, if he was able to get that terror shock there, maybe things would have been slightly different.
True. There were a lot of risky vaults that Xiaodi was able to do, but I think that was just how confident he is in this matchup. We saw how well he all of them, right? Nanako, Xiaodi, going back and forth in Graveyard towards the center. But folks, let's check out the highlights and reward an MVP right after this.
네. 어디 가라고요? 묘지. 히트.呀，AbyssⅧ。目的射来了，你吃一刀回目的可以啊，看你情况。
我修1号去了，
金身交了，哦，技能没交过，提醒一下。OK，
金身。
交了吗？
交了。
我想吸个鸟，看不见死跑。
我已经去了，还要来。去吧。
哦 ，OK。
你。去
帮他还是去吸鸟吗？我现在一点没吸到呢，他死了。
So we are back once again with MRC now, getting a very convincing victory 18-1. And we saw the VC situation, right? You know what? If I was Xiaodi, I was that princess, I would have screamed out loud, man. But then we saw how peaceful the VC was. Just peace and harmony, nothing to really shout about. And that's exactly what we expect from them also at the same time, because they are professional players. They are so used to this kind of situations. They know how to handle it too. So as of now, we will be waiting to potentially guess our MVP player here. But Posh, I want to ask, who do you think it's going to be?
I think has to go to the perfect scoring hunter, right? It has to be XC because he's got double like perfect scores all throughout. I mean, you can make the case for Nanako with the 200 plus seconds of kiting, but you have to admit that, I mean, consistent performance. If the survivors did get double like perfects as well, I think it's undeniable you have to reward the survivor. But that's just me. What about you, Chocho?
Since you're on Xiaocheng, I'm going to talk about the novelist. The novelist seems to be really strong when it came to kiting
Nanako.
the clerk. Yeah, the clerk. Nanako on the novelist. 243 seconds. I don't think we need to argue because I think that is the highest, longest containment time we are seeing here. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. That's the most numbers I saw in a containment time. Not even in like even a Tarot game. That was quite intense with how well he played that. And he played that on the big stage of Call of the Abyss. So yeah, if it goes to the survivors, I would definitely want to see Nanako on that novelist make it out there. So let us know who you think the MVP is gonna be, because guys, we are wrapping up this match. Right after this though, it's gonna be FT versus GR. Undefeated versus undefeated. This is where we're gonna test. We're gonna either renew or revoke Chocho's Southeast Asia card.
I have still yet decided who I would like to support coming
you have
to
not,
the fourth
wait, you
round.
have not decided? What's that
Yeah,
to
when
decide?
when you ask me later on, I will decide. Okay, and that's just gonna be my answer for the matchup. Yeah.
You've been talking nonstop about FT. Like, it's okay. It's okay if you. Oh, I remember where are your apples at in this matchup again? Where are they?
Not with FT.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Why? Pain, Adi. What the hell? The hell?
What the hell?
The
Yeah.
hell, dude? Bro.
Yeah, but we'll see. If GR maybe, I really not sure. I'm really not sure here. I feel like when it comes to their matchup, it will probably be a BO3. Yeah, it's just that I'm not sure who will ultimately stand out.
Okay, tell me this. 70-30, 60-40. What's the percentage?
6. Can it be 50-50?
No, if it's 50-50, you're a fence sitter. Don't do that. You got to girl math this. Come on, give me something.
60-40 is 60-40, but I'll let you guys know who I'll ultimately pick later on. 60-40.
I think I know who you're gonna pick. What's your favorite color again?
Pink.
Hey, Nanako! Let's go. You predicted correctly, Chocho.
Yeah, it was too strong of a kiting performance coming from Nanako here, and this is the second MVP we're seeing from the survivor side of MRC. Initially was Love, now we have Nanako on the novelist. We see the average containment time 172.88, but just now with that 243 seconds, I've done my math. It's at least 4 minutes. 6, 12, 18, 24, yes. 4 minutes.
No girl math here, folks. Could be. Yeah. That's quite the long containment time. So congratulations to Nanako. Let's head into the interview portion of this game.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人潇潇。首先恭喜 MRC 拿下今天比赛的胜利，我们请到了花菜和娜娜来到赛后采访，先来打个招呼吧。
大家下午好。
欢迎 MVP。
刷分的。
上来就这样子。今天先请 MVP 讲两句啊。刚才花瓷竟然对你的这个 MVP 进行了一些质疑。刚在后台的时候就说：“哎呀，小陈这2把4抓不会把 MVP 卷了吧？”当然他本人现在肚子痛在上厕所啊，我们可以大声的在台上嘘小陈。有没有觉得今天拿下这个最佳演绎爽？奶奶。
我感觉大概率应该是人类的吧，毕竟是我们先上4跑。
对。
先后手的问题吧。
是的，因为今天第一局4跑可以说是很关键的奠定了整个对局的走势嘛。那因为上来第一局就4跑，然后第二局又是一个3跑，其实很秀了。今天大家对于整体的一个发挥，花瓷你还满意吗？还是你觉得还最后没有4跑，觉得，哎，
都怪他。
你是内心憋着仇恨，你怎么像老杨一样那个原理值上来直击奈奈 ？OK， 我们来问一下今天第一局的问题好了，因为确实奈奈牵制了170多秒，这2局都发挥了非常关键的作用。第一局刚才也说了嘛，是求生者先上的，那这个布置大家是一个什么样子的战术的安排和体现呢？当时又想要有一个什么样子的打法呢？花瓷，你好像怨念很大呀，那你说吧。哦。
没有什么战术，先保平就行。
所以上来是想保平嘛？那奈奈当时我们是在哪一个关键的节奏点是想要去运营这个4跑的呢？
因为小离开门站不是吃闪了吗？就想着让他倒在角落，我们拿一个3跑可以了。但是屠夫来管大门，我就想着香水有搏命，我们就感觉可以拼一拼，把香水搏满，推脱挽留就有4跑面。
真的是给争到了，因为毕竟第一局求生者4跑这个概念还是有一点点太超模了，就感觉很难想象。但是确实是被大家完成了这个4跑。那当时花子你是坐在椅子上嘛，然后被小迪老师救下来，当时队内大家的沟通是什么样子？你们也是提前运营倒在了那个位置吗？
我是因为我门已经开了嘛，但是古董商倒地了，然后我需要在大门给他拖出自愈的时间，然后我死在门口，这样的话他挂不远，一个搏命就一定能走。
今天的对局全都是细节，因为第一局完成了一个4跑之后，看到大家的状态很沸腾啊。第二局的时候打得那么拼，当时奈奈你也是开局先牵制嘛，因为对方的记录员已经在这个小组赛掏过很多次了，我们的阵容是会完全是想要去克制这样的一个角色吗？会有这样的考虑？
其实想玩点别的角色来着，但是他的班位有点摇摆跛脚羊了，就是比较害怕嘛。因为可能想选的角色打跛脚羊没有那么好打，就只能选出这套阵容了。
本来是想完全的 counter， 但是看到对面也是在场上有一个调整，那因为也是开局你先牵制的，当时整个过程大概会是什么样子呢？
我就不讲话，吓一吓他们，装高手。
就是全程很冷静的在操作。那花慈他不讲话在牵制的时候，你有没有心里在装什么？有没有这种装高手？
不要以这样揣测我好吗？
对不起，
我就在想刷分的。
你还不如想装高手呢。那今天既然花慈都已经把话放在这儿了，奈奈这一整局你觉得最爽的点是什么？作为 MVP， 你觉得最爽的一个操作可以就是高光的反复剪辑组来回剪辑。
我只是感觉开局跟他2个人在那转圈圈比较好玩
那个地方可以剪辑一下，对不对？因为那一局最后大家好想争这个4跑，到底是谁提议说是那一局兄弟们冲啊，一定要把自己的羁绊打出来？花慈，你讲，谁提议的一定要4跑？
我们没有内鬼，我们全都是内鬼
全都是内鬼吗？那刚才你在后台好像对于这个没能4跑有一点点小小的遗憾啊。那接下来花慈你先说 ，Look in my eyes， why tell me why， why 不能4跑？
都怪奈奈苦，
奈奈苦 tell me why。why不能4跑？
都怪小迪把中场的板子用了，都怪小迪。
就中场那个板子那边有一点点小可惜，因为最后有一个搏命嘛，感觉大家很想套出来。那今天拿下了比赛的胜利之后，很漂亮，因为是2-0。大家都知道，现在其实每一个组别都很卷，1-2个净胜可能就能决定是第1名还是第3名。那马上我们就要对阵 Zeta 战队了，其实还是很熟悉的老对手。有没有说是哪一个选手大家也是特别想要去在最后一场比赛切磋一下，因为对方今年的实力也很强劲。MVP，
我比较想跟德塔的监管切磋一下吧，因为其实没有怎么遇到过 Peter 这名选手吧，毕竟也是德塔的新人，想去切磋一下。
没错，而且今年小组赛 Peter 也打得特别好。花慈呢？
我打小城就行了。
你打是在对局里打，还是那种物理意义上的？你打小城可以刷分吗？就是痛击小城，然后加500。
为什么不可以双管齐下呢？
既要又要是吗？那你就在现实和对局当中，接下来也是努力的通过殴打小城来刷分吧。OK， 感谢2位来到赛后采访，再次恭喜 MRC 拿下今天比赛胜利。接下来即将进行的是我们今天的最后一场比赛，让我们稍事休息，马上回来。
Where am I?
He's awake!
He looks so complete.
Hey, it's about time.
Anyway, welcome to the gang.
I've been wandering this wasteland with the team for a while. Most are out scouting while I document the mutated entities. It is relatively easy work. Seeing her fills me with both joy and fear. I must find a new path for her, because I know this wasteland is no paradise. As we delve deeper, the relentless force of erosion is like a slow, steady hammer driving life down like a nail, reshaping it into something else. Guided by my companion, we reach a new area with far more strange entities than the outskirts. Our ailing frames can barely endure, yet none of us are willing to stop. I can't leave yet. The key to finding the way out might lie deeper within.
Watch out!
来到第5人格深渊的互换8总决赛小组赛，我是主持人潇潇。接下来让我们有请2支战队登场。首先有请 GR 战队。
可以打败我，不过不是现在。
欢迎卡梦、小铁、小月明、阿策、吴昕、捏捏、年纪。接下来让我们有请 FT 战队。
3天前是我的生日，卡梦可以祝我生日快乐吗？
欢迎鸟牌、贺神、Kuga、阿弟、Mini Blue、Shadow、火源。 今天的最后一场比赛由 GR 对阵 FT， 让我们一起期待这场精彩的对决。
Hey guys, we are back once again for our final matchup of day number 7. We have GR versus FT, and we are of course very excited about this matchup. Maybe I'm very excited about this matchup.
Excited, nervous, same side.
Little bit.
Sorry, two sides of the same coin here. I don't know, Chocho. One of my favorite teams going up with the pride of SEAFT. I mean, Sky is great and all, but FT has been the consistent players for Southeast Asia. So, pro team versus semi-pro team. Your favorite color versus Adi's what the hell? I don't know. who we going for here, Chocho?
I really can't decide. My goodness, I'm now placed in this position where like I can't decide who I want to like support for in this matchup here.
Okay, I'll let you decide. Do we want to say who we think's gonna win, or do we just you know what, just be professional, just be like, no, we're good. We won't take a stance here. What do you want? What do you want to do?
Let's take a stand. Let's not be fence-sitters, okay? We've talked about this, guys. We can't be fence-sitters about this. We gotta be decisive, and I'm not very decisive as a person, but we need to be decisive. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. On the count of 3. We're gonna say who we think is gonna win, or who we want to win. Because obviously we want obviously it's FT, so we want FT to win, obviously. Or unless you want GR to win.
We just say the team. We don't think about it.
Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Okay, ready? On the count of 3. On the count of 3. 3, 2, 1. FT. Okay.
My stress ball, guys. I definitely need this today. This matchup.
We want FT to win. We're loyal to Southeast Asia, but I understand there are some folks in chat that are rooting for GR, and rightly so. GR, fan favorite team. They have such a fan-friendly play style. All these survivors are super game towards the round number 3, so do look out for Xiaomi 5, Heart, AC, etc., aka all those guys, and Jin obviously. But Meow, Hutchin, Kuga, Adi, Mini Blue, Shadow, and Yuan are compromising FT, the pride of Southeast Asia. And it seems like we're going to see the Hunter side come out first on Team FT. But let's introduce GR. So this is the second time you're going up against GR, Chocho. I mean, we're on the same side here, but man, I don't know. It's very scary if you root against this team. And one of the reasons why is one of the best shot callers here, one of the best team captains. It's AK.
Exactly. AK has been showing a very strong performance coming to this. We don't see a lot of decoding, which means that he's majority of the time kiting. And even if it's a rather short kite here, we are able to see GR potentially bouncing right back off.
Yeah.
We saw that they are actually the first team to get a 4 escape in this tournament here when they went up against Sprinter, and it was at Chinatown. Very amazing game coming from GR. That was their winning condition, a 4 escape, and they did it. But they actually went up against Weibo Gaming as well, and it was a close 4 escape, but ultimately 3 escape is still pretty good. But when it comes to team fights, you can't discount GR at all.
Yeah, we cannot. So we're going to move things over to AC, one of the best kiters in the team. Containment time is still below 60%, but when it comes to team fights, when it comes to just support, overall decoding as well, you can rely on AC to be able to get the job done. One thing also to note with AC, he does also have a patient, a psychologist, brought out the prisoner, Explorer as well in his lineup. So AK and AC, two very distinct like names. It's just letters, AC and AK. They definitely have like this tandem going on with each other.
Yeah, and when it comes to AC, I just want to see how he's going to be performing here. Yeah, but moving on, we do have Iron coming into the mix here. Has been playing in the main lineup coming into these group stages, and he's performing very well. We do see Hunters trying to catch him first, and he does an amazing kite with the Seer. And yeah, we don't expect anything less from him. Now looking at the containment time, F76.78 seconds. That's average, by the way, guys. So when it comes to even longer kites, 120 seconds, a 3-cipher kite, that we could definitely expect that from Iron.
You know how yesterday we were thinking, channel Dolisu × 2? I feel like that's Iron. Because Iron is just so good at kiting, especially with his Seer. I mean, he had such an amazing performance going up against Weibo Gaming, going up against Alex. It's just... It's one to behold. So look out for Iron, folks. And last but not least, the heart of the team, of course, Heart. One of the... he's actually averaged second in rescues next to Nana. So 1.67, that's basically 2 with his average rescues. So I rely on him to make those rescues happen while the rest of his team, which is AK, AC, and Iron, to be able to contain the Hunter all throughout. But his average containment time is still one to behold.
Yeah, pretty good actually for a rescuer. We do see that it's at almost 65 seconds. So yeah, not an instant on situation. He's able to kite very well with the items that he's left with after rescuing his teammates here and there. So let's see what's it gonna be for GR survivors. Are they in good condition today? Whether they're able to execute those plans very well, or will FT dominate them like how they usually do, even with their opponents? Because for FT side, we do know that they have been pretty surprisingly coming to the group stages. They won against RVL, they won against FL as well.
Yeah.
So both sides are having win streaks coming into these group stages.
I would say that FL was a good start, but this is one of the biggest tests that they're going up against. Let's introduce Hushin here. Really the round 1 Hunter, and then Meow comes in round 2 and 3. If we go by the statistics of how GR does perform, the Survivor team usually kind of goes for ties, and I'm kind of liking the 100% for elimination rate on Hushin's side. He needs to one-up Jin here, or at least make sure that he keeps up with Jin in whatever Jin, being the Hunter of GR, whatever he will perform with, and Hushin is more than capable of doing just that.
Yeah, that's Hushin in a nutshell. If you guys followed me on my Instagram, you guys would have seen a story of their behind the scenes.
Who's Chocho? Yes, follow on Instagram at Who's Chocho, please.
Yeah, and if you guys managed to see the story that I posted where the behind the scenes when they come off the stage, that stairs area, we do see that FT really very together as a team. Malaysian team, they are semi-professional. We don't see them. We're not seeing teams, esports team, recruiting them just yet. But let's just wait and see. Maybe they might see more opportunities coming after the COA 8 season. But
fingers crossed, right?
And FT as a whole team, they are very young. That's one thing. And they give a lot of encouragement to each other. We saw a lot of hugs backstage. They're very what do you call it?
Encouraging.
Like physical.
They got physical backstage. Like with how
physical, not punching each other, but like hugs.
Hey, good job. Like, whoa, they throw hands backstage. Jeez, they must be super hyped up. But yeah, I mean, this is a team that has, once they found their core members, they stuck together, and that's like a recipe for success. If you're able to find core members into a team, and Kuga was the main Hunter, and then he just swapped out to become a Survivor in the team, it's a recipe for success. And so far, if they followed that recipe, they were able to get victories over FL and RVL. So coming into this is definitely one of the biggest tests they're going to go after. I hope that this is the brightest the stage is going to be for FT, that they're not going to crumble because of the name in front of them that is GR. You saw ITZY fangirling over AK and, going that. I want, yes, you can do that, but this is war. You got to be able to try and do your best here and not look at them as the unbeatable, consistent 3-time Call of the Abyss champions. You got to look at them as your opponent and see them as that you can be able to get the win here. Because if they're able to get this, I'm pretty sure, like you said, Chocho, there will be a lot of opportunities knocking when it comes to sponsorships if they're able to get a victory over GR.
Yeah, and GR survivors have been actually performing very, very well coming into the group stages, right? And we can say the same thing about Hershen here. We saw the stats is almost maxed out on that, was it hexagon or something? And yeah, we do see the introduction of coach here with Oi. I know a lot of you guys have been showing your love to Oi. You can also follow her on her Instagram here. I forgot the handle though, but if you guys are following FT members, they have been reposting her stories. So go give a follow as well.
So, seems like we're going to Ever Sleeping Town to start things out. This allows Hershen to use the meta hunters. Chocho, would you happen to know the stats on which hunter he usually goes for in round number 1? Is it the Goatman? Is it the Hullabaloo?
For Hershen, he has both. He's used both before and both got a 4K.
Okay. That's good. I think those are good stats for sure. I just wonder if when it comes to round number 2, if they're gonna go Meow, because Meow coming in round number 2, he's been kind of playing a bit more defensively. That's how RVL was able to take it to round number 3. But in FL, he was actually really gunning for the victory there. So we'll put a pin on that topic for just a bit because the picks and bans are starting, not wasting any time, just picking up the Puppeteer and the Seer for GR along with the Aeroplanist.
Well, pretty decisive picks coming from GR, so this could potentially be the strategy that they've already preemptively had in their heads, and Just Nice Hershen is not banning any of those characters that is within that lineup. Now we're just left with a rescuer being picked here. They will just settle for the Knight here. Yeah, pretty stable rescues that will be coming from Knight, so not too surprised I'm into this. But Hershen, how is he going to respond to this? Because Puppeteer and Aeroplanist, we've known that they are great kiters against the Goatman. So maybe we want to see the Hullabaloo. But then the Hullabaloo against the Knight is super troublesome to deal with.
Either pick 2 bad matchups for Goatman or 1 bad matchup for the Knight, right? I guess it really depends on what Hershen can bring to the table, what he's more comfortable with. Compared to their matchup with Weibo Gaming, they really called out that they're going to win in best of 3 because they saved all the good characters. I believe they saved Puppeteer, Seer for round number 3 and put that on Iron, and put also the Coordinator in round number 3. So right now, I think it's a sign of respect that they're kind of going with the S-tier survivors, because I think they don't know what Hershen is capable of, because it's the first time they're facing off against each other. So I think they just want to cover all bases and make sure that, okay, we have we can at least tie or at least get one person out with this type of lineup based on how things go. It's really up to how Hershen plays it and if he's going to overextend for any of GR to kind of cypher rush him or get any backdoor rescues. So Hershen has to be very careful in this matchup.
Yep, and we also will be seeing the Hullabaloo, and you are right, Paul, she's just gonna hit for something that has Knight being a very, very hard counter when it comes to the rescues. So Hullabaloo will be confirmed here for Hershen. Like we mentioned, he has a record of that 4K. And also one thing to mention as well is that I forgot who picked the map, but FT, they have played Ever Sleeping Town twice against both their opponents, and they have won every single matchup in Ever Sleeping Town. So question here remains as to whether FT is going to continue that win streak at Ever Sleeping Town, and whether GR is able to break Hershen's 4K win streak when it comes to this map as well.
Oof. That's actually a good way to build this matchup. It's a 4K streak, Hershen being the point hunter in round number 1. Can he live up to that stat, or will GR be the first team to break it? Looking at semi-T-shaped spawn here with the Knight having access to the middle 2-story. You got the Puppeteer at center. Seems like we have a spawn at the gate, the school gate area next to the Seer, the Knight, and the Puppeteer. First chase, Chocho, who do you think it's going to be?
I think if he's confident enough, just hit for the Seer. If he's confident, just hit for the Seer. But if he's not too confident, maybe go for the Knight. But then it's still going to be so troublesome because his skill is just like a huge counter to the Hullabaloo.
Can I just give a quick shout out to Rennie? As she said, Rennie said Hershen Baloo, and Cherry Pasu says Hellishin.
Hellishin. Wait, so which one are we going for here?
Hershen Baloo. Hershen Baloo is really funny.
Okay, sure.
Did bring the abnormal insolence and trump card, not accounting for that detention endgame, but That's the side. We do see 2 tide turners, a kiting build on just the Seer side, while the Airplanist does have that tide turner and a bit of the window boost speed. But folks, we are your casters for this first match, first round between GR and FT. Let your voices be heard in chat, by the way. Green hearts for FT, pink hearts for GR.
Heading straight for the Seer. Seems like Hushan is confident for to go up against AK. AK, one of Adi's favorite members when it comes to the tournament scene. Now, is he able to get? Oh, is he able to get the white bomb onto him as well?
Able to get, yeah, just at least it's not the red mark, but you know, the owl is still on cooldown since this is the first 30 seconds of this match. We're gonna see Hushan just break this pallet because it can be very annoying to deal with as a hunter. So unable to predict AK's routing, but able to get the second double trouble here. One more. It has to be a red bomb. Well, let's see if he's going to use his owl just to negate it. So far, so good on AK's side.
Yeah, AK is also absorbing a lot of fear. We can see it on the bottom left. Still unable to get that red preemptive Seer usage over there. Able to slam that pellet as well. So he still has a flywheel to work with. So this should be okay for AK to survive in.
Wow, and just like that, using the flywheel, all the resources are spent, so unfortunately he will have to hit him there. Can he actually get the down? One more red bomb, getting it? No, not quite, he's not there.
Oh. Get the red one, and we will see a terror shot coming into this. So right now, we'll be seeing AK on the chair. It's only 1 minute 30 seconds into the matchup. Clearly not that kind of kite that GR servers are hoping for, but I think the question still remains as to whether he's able to use this abnormal on the Cypher. I think he's gonna do it.
Oh, he has to. At least we're gonna get some usage out of this abnormal, and it's actually gonna play a lot into prolong the endgame. This does allow the rescue to happen, but Hushan's almost at full presence. He's just gonna try and wait for his skill cooldown to happen. He's gonna try to trapeze his way, get to AK. Waiting for the double surprise here. Gonna vault, able to land the red mark here to silence him. Does not have an owl just yet. One more white mark to be able to get it. AK doing a great job with the white mark, able to get him down.
Yeah, but let's look at this. He has another bird now. So when it comes to the second rescue, he will have a bird to work with, and if they're able to prolong this chairing time, maybe Flywheel might be ready by then as well. So let's see who's coming for the rescue. Knight has the Titana.
Ooh, this is the best possible rescue, but look at that. He's actually gonna silence him and just go for more hits just to stagger him, and now he is trapped. But AK, like you said, does have, oh my god, he hit him with the red bomb. So now he has no access to the owl, able to actually get it towards the end, and now just one more mark and the last effort pops.
Wow, what a strong chase coming from Hushan. And we can see that the abnormal actually plays a huge impact coming into this, because now, only now that the third Cypher will be popped, whereas the fifth Cypher has just been worked on.
So now, still 20 seconds left on the clock for another abnormal. He has his time to go for another Cypher here. Can he stop the 70% one, or will he have to settle for the 20% one? He's actually making his way. It's still all good. It's still kind of 50-50 at this point. Unable to get the trapeze. That was quite unfortunate there. So it seems like Hart is going to have to take this next chase, but this might allow him to use... Oh, but it's at the 30% Cypher. The one, they're already opening up another Cypher just in case.
Yeah, so Hart trying to make use of his terrain here, but still gets that hit regardless. Not able to use his item once again. Now another red mark, and he will be down.
Oh, able to get the lock on to him, but the terror shock able to down Hart. So now next survivor on the rocket chair. Aeroplanist still has a tide turner to work with and 3 jetpacks. So he can go for the rescue and just jetpack his way out of there. But Chocho, no borrowed time on any of these survivors.
And this is looking great for FT. So teleporting straight away to the Cypher. No more abnormal to work with AC. Let's see if he's able to kite it out here. This is a second skill Hula Blue at the same time. So another black and white one, he will be able to get him down. Now if free rescue happens behind as well.
Do you see the AC is being pressured here to be away from the Cypher? Nice usage of the puppet. we are going to see a shift of the stage as he moves along to the corner house to allow Cypher Progress to move on accordingly. Another excellent usage of the puppet just to absorb that hit, but one red mark and he will be falling down. So AC just trying to move. Oh, able to actually not get that double surprise. So AC doing a great job with the kiting route. Trapeze able to call him out, but another usage of that puppet's going to allow him to just kite it out here at the back of the corner house.
Yeah, so we'll be downing him here. Last Cypher is almost done though, but nobody is rotating. This just means one thing. They're just gonna pop this and go for that one escape here. But is Hershen gonna allow that because he is heading straight there. He has another trapeze to work with, and yeah, teleport is not ready just yet. They're trying to split push here, one or to open both. Hershen, will he be able to catch the person that's at the gate?
He's gonna be yeah, he might actually go for Iron, but Iron does have some jetpacks to work with. He needs to silence him just for him to be able to down Iron. But if he's able to get a 3-person elimination, forces out the flywheel, gets the hit, continues on. He's gonna need to wait for the double surprise. Nice trapeze to cut him off.
Aeroplane
is gonna go for the aeroplane.
And this secures a tied game for GR Survivors against FT's Hershen, breaking that 4K win streak that Hershen has in this game.
Excellent performance on GR's side. Really good usage of just buying enough time and also using the skills. I think AK did an excellent job. If their goal was to get that tie, I think they realized, okay, Hershen, very capable Hullabaloo. Let's just get a tie and not force anything. Let's not bring borrowed time, bring a full kiting build. And I think they played very well. All of them had their moments of kiting and just buying enough time for them to get that tie. That clutch jetpack, saving it for the end there, was really the difference maker in that matchup for them to get that tie.
Yeah, and it was a pretty clutch tie, if you ask me. It was lucky that, I mean, when it comes to rotation out of the aeroplanes, he wasn't getting further from the gate, and Ion was very locked in when it comes to decoding that gate as well. The last jetpack, that was the deciding factor. He was able to levitate, just hit straight for it, and exit together. So great job, well done coming from the side of GR Survivors. We see the 90 seconds kite from AK. I think it seemed pretty short. But this is the thing, right? GR Survivors, when it comes to Cypher Rush, super duper fast, even with the abnormal play from Hershen.
Yeah, I think that was also, it did play out. Imagine if he didn't bring abnormal, the exit gate would have popped a lot sooner. So I think it was a good job that he was able to bring that skill. And for him to get a tie, it's still all good. So now it's time to switch things up. But the thing with Jin, he's all gas, no brakes. Holy smokes, in round number 1. Well, what's he going to bring out? It could be Hullabaloo Jin? Or what was the name we came up with? Goat Jin?
Goat Jin.
Goat Jin. That sounds like a terrible drink. I think Jin made out of goat is not good. But yeah, you're saying?
But whatever I've recorded here, it seems like Jin has yet to pick up the Goat Man. He's mainly picked up the Hullabaloo in round 1. But getting consistent 4Ks though.
Hullabaloo Jin. Jin Baloo. There you go.
Jin Baloo. Jin Baloo. Okay, Jin Baloo shall be his new name. Thing is that currently these 2 hunters that we saw, right? Hershen 4K, and then the win streak just got broken by GR Survivors. Curious to see whether FT Survivors will be able to break Jin's win streak. He's having a 2 4K win streak with that Hullabaloo coming BO1. So, question still remains. FT Survivors, are they prepared for this?
I hope they are. We kind of sticked our names on their side. So, I think this is a huge test. They could also do a switch up here. We've been asking for Nye to come out, but I don't know. I think Jin is the guy for this mission. He is him, and the way that we were waiting for Nye, I think it might be a little too late in the group stage to bring him in now, especially since first place is at stake for either of these two teams. It seems like we are going to introduce the survivors of FT first before we see who the hunter is in GR. And it is going to be the mascot
our birthday boy. Not today though, but it will be belated birthday 3 days ago.
Okay.
So guys, do let us know. Do let us know, as in, do show your support for Team FT here by spamming all the happy belated birthdays for Adi here. He wanted a birthday shout out actually from AK. So we'll just hopefully he gets it after the match.
What's his zodiac sign? Adi.
it is 3 days ago, means it's 14th of April, which is
14 April zodiac sign. He is a Taurus. Okay. So, I mean, his
What does it say?
personality. Oh, I'm a Taurus too. So, known for helpful nature and acquaintance might ask for assistance you, and known for their giving nature, but they're very stubborn too. That's what Taurus.
very
is.
stubborn.
Very stubborn. I don't know. I hope he doesn't say stubborn in this matchup. And but yeah, very cheery. Adi also known for like kiting and just giving that support. But we're gonna shift things on over to Kuga. Cool, calm, and collected Kuga. His debut was actually really good as a survivor, but had a bit of rocky performances round 2 and 3. But I think he's kind of come to his own as a survivor now. So hopefully he carries that same type of confidence coming into this matchup, because GR folks are no Jin or Nye will definitely not hold back going up against Kuga and be like, well, oh, you're just a survivor now? Okay, yeah, I'll take it easy on you. Hell no. They want to be able to secure that first place spot, and they'll do whatever it takes.
Yeah, loving the transition from the Hunter to the Survivor side. I think a lot of people are, talking about him being the 2.0 of PP Xia with the transition. So hopefully delivering a perfect performance here. We've seen him kite, we've seen him called the Kuga Coder because of all the decoding with Adi, taking out the containment time as well. Adi actually also the MVP player the other time when they won against, I believe, FL. Yeah.
Okay. So now moving on over to Shadow here, 10th overall in deduction points. Look at him blinking those baby blue eyes at the chat. Again, also high in the tier list of hair tier list for the players here. Rely on Shadow also to come up with the portal plays for the priestess or the support, kiting overall. It's rotates between Shadow, Kuga, and Adi.
And now moving on to their last member over here, we have FT Mini Blue. We do spot a mercenary as well as the forward. Yeah, we did see that forward, especially at Abyss:þy Town when they went up against an end. We saw a lot of stuns, great stuns coming from him, but also taking the attention of the Hunter and ultimately ending up in the chair. But when asked in the interview, it was all part of the plan. So
all part of the plan, guys. That's why he has the 5th escape rate. Reliable rescuer, one of the core members of Team FT, right? So I'm excited to see how all these guys will synergize in this matchup. Adi still all smiles, but once the game is going, honestly, I can't wait for his highlights. That's one of the big points, and his reaction. It seems like it is going to be Jin to make his way to the stage of GR, Jinbaloo or Hula Jin, or Goat Jin, or Opera Jin, Sanjin. Oh gosh, look at that. It's all the way to the top. 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 5th when it comes to 4 eliminations, average induction points, average knockdowns, and eliminations. He's actually on track to be one of the MVP hunters here, like overall in the group stage.
yeah, one of the top few hunters that's outperforming pretty much everybody. But in my head as of now, I feel like maybe the first place might be Zeta Division's Peter. Yeah. But
MRC did call out Peter, right? They're like, yo, we gotta look out for Peter as well during the interview. So
yes,
yeah, he's definitely in contention with one of the MVP hunters out there. So, but right now it is gonna be Jin that will still try to live up to his win streak here in round number 1, while FT is gonna try to deny that by at least getting a tied game.
And for the side of Jin, we also, other than the spotted characters on the screen, we know that he plays the Hula Baloo, Ivy, Opera Singer, but when it comes to round 3, we will see the potential Wax Artist as well as the End. So all of these characters, but as we see on the player's phone, we can see that they're heading towards the band pick phase very, very soon. So let's see, what do they have prep here? Are they prepared for this? This is the question will be answered here through their band picks. And yeah, hopefully we see new strategies coming from FT. We've seen them with the Priestess strategy, but it didn't really work out. Portal got destroyed, unfortunately.
I want to give a shout out to Trisha Ko and Peach Tease. Trisha Ko saying go GR Jin with the pink hearts, and Peach Tease GR let's go. I want to see some pink hearts in the chat for our boys at GR, and we want to see the green hearts on FT. So Chocho, a little reminiscent of the Priestess plays is going to come in here, because we do see they lock in a Priestess and a Gravekeeper. So hopefully, you know what, second time's a charm. You know what they say, love is better second time around. Maybe the Priestess is better second time around.
Oh, but now we look at the Gravekeeper, right? We've seen the previous matchup where the Gravekeeper shuffle got cancelled left and right, did not even get inside the ground, and at all. And you're a Gravekeeper, so
I don't like being above ground. I need to be underground. Yeah, so
he needs to
hopefully
be underground here. So hopefully, we do see a preemptive shovel down into the ground. And of course, FT with this aeroplanist, I want to predict that Kuga is gonna be on this aeroplanist again.
Yeah, I want to see round 2. He did really well in the aeroplanist before, so why not bring it out once again for an encore performance? Last but not least, they still have access to the Rescuer. They can go with Knight, they just want to go for a safety pick here, going for the Embalmer. Just have an easy first rescue, or like this Embalmer is probably going to take first kite here, depending on how the spawn locations are going to be. Seems like I thought they were going to shift things up. It's Shadow that's going to be the Embalmer. So Kuga can't be Gravekeeper. There we go. Okay, it's Adi as the Embalmer. Got it.
Kuga has too much potential. Should be the Kaiser here, and will be placed on the aeroplanist as predicted here. Let's see if Jin ultimately decides to go for the aeroplanist, which you guys on, or hit for Adi. You know, we've always seen this Embalmer pick here early on because they want to hit for the self-rescue thing, so that second progress just keep going, and this is exactly what FT is trying to gun for here now. Jin, this is now the question, right? Whether he's going to be going for the Hula Blue or the Goatman here.
No, whenever I see Jinbu in chat, it's like kind of like your term of endearment. Jinbu. Hey, it's my boo, Jin. Oh, the Goatman. So this is actually going to play well with Kuga. We've seen how well he does perform against the Goatman and Aeroplanist. At least we're not going to see any canceled out shovels or silenced shovels. So Mini Blue can rest easy knowing that he won't be put in the highlight reel of Hunters. But this is Jin's Goatman, and he has been notoriously known for getting a 4K round number 1. So let's look at the spawn points here, Chocho.
Right, we see the Priestess at the center. Sometimes we do see this so that the portals can be more easily set up for the kiting, for the kiter. And Boatman will be spawning around the Gravekeeper as well as the Embar. No, changing his mind, but changing again.
Back, okay. Choosy, he's choosy. Talk to him, Chocho. Why be don't be choosy.
Yeah, don't be choosy, guys, and be decisive. Don't be like us. Don't be like me, at least. Don't be like me.
So you can't play Hunter because you're too choosy?
I'm too choosy, yes. But, of course, we will be seeing potentially the Embalmer getting chased here, which is, I think, to FT's plan here, actually. He's playing towards FT's plan. We'll see if FT survivors will be able to break Jin's winch when it comes to BO1. And this will be his debut when it comes to the Goatman in the group stages. So Trump card detention as well as the abnormal build. And for Survivor side, we are seeing only one person with a normal build, which is on Mini Blue. So this is going to be Ever Stepping Down BO1 second half between GR's Hunter versus FT Survivors. My name is Shoucho and joined by me is Posh Pies, and we'll be bringing the live commentary of this match.
Jin Man, aka Goat Jin, is already making his way towards the center of this map, rotating actually towards Adi, who's at the corner house. The Embalmer is here. Embalmer wants to get chased first so he can get instantly rescued afterwards. We see some portal plays at the center here, so let's see if Jin is going to try to catch out Adi and put a ring on it as he commits towards this chase. And Adi realizing, all right, let's just go left, juke right, able to actually open up an exit path here. But we do see that he is, oh wow, trapped into this in this cage.
Yeah, so now we'll be able to vault down, and it is half health. The flywheel is still not ready just yet. And it creates a
Whoa.
position where Adi is just gonna get another basic hit locked at the corner of this house.
Yeah. This is not looking too good because the Embalmer's coffin is right above, so I'm not sure if he's gonna just self-resurrect here and just force it out to move towards the center. We do see Shadow giving some tinnitus. Oh, okay, he's not gonna use the portal just yet. He's not gonna use the coffin just yet, but Shadow does have a portal play for him to actually go for this rescue, and nice usage of that portal just to get the rescue, but gonna eat that hit first before he cages them all in.
Yeah, great cage placement at the same time. Now, are they able to negate that one? The flywheel, let's see. Still not being used here, and he's kind of forced to use the coffin now. If not, it's just you gotta waste more time for your teammates to come over to rescue you.
True. So he's choosing to oh wow, even feeding him full presence as well. So coffin play is gonna be here, but it's still at the second floor. So this next kite, unfortunately, isn't going to be too strong because this corner house area with the goat man, his cage placements will be on point. So now Jin's going to make his way towards the second floor. He's still resurrecting. It's going to allow Jin to just put another cage here just for an instant down of this Embalmer.
Right, and Adi able to resurrect now. He's trying to break the cage, but the moment you drop down, there is another cage waiting for you. So it becomes a situation where he's just stuck here and able to use his flywheel to get to the other side. Blackly, and the hit registers.
Backstep, Jin for the win here. Able to actually get Adi down and out. I think it was actually a great chase to start out with. Just cut off the Embalmer away from any of the portals, cut them off away from anyone, or for him to put the portals, or the coffin from near the portals. Now he's at the center. Center cipher control is not going to be a thing because they were able to pop that. So now next kite has to be really good, and it seems like Kuga might be up to the task.
Yeah, 3 packs to work with. Let's see how is he gonna make use of it. Able to actually escape the cage.
Nice. Okay, forcing Jin to break the cage. Do have a bit of resentment still to work with, so Kuga being very careful, buying a lot of time, I would have to say, forcing the ciphers to prime, but unfortunately a well-placed cage here is going to allow him to eat that hit. But he does get another hit. It's outside the cage, so it's totally fine. Kuga still just waiting for the right opportunity to use his jetpack. Oh, nice flywheel just to move along here.
Yeah, but able to levitate and escape for another day. But you kind of jumps into the hunter because of the jetpack. So it seems like it was a curse, the jetpack, and now
oh, Mini Blue really forcing that cipher. That's super important, and now he uses the shovel. I think that was super important for him to pop that cipher because center cipher, well, I mean, there's a down person next to that cipher, and unfortunately it's a double down situation. It's only Mini Blue that's up. Everyone's injured. Jin is looking at a really strong end game here because they're forced to pick each other up and forced to pressure the last cipher.
And this is crazy because we have yet to see Jin use this abnormal, right?
Right.
But ciphers is just still not enough regardless of that.
True. And unfortunately, Mini Blue, hey, able to get the rescue and uses the Tide Turner. So now everyone's still injured. It's still kind of scary to push a center cipher, but it seems like second two story is being pushed by one of the survivors here. Nice portal placement by Shadow here. He's going to try to break the cage, able to do so. So now that hit is not going to knock him down.
Yeah, and now all the ciphers on the map are being trying to be pushed here. Now we're looking at the ciphers, right? They're actually located quite close to each other. We have the middle double story Geisha and the corner house cipher. Sorry, I think it's the middle double story corner house and
one towards the right was Pop 30. Yeah, Fake Gate. So we see that Kuga still playing it real safe here, using the jetpacks, able to kite out the cage, but this one is not going to be able to work as Jin was able to strike down Kuga and immediately swaps traits for him to chase after Shadow. Really a battle of the exit paths at this point. Kuga can still be able to heal up on his own, but there is a cipher that is being primed by the Great Keeper. Backstep, but Shadow's able to predict it. Wow.
Able to use that portal, but we'll see the hit eventually. Now Gravekeeper, can he pop that cipher? But even if he does, there is no borrowed time except for the person that's popping that cipher.
Yeah, so I think that they're gonna try and go for a rotation around. There's actually, the Cypher progress is real good, but it's just distributed, Chocho. So unfortunately, that is where we're at right now. Mini Blue might have to go for this shovel play, but it's not gonna be enough here. Able to actually eat that hit, trying to break the cage.
Yeah.
Nice, able to get it. Tram is
the
there.
tram.
Blocking off the path, and unfortunately here he's gonna get cut off. He's gonna try to break it, and now they go for that Cypher pop, and unfortunately they're gonna get cut off before they can even attempt the rescue.
My goodness, Shadow, just like that, and he's gone. Now Mini Blue, all of them don't have any items to work with, and will just receive that hit through that back leap. Now Kuga is trying to push for that one escape so that it negates that 5-point lead, which is gonna be very devastating here. But Kuga, a little bit hesitation on the gate. No resentment to work with. Would that be the deciding factor here?
Oh my god, Chocho able to actually get through, but he's actually unable to finish it off. The gate so close at 86%. The cage wasn't there. That begs the question if he just stuck, because I saw that hesitation, right? He went back and forth, but I guess he didn't know the resentment wasn't enough. But Jin looking super strong, about to get a 5-point game here. Gravekeeper is up. He's trying to open up the exit gate. He thinks that he is in this side of that map. Resentment is still building up. Mini Blue could actually make this escape happen. So can they actually get one survivor out? Cage is about to be here. Mini Blue, oh my god, the teleport! Able to get 100%, but it is not enough.
No, it's so close yet so far for the athlete survivors. But then again, Jin did an amazing job when it came to the Goat Man. It was just his specialty character then. Goat Man. Wow. Goat Jin.
Goat Jin. Jin Goat. Jin for the win. What other Jin puns can we come up with? But yeah, that was an incredible performance on Jin's side. That's why we predicted GR to win, right, Chocho? That's why we...
I'm gonna stay loyal. I'm not sure about you.
I'm always loyal. What are you talking about? FT's gonna come back. We predicted it's gonna be a best of 3, right? So not the best survivor side. Talk to me about how this steamrolled, or how would I say, snowballed in Jin's favor, starting from the first kite against Embalmer in the corner house. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just that it was just really unfortunate, man. Like, we had Adi in a great position. He was already upstairs, but somehow when it came to the cage, the way it was set up, Jin just really, he was just too experienced with the Goat Man. We saw the cages. We see the containment time, right? 45 seconds of containment time. It was less than 1 minute into the match, and Adi was already down. And really comes to beg the question whether they were potentially trying to gear up for the Hula Baloo and like not prepared enough for the Goat Man. Yeah, maybe having a better kiting character on Adi rather than Yambama would have been a better choice? Question mark. Yeah. But it's hard to say.
True, because Adi is really proficient with kiting. I think Jin was just on top of his game. Score is 7-2 though. It's not like the previous match, which was 10-0. So they still have a chance in round number 2, but if you're GR, you want to end it here and now. So they could actually play conservatively on one side, or mostly the survivor side, allow Sanjin to come out, probably on Lakeside, I'm not sure, and kind of duplicate that same type of performance up against Weibo Gaming. So FT, they really got to keep up the pace here up against GR, because they're potentially at game point here if they're able to win at least one half and tie the next one. But you know what? Maybe they're just kind of adjusting towards the Jin meta here.
Yeah, I think Jin really coming around, and this actually really explains why when we saw his hexagon-shaped Hunter records, we could see like he was placed 3rd, 5th. But we'll head back into this competition really soon after this highlight, so guys, don't go anywhere.
Highlight.
当然了，这是第一个15秒。不能溜不动。我可以吃到一个笼子，我可以吃到一个笼子。
你有份吗？
没有。
Go 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 go！
不够不够。
Welcome back, folks, to GR versus FT, and GR having an amazing performance, specifically on Jin's side, while the Survivors getting a tied game, leading us to a 7-2 advantage on GR's side, while FT really need to rally back into round number 2. Chocho, how we feeling coming into round number 2? Do we see a FT kind of bouncing back from this, or are the power levels that this like is there a difference in power levels here?
Definitely difference in power levels. We're talking about a professional Chinese mainland team and a semi-professional one like FT. FT, the fact that they were able to actually currently, I think, rank 1st or 2nd in their Group D alongside with GR is actually super impressive already. We cannot, once again, discount FT for their performance here. They are doing very well. In fact, I think a lot of people didn't feel that FT is potentially even going to make it for the playoffs. But FT really proving us wrong here. And I do believe that they will be able to come back in BO2.
And not to mention, this isn't FT's last match. They still have a date with Label Gaming. So
it's still very difficult.
Yeah, exactly. So they might have had a really good first 2 matches, a really good matchup against FL. But now I think they're facing the Chinese mainland division meta and also the Hunters. So they're slowly starting to, okay, this is the pace that we have to work in. And GR, business as usual. They want to make it an early night in the office for them and make sure that they have the most net wins. And if they go beat if they beat if they beat it's at FT, what matchup do they have next? Because they might actually go undefeated in their group stage.
RVL.
They faced RVL. Didn't they face RVL already?
Let me check. Yes, they faced RVL already, so they are left with FL.
Oof. Oh, wow. FL could make a huge upset if they're able to get the victory over GR. But that's still like a couple days away. Again, this is day number 7 of Call of the Abyss 8. Yeah, I'm pretty nervous for this next one, Chocho.
I'm really nervous because in BO1 I think it was FT's map selection with the ever-slipping town, but they didn't get the advantage that they wanted. So coming BO2, we're most likely going to be seeing GR picking their map here, and GR also been having a win streak when it comes to the Lakeside Village. They can also pick a Chinatown where the survivors actually excelled and got a 4 escape. So so many options on the table. It's really open for GR to pick their maps here, and for FT to potentially suffer the consequences of those maps being selected.
I'm gonna shout out Foz here. It says, just unfortunate arrows fart away next to the gate.
Oh man, using my farts.
The aeroplanist farts, aka the way Chocho called the abilities of the aeroplanist. But I don't know if we're gonna have access to the aeroplanist in this game, especially on actually we won't have it on FT side. I kind of forgot the global bans on GR's side, but like Chocho said, if this is going to be Lakeside Village and it is GR that chose this map, they have a very distinct advantage in this map. Not just for the Hunter side, but Survivors look pretty comfy in this matchup too. But against Alex, oh yeah, that's when they won against Alex. Oof. Well, tie, yeah.
Yeah, I think... Actually, you know what? Even if there is also another map that GR also excels in, which is once again Red Church.
Oh, you're right.
We remember, right?
Round
they have
3.
so many good maps that they are on. It's just so hard to even think about what they're going to be going for here. But seems like FT is the one with the map selection here. We'll be picking up Leo's memory.
All right, so going to not pick the maps, I guess they did their homework, Chocho. They know that Lakeside is a map that they're really good at, as well as Red Church. Opt to go for Leo's memory. So I don't know if they share the same sentiment with you when it comes to hiding strategies, but Leo's memory, they have access to the Explorer. Well, he can't pick Hullabaloo anymore, can he? Because they're gonna ban him out Hullabaloo. So it's Sanji that's gonna come out.
Oh, but if it's the Explorer, who is gonna be using that? I think for the side of GR Survivors, the Explorer is definitely open here, right? But we have yet to see them pick that character. We've seen that,
True.
coming into this meta more and more often. Chinese mainland is definitely picking it up. We see the Gems division as well. But let's look into the
GR 人
pre-interview
队是一
first.
支很稳定的队伍，他们的运营很好，然后修机也比较快，然后 GR 的屠夫的话，我觉得他们的多转能力很强，然后这次 GR 打 RVL 的话，我觉得他们的人队可能是有一点小失误，但是后面调整回来了，所以问题不大，我觉得还是很强的。
Okay, Shadow calling it as he sees it, going up against the seasoned team. Hopefully they saw little holes in the matchup of GR versus RVL that they can capitalize on here. But that was on the Survivor side. On the Hunter side though, Jin has been quite flawless, or almost close to flawless at least, in how well he performs in round number 2.
Yeah, round number 2 would be very important for Team FT to potentially bounce back. And you know what? A lot of us, we are in the chat here supporting Team FT. So make your voices known by letting us know who you're supporting here, all right? We have green hearts for FT and pink hearts for Team GR.
I'm trying to think of an emoji for ID or
emoji
or something, like just for like fan cheers or like anything like that, because Jin has a W Jin, or like we got hashtag Jin for the win, but it would be cool also for the survivors of FT to get one as well if you guys are supporting FT win, I guess, hashtag FT win if you're supporting FT survivors in this matchup. Yeah, and they want to push for that best of 3 to happen. They don't necessarily have to go for a 5-point game right off the gate. I think the best thing they do is try to go for a tie. As survivors, shoot for a tie, settle for a one person escape, and go from there and allow either Meow or Hushin to kind of pick up the pieces as they force a game number 3.
Yeah, and for FT survivors, we've rarely seen them struggle with decoding all 5 ciphers. I think as of now, problem would lie in the end game, and hopefully, and also in the starting phases of the match. An instant down situation seems like it's something that is very dire for FT to come back from. We saw right in the previous match where Jin brought M normal. He didn't even use it, but Cypher was still a little bit behind. So. Yeah. That's the thing. They kind of need to promote that Cypher rush coming into this. So let's see if there's any adjustments coming into the team call. Maybe we might see a Prisoner or the Explorer.
Hanako was able to find an emoji that's green and pink. That's pretty cool. So Hanako is supporting both. I think it's like shoulder to shoulder, a person wearing a green shirt and a person wearing a pink shirt. Also,
are they holding hands? They're elbow to elbow.
Elbow to elbow. Also, I think people got a little bit confused when we were talking about Shadow, the player, and confused it with Shadow, the hunter. So that's why we called Shadow ITZY. So it's ITZY and Shadow of FT.
Yeah, and also in the Chinese mainland side, they also have a player called Shadow.
Wow.
So that's why we are, sticking with the ITZY on the ITZY, on the Shadow.
On the ITZY.
ITZY on the ITZY, Shadow on the Shadows.
Jocho, have you ever thought of another IGN like nickname for yourself, or was it always Chocho?
It was previously IDV_Chocho.
Wow.
But
that doesn't change. It's still Chocho.
Well, I mean, it's an identity. So
I mean, no. Have you ever had another gamer tag, or it was always Chocho?
IDV_Chocho.
I mean, you can take IDV out of it. It's
you mean in-game name? In-game name.
In-game name. Yeah. In-game name.
Oh, my initial one was in Chinese.
What was it?
头爆的鸭子. Then afterwards, it changed to like sometimes Ducky. People in the community, if they know me, they will know me Ducky before my name became Chocho.
Wow, why the transformation why is the Ducky era end? Why did that end?
Because Nell.
You're putting Nell. We're throwing Nell under the bus. Okay, what?
Because Nell, the time when he, kind of encouraged me to commentate when I initially started in 2022, he was like, Ducky is too much of a common name. You need to find something that is new new name, you know, your identity. So I did a
okay.
lot of research, and I ultimately ended with the name Chocho.
Okay, look at that Chocho lore. Originally Ducky. What was the first name you said in Chinese?
头爆的鸭子, like
What does that mean?
Hate exploding duck.
Hate what? You hate or
The head.
the head of an exploding
head,
duck?
Body, yeah, head.
Why is it so violent? Oh my gosh.
No, because there was this photo that I used where the duck's head was literally like the hair was exploding everywhere. Like it was like
okay.
the hairs, yeah.
Okay,
So I quite
okay.
thought
There you go. Okay. From Ducky to Chocho. There you go, guys. Only here in the English commentator desk where we get a little bit of lore of the names of the commentators. Shoutouts to Nell. Because of you, Chocho was born. So back to the
Thank you,
action
Nell.
here. Back to the action here. Picking up the acrobat. I like this. Prisoner as well. So I don't think they'd be going for explorer here, but at least opting for a prisoner just so they can rush the ciphers here to make the match quick.
Yeah, I love the adjustment. You know, we mentioned about this already, that maybe they should promote a little bit more Cypher Rush with their team comm. Love the adjustment. Question, if you ask me if I would like to see the Explorer a little bit more, no, because this opens room for Jin to pick the Ivy, which Explorer really won't do very well here. So, Prisoner, we will be seeing him as a Dakota, but might be the first chase here. Kuga will be on the Acrobat, another cutting character, and Adi on A. I think, to me, the strongest cutting character among the four right now.
Wow, sorry, just looking at chat, we summoned Nell. So thank you, Nell, for giving birth to Chocho's IGN instead of Ducky. That's what we were talking about. But yeah, thank you for the breakdown, Chocho. I think you are right. Maybe they're expecting an Ivy to possibly come out. That's why they just didn't go for the Explorer, went for the Prisoner. Got really good kiting characters, and you got that stable rescue onto the first officer. But Jin could easily switch things up and kind of go for either a opera singer or the Ivy in this matchup. But it seems like he's going to go for the opera singer. So Sanjin.
Sanjin.
Sanji, sorry, from
Sanjin.
One Piece. My gosh. My bad.
But we will be seeing the confirmed Sanjin pick here. Against this team comm. Wow. Okay, I could potentially see the small locations now. We could see the Acrobat at the shack area, Prisoner at the factory area, Puppeteer maybe at the center, maybe or the first officer here. That could be the possible plan from the survivors. No, Acrobat at the center, not taking the shack area. Yeah, potential for chase here. I like this as well, but the potential for chase here might be Shadow on the Prisoner.
At least he has access. I think he just needs to connect and just rely on everyone else to kind of Cypher Rush. Shadow is known for really good containment time. So you give him a strong area, give him a little bit of a shock, he'll be able to perform very well. So hopefully this first kite is going to last long, because we're going to blink, trump card, and detention on Jin side, while full kiting build on Shadow. Only 2 tide turners on Kuga and Mini Blue, and a borrowed time on 2 of them, which is Mini Blue and Adi. But once again, folks, Pot Spice and Chocho at your service for this round 2 first half of FT versus GR.
Sanjin, not wasting any time, will be heading straight for the factory area, but we do know that against an opera singer doesn't really function well in the factory area because of the shadows and also the stairs area. So let's see how Jin is gonna be playing over here. So able to catch up quickly onto Shadow here. Shadow with a full kiting build is able to establish that distance.
Okay, he's gonna walk just a little bit and try to drop down for this pallet. Already preemptively dropping down. Let's see the route he's going to take. Possibly going to go use that pallet boost just to go towards this next window. But just like that, Jin is right behind his tail, not able to get the hit onto the windowed area. So trying to go back and forth here. That was so close by Shadow, but he continues on the kite.
Yeah, fast reaction time coming from a youngster like him, and able to get the first hit. Sanjin, is he able to follow up quickly? The blink will be up in about 7 seconds, so this is going to be crucial, able to speed things up here. Jin able to establish a closer distance now. We'll be able to get a blink hit here.
Wow, but able to force out that trait. Still all good, all things considered. Again, it was kind of expected that Shadow had to take this first kite. Cypher progress could look a lot better, but I mean, that was actually a really quick chase. Jin was very proficient with the Shadow leaps and not exiting Shadow form. Jin just making sure that he's trying to guard as much area as possible, putting the shadows down just so he can cover all grounds when it comes to this rebound kite. Mini Blue just buying a little more time before he makes this rescue happen.
Right, able to get a free rescue. So this is going to be very important coming the later rounds where they don't need to waste time healing each other up and able to promote once again that Cypher rush. Let's see if Shadow is going to connect a Cypher here. He is not going to do so. He's just going to continue with whatever he's trying to... Oh, he will.
Last effort still in effect here, but no, able to actually drop down away from that side of the map and forcing Jin to chair him away from some of the ciphers that are being pushed there. We do see, like you mentioned, they can go for another rescue here without going for heals. And in the basement, it's going to be a lot harder here. So seems like Acrobat is already positioning himself probably to feed that Tinnitus. Whether they're going to go for the rescue is still up for debate. Do see that Mini Blue is transitioning away.
Yeah, I'm glad that they were able to feed the Tinnitus, so preventing Sanjin from actually getting away from this area. Very unfortunate that Shadow was unable to make use of his flywheel during this kite here, but regardless, I think it's still a good job well done as we see the ciphers being pushed.
Yeah, and also a destroyed connection by Jin as he tries to hunker down and try to catch Adi. So round 2 coming in, at least Adi has a puppeteer just to eat some of these hits. They're opening up a lot of ciphers here, so they're really spreading the attention of the hunter. Teleport is going to be ready for him just in case he doesn't want to keep chasing Adi, but the drop down is going to get punished here, so Puppeteer unfortunately unable to use the puppet form to absorb that first hit.
Yeah, really a missed opportunity that we saw, and he's able to kite away, so this cipher will be able to be decoded later on. Thankfully, able to use the puppet this time round, so able to prolong some time for his teammates to decode the other ciphers.
Wow.
But we'll still see the down here regardless.
I mean, Jin is relentless. He was able to deny the pallet for being considered used by Adi. So unfortunately, yeah, you did say Shadow unable to use his resources. Puppeteer as well. Getting that first clean hit means Jin is definitely outpacing the survivors in this mid game. But we have 2 survivors left. They still have a tide turner on Acrobat's side. Cypher progress aren't going to move as fast, but Kuga's forced to rescue here.
Right, and able to miss the first swing. Oh, flywheel at the same time, so Kuga able to get very close to the chat to prevent a denied rescue. So great stuff coming from Kuga here, but Adi, is he able to kite it out here? Seems like it's a no.
Yeah, unfortunately. Trying to just position himself away, and we do see that Kuga has to deny the second hit here. Cannot afford a double down situation, because if that is the case, it is not going to bode well for the survivors of FT. Mini Blue is the only one in cipher popping duties. We do see that Kuga is still kiting, and Jin is intent on getting a double down situation here.
Yeah, Sanjin is commit when it comes to chasing Kuga here. Maybe hunter to hunter, he just wants to hunt him down. But now, because of all this commitment, you know, the 4th cipher has been popped. Now we're left with the last cipher that is almost done as well.
Uh-oh, through the window, able to cut him off. Kuga, good discipline, just waiting around this area before he vaults. And now the last cipher is being touched by both of these survivors, and now he downs Kuga. But it does allow Adi up, and 2 ciphers are being primed. I think maybe that was actually a good call, because the Acrobat does not have borrowed time. It's on the Puppeteer and First Officer, so this rebound kite is going to be pretty tough on Kuga's side once they make this rescue happen.
Right, so somehow, somewhat, the person coming for the rescue must somehow body block one time for Kuga, and if it doesn't happen, Kuga is down, they pop the cipher, is gonna put the rescuer in a very dire situation as well. So let's see.
Okay, waiting for the right opportunity. Mini Blue can't afford.
I think he's trying to get a terror shot here. He wants to, so that he can get the attack recovery for them to pop the cipher.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's the whole plan, yeah.
But this is buying a lot of time here. And also, it's prolonging the chair time of Kuga. So you're playing with fire here, Mini Blue. You got to be very careful, or you got to be ready for the run afterwards. And not even saving the pocket watch. That's actually great. Acrobat Kuga does have the black bomb to work with, just in case.
Oh, able to get the rescue. Let's see if he's able to eat that hit for him. Oh, Jin knows, and he will hit the acrobat here, and now it exposes Mini Blue to danger with this detention. Will he be able to get the hit? Though Mini Blue has a watch, he needs to preemptively use this.
Yeah, so an excellent usage. Saving Grace here. Oh, I thought he was actually going to try to commit towards that first officer, allowing Kuga to be able to heal up. So now Mini Blue is actually here to pressure a rescue. So this is quite daring of him. Acrobat and it is Puppeteer that's opening up the exit gate. He still has a bit of the effect of that watch, so maybe a trade-off here, but I actually thought Mini Blue would actually try to go for the exit gate, but I guess he just wants to safeguard the safe escape of the Puppeteer. Note that teleport is ready, gate is already open, and Mini Blue, unfortunately, will have to kite this out if he wants to get to the dungeon, but out in the open here, he's gonna get knocked down.
Yeah, so with this Opera Singer, he was able to get a 3 kill against FT Survivors, and for the FT Survivors, I think it's still a good job well done. Also an improvement coming from BO1.
Yeah. Okay, so can we bring up the stats of how Jin performed before? He's known for 4Ks in round number 2, right? Or does he... Okay.
Yes, all
so
4Ks. Now FT has broken it.
All right, with just 1 survivor escape, that's still good. A tie is what they were aiming for, but a 1 escape is definitely... It turned into a tie with how well the things go out. So yeah, let's talk about it, because unfortunately there were some skills that were kind of left unused, like the flywheel of Shadow, and a couple of items still. The Puppeteer wasn't highlighted as much, but I have to commend Kuga. That was an excellent kite, really buying time and really playing to the greed of Jin there.
Yeah, that's the thing. And to me, I feel that because Kuga bought out so much time, that was a pretty crucial play for them to get that 1 escape. We saw that before he decided to chase Kuga, right? He was chasing Adi initially. If he decide to commit to Adi, allow Kuga to go, I feel that ciphers might not have been enough, because there were 2 ciphers left. It forces a rescue from Mini Blue, so the ciphers would definitely be on a standstill situation. So I feel like it's the wrong call from Sanjin to actually go for Kuga. Kuga did an excellent kite at the 2 pallet 1 window area, and we gotta commend him for it, for actually helping the FT team get the 1 escape.
Yeah, just with that overextension, right, really opened up a possibility to push for that end game, because as you called, the pacing was definitely on Jin's side. He wanted to get more than a double down situation, but if he pressured the Cypher, I don't think it would have been enough. So MVP-like performance for Kuga, able to actually kite it out with him. What are your thoughts on Mini Blue, though, like when it came to pressuring the rescue? Do you think he should have stayed there or try to go for the exit? Because there was teleport that was ready on Jin's side.
He had to stay there. He had to stay there to give that to Nidus. If the hunter teleported over, right, he could still teleport back. Yes, that's a possibility. But if he downs the person that is at that gate, he can easily run back over. And those 2, even if Kuga gets rescued once again, those 2 are just loitering at the area. They are going to get caught off guard there. And I don't think Front Gate have enough time for them to open as well. So I think for FT Survivors, they just want to at least get that 1 escape. That's the whole plan, and I admire Mini Blue able to just withstand that pressure and stay right there to give the pressure to Hunter Sanjin, so that he is not given the opportunity to even leave the chair at all.
Yeah, that wasn't us, by the way. That was kind of, I don't know if we're PNG tubers right now, but let us know, chat. So yeah, all things considered, this is the step in the right direction, because Meow's gonna come in. Here's the thing, though. He cannot afford a tie. He needs to get at least a 3 survivor elimination just to push the BO3 from happening. It would be great if he's able to get a 4-man elimination, just so that they can tie up in terms of rounds. And I think this is the best possible time to do it, because it is round number 2. You still have access to the Opera Singer and Ivy. But we have seen Meow, unfortunately, kind of struggle in round number 2 up against really strong survivor teams. And GR, we do note that they do come online in round number 3. Who's to say they just pick the right survivors now and just get a 3 survivor escape?
Great
在
question.
我看来
And
的话
we'll
，FT
look
今年
into the
的这次
pre-interview
深
for GR.
渊发挥的确是让人眼前一亮，比去年看起来真的是有点判若两队了都，所以我们还是有压力的，在面对 FT 这支队伍。
Wow.
Giving. Good.
Oh, I was gonna say that AK realizing. I mean, I feel like that's a great gift for ITZY. Like,
Great
they're
gift
different-
and truly, telling us that this is FT is definitely a team to watch out, man, because their performance coming into the group stages is truly, like he said, impressive, and it's just mind blowing that FT is still not being signed.
Any orgs out there? FT is unsigned, and they're in a global stage here for Identity 5 representing Southeast Asia region. Please, someone, an org, sign them.
I think if someone really adopts them and coaches them with the right tools, with the right person, giving them the information, right? I think FT is just gonna be stronger. Like this is their arc, man. This is they're showing that that even without a professional help, they are able to perform like this. So yeah, I think this just opens up so much windows of opportunity for SE divisions now as to whether FT is going to be picked up here and how they're going to be performing coming the future tournaments that we'll be seeing with them.
You know, that is true. This could be the start or like the first domino piece to fall for Southeast Asia region. If FT is able to have a good showing here and also make it to the playoffs and have a good showing there, that could open the opportunity for so many other teams like Sky. I mean, you have to give it up to B4U that got picked up by RVL. RVL now a professional team, sponsoring and also giving resources to the team. FT does it for the love of the game, folks. I'm pretty sure if any org is listening to our voices out there, they're a stable team. If you give them the right resources and the reins to perform, I'm pretty sure they're gonna surprise everyone. So hopefully that time is gonna be now as Meow starts to lock in with some bands of survivors.
Yeah, and we need to remind ourselves that GR Survivors are just one of those teams that can really easily and very experienced when it comes to having to get 4 escapes, right? We've seen them done it twice, successful one time, the other time not too successful, but a 3 escape is still pretty excellent coming from GR. So Meowpie will be banning out the coordinator and the 5 investigator, potentially gearing up for that opera singer.
Nelson saying, I want Chocho as my coach when I play for COA. There you go, Chocho. You could be a coach.
Nah, I cannot coach. I'm over that, guys. I never really coached, but I've always in the past
team manager. You be a team manager.
Managing, I don't mind, but coaching maybe not. Yeah.
You set up the scrims. You give the stats and then help maybe team it could be. Team managers or team handlers are super important in professional teams.
Yes.
So maybe that, Nelson. Chocho's services, you can contact her. Who is
Chocho
Chocho?
Services.
Yeah, Chocho Services. Yeah, and IG. There you go. I'm helping promote your business, Chocho. You gotta manage people. Chocho Management Incorporated, guys.
Yeah, I will do my best. I'll do my best. And just heading back to the ban picks, right? We are seeing the Antiquarian being picked up here from the side of GR, still not prioritizing on the Rescuer. They find that least of their concern here. Even if you ban out the Mercenary, there is still the Wilding, the Gravekeeper to still work well against the Opera Singer. So yes, as of now, I do really like the team comp coming from GR. Looks pretty solid.
Yeah, I think they want to end it now and they want to be able to 2-0 just so that they have a strong showing because they're using a lot of the top tier picks here. At least they saved the Mercenary, but Antiquarian pickup, Psychologist as well, just so that they won't heal up. They're ready for team fights, they're ready for Cypher rushing, they're ready for stable rescuing. So a pretty tough ask from Meow here for him to be able to get a 3-man elimination. I'm just saying that because it is GR and you know how vicious they are when it comes to team fights. They will make sure that no man is left behind.
Yeah, that's the thing about GR. Their team comp, as of now, when I'm looking at the team comp, it doesn't look like a 4 escape or 1-4 escape. But as of for GR, they just need a tie game to win this. So when it comes to pressure, I think it's still on Melpai's side. We have this Cypher Rush, we have a very strong Kaito, we have a Harasser if anything goes wrong. So GR, pretty much a all-round, well-rounded team comp that we're seeing here, but Melpai, what's he gonna go for here? We know that he has the IV, the opera singer, the wax artist, the BQ.
Is it
what else is gonna surprise us here?
Ivy or saying I can't think of opera singer Meow. Opera singer. Ivy. Can't think of anything. Chat, help us out here. Chocho's
help us out here.
Help us out here. She's thinking about how this survivor lineup is gonna go up against an Ivy. In a map like this, I mean, we have seen Ivies perform in huge maps, and Meow is known for like his Dream Witches and multitasking. I just hope that it's not going to be as overwhelming, because GR survivors, they're just known for just overwhelming their opponent or their hunters or they're going up against to just a massive degree that they forget that ciphers are popped already, or they just they tunnel into one survivor. So hopefully he's able to have a clear path ahead of him and get that 3-person elimination to keep this game going to BO3.
Yeah, and as of now, the prisoners are going to be spawning at the factory area, potentially spawning at the center. I would love to see the prisoner in the factory area, which is going to be a lot more safer. But I think the idea coming from GR is that because like that prisoner will be spawning near the stairs area, so could be better to transition inside rather than spawning inside of the factory.
True. Any hunter would know just to go after the decoder first, and if allowing him that kiting route is definitely going to help out. At least if you're able to change elevations here, it could be a tough ask for him to put the tombstones down and for him to be able to kind of get his presence up here. So great drafting on GR's side. It's now Meow to be able to run with this type of composition and try to counter it. I'm excited to see also the persona build and what kind of aggression Meow's going to bring to this, or is he just going to go for a stable type of hunt? Because unfortunately, being stable is not going to cut it for him. He needs to get a 3-survivor elimination, so he has to go big or go home in here.
Yeah, and from Melpa, we are seeing an insolence detention with the Bling trait. For survivors, we are seeing that 3 of them have borrowed time, a full kiting build on Prisoner. So I think he will be prepared coming into this potential first kite here at Leo's Memory BO2 second half between GR versus FT. And this commentary will be brought to you by Chocho and Posh Guys.
Let's see those pink and green hearts in the chat, because this could be potentially the last stand for our friends in FT. We're already putting a curse down onto the mercenary, just building up that presence here, but unfortunately he's gonna have to go back here just to try and kite out or try to find his first survivor. It seems like he might have to commit towards iron here, which again, it's all right, but he's gonna have to tank 3 hits while the prisoner is out and about decoding.
Yeah, so I think as of GR servers, this is a pretty strong first kiter here. We will be seeing 3 basic hits as mentioned, but looking at our ciphers, they are pushing pushing all 4 already actually.
Wow. Okay, so now it seems like AC is gonna get caught out here. Meow not gonna be able to destroy the connections, but this was the route that we were talking about, so it bought him a lot of time for them to get some progress on some ciphers while we tried to get a spray here. Oh wow, I think the game's just trying to catch up here. I'm not sure if that was a bug, but we do see that AC able to actually get a pallet slam and continue on the kite. We're already gonna get a bit of possession here. 99% almost done. Just one more spray will do it.
Yeah, so we do see that Melpai is a little bit urgent when it came to it and able to spray one more time. The detailed play coming from Melpai's IV. And now AK, he will get the Ostrakon here, preventing him from decoding Cypher easily.
Yeah, so AK on that Ostrakon is going to buy him a little bit more time as AC continues that route here at the 2-story and factory. The multitasking is definitely trying to overwhelm Meow at this point because he really wants to down this prisoner while continuing to just harass these ciphers. We're still at 44% corruption. Still needs a full 100%, so one scare won't cut it here.
Yeah, and Cerberus actually having the upper hand here coming into this matchup here. Prisoner, another spray, and he will be gone. And that's exactly the case here as we see AC down for the first time. But look at the cipher. Almost a full 3 cipher kite.
Yeah, and the distribution of as well of the ciphers are actually really good, forcing Meow to just chair here in the factory area. We do see that the ghost form or the phantom form is moving around just to see where it's at. And that's the beauty of just having a connected cipher, right? Iron about to finish a cipher here, so he's just gonna force it open. And now we're stuck at 2 ciphers here, Chocho. So GR, great mid-game. AK actually forcing a cipher right in front of Meow while Heart tries to go for a rescue. So just the confidence in GR's gameplay here is really shining.
Yep, and able to get a before half rescue, and this is why Heart is one of those rescuers that you can trust entirely. AK still in the vicinity trying to push that cipher.
Yeah, it's just the confidence and the way that they're able to play this one out. He really wants to be able to do AK. He's not going to chase AK. And now he's actually going to go after the mercenary. So changing targets while the mercenary does take a longer time onto that rocket chair, allowing the heal to come off on the prisoner's side, I believe. So really making use of that whistle by Iron.
Yeah, I'm not too sure whether this is the right play because now Prisoner is out and about. He is the fastest decoder in the map. He can connect ciphers, push it from places where he's in a lot safer position as well. So this is the kind of thing that we are seeing from GR survivors. Melpai, I'm not too sure that's the right call by chasing the mercenary.
True. Now you're just gonna shuffle around because psychologist or the antiquarian can go for this rescue, but not gonna have any tide turner. We're gonna see a silence for now, and he does get a safe rescue for the mercenary to use an elbow pad to create that distance. And Chocho,
missing the
last
flywheel.
2 ciphers. Missed the flywheel, and now antiquarian eats that hit. But as I said, last 2 ciphers are about to be primed.
Yeah, so this is looking very favorable for GR, and especially when it comes to late game, you don't want to deal with GR survivors. They know exactly what they want to do, and they know that they can potentially get that for escape. We do see the psychologist still has the tight turner, so nothing is impossible until this ends. Let's see how Melpai comes back from this.
Okay, we're gonna see AC actually get a scare, but he's already fully healed up, so it's totally fine. Last cipher already popped because borrowed time is not on the prisoner's side, so they push for the end game, Chocho.
Yeah, and nobody is last chair in this matchup here, and this just opens up so much opportunity for GR to potentially go for that for escape for the second time. Now, Prisoner is trying to secretly open up the gate just now, but kind of got caught off a little bit there. Now, Heart will see the Hunter's attention as of now. Survivors need to kind of prioritize removing those Ostracons before opening up the gates.
Yeah, and I think they're doing just that, but Prisoner here, I have to be careful. The tension is still a factor, so he can still go for more, but it's a 4-person endgame. It's looking like at the very least get 1 survivor down if they're not able to kite out the tension, but that is playing to the win strategy. Go for the blink and able to get the scare, and AK is down.
Unfortunately, but we see that both gates are being open, and we need to know that GR just needs a tie to end this in a 2-0 fashion, and Heart will stop opening up the gate, but the other side we have 2 survivors already waiting to get out.
And that is the win condition that they want to be able to get. Psychologist has already popped the gate open. AK might be the sacrificial lamb of this game, and just like that, folks, 1 survivor out the gate, waiting for the next one. Seems like Prisoner and Mercenary is still trying to rotate. I think Mercenary is trying to make this rescue happen, or he might actually get cut off here. We do see that the Prisoner does have the scare, but now Mercenary could just get that escape, and just like that, folks, GR get the win condition here. 3 survivor escape. They secure themselves the victory here.
Yeah, such a convincing win, especially coming from GR side. We saw initially BO1 7-2 and then now 6-2. So as for GR, they are showing us a huge performance and really dominating in their own group, and ultimately upsetting FT with that win streak.
Yeah, I would have to say the favored one's winning this. I think a lot of people were hoping for a best of 3 game. but GR firing on all cylinders tonight. I think that FT should still take this time to rest and recuperate because they're going up against Weibo Gaming next. They still have those 2 victories in their group stage, but hopefully they perform or at least push for that BO3 and Weibo Gaming side. But congratulations to GR, our favorite team, but we wanted FT to win. But hey, it's okay. We didn't jump ship. We stayed loyal, Chocho, right? Right?
Yeah, I'm glad you did too.
But tell me about your apples. How are they doing tonight?
Tonight
they're doing pretty well, I think.
Tonight is a good night. Tonight is a good night.
You say you're for FT, but your apples say otherwise.
Yeah. I'm looking at my book and I'm like, yeah, today, what a great day.
Relentless. I'm telling you, Chocho, a good team manager. She can predict the stocks, the stoinks. She predicts these things. Anyway, talk to me through these match stats, Chocho.
All right, we have our first Kaitan initially being AC, 78 seconds of containment time. Like I said, I'm not too sure whether it was the right call for Meow to actually change targets to hard. Him being the slowest decoder at that point in time as well, allowing a fast decoder to let off the guard there, I think might be that reason why he got A3 escape this round. But looking at our overall match results here, we have 13-4, and we need to remember also once again that FT is not a professional team, right? And the fact that they are able to even have a battle against one of their favorite members, AK, I think it's a win for them tonight already.
Oh yeah, I think as you said, these semi-professional teams just want the chance to scrim with their favorite teams and also give themselves a platform to get noticed, because Call of the Abyss is a global stage. So who knows, maybe their future or potential sponsors watching this and they'll go back to it and be like, hey, we need to support this team because they have a lot of promise. And if nurtured and also if they train with the right conditions, they could definitely go far. But this night definitely goes to the favored, which are GR and MRC during our commentary half. And then I think ITZY, amazing victory in the first match there. And I believe the next one was, I kind of forgot, but we have the highlights of the match, folks. So check this out and we'll be right back.
那边大门一半，大门一半，大门一半。
可以，好的。
古关古。
然后这边他不好跳，不用急。没事没事。
我在修大门。1号是吧 ？OK， 好打，看到97。不能开吧？不行，12楼了。有机会开得有。12楼了，我这边70、80。我守不了，好吧？一直在我小门5号点。
And guys, we are finally done with all of our matches of day number 7. With ultimately this team's outstanding their opponents here. We have ITZY, GG, MRC, and GR. So congratulations to these 4 teams for their wins tonight. But of course, it is not over because we still have 3 more days left. But before that, let's try and guess our guessing game here. Who our potential MVP player is gonna be.
Who could be? AC performed very well. I have to give them that. In the first matchup also, I think it was AK that got chased first. Maybe AC. I mean, recency bias is gonna. I mean, the rescue though of Heart, that was really good too. It's pretty hard. I'm going AC. AC's performance for me. How about you, Chocho? Putting aside the hunter. Let's go with survivors.
That's tough.
Dude, because it's a cop-out, because Jin performed very well round 1, right?
Yeah.
And obviously.
I think maybe the in my heart, Iron.
Okay.
I feel like there isn't a lot of outstanding plays from him tonight, but I feel like him as a kiter, he's been very consistent throughout the entire tournament. Not just in kiting, right? When it comes to call outs, but We will be seeing Jin as the MVP player with that Goatman, and this is now his 3rd time in a row MVP
Jeez.
player for Team GR.
So Jin has been stealing all the MVPs because this is their
Exactly.
3rd game. Oh, Jin, you beast, you madman. Mamba mentality, able to make sure that the Goatman 1st round pick gets you the 4K, and congratulations. Now we're gonna move on to the interview portion here.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到骚采访，我是主持人潇潇。首先恭喜金亚战队拿下今天比赛的胜利，我们请到了卡梦和年景来到骚采访，向你打声招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是年景。
大家好，我是吉亚的卡梦。
欢迎两位，欢迎两位，又是一场胜利拿下2-0。然后年景也是第2次来到赛后采访了嘛？那整个小组赛截至目前马上就要结束了，还有最后一场，有没有感觉？虽然说是相隔不久，但是还是能感觉到队伍啊，包括自己的手感状态是在慢慢提升的这样一个状态呢。今天特别漂亮。
就是稍微没之前那么紧张了嘛，然后比较适应一些了。
是的，是的，能够感到大家在场上的一个运营配合越打越好了。那接下来这个问题想问一下卡梦，本来呢是想委婉的问一下今天我们这个 BP 战术的一个选择啊，卡梦说可以直接问那个问题，那我就直接问了啊，今天没选小说家啊，咋不选了呢？今天？
因为今天的 BP 我们打太多了，今天打小说家是想试点别的。
没时间跟你闹了，这小说家是玩够了，所以今天才没选。但是今天能够整体看到大家这个2-0非常干净利落。首先第1局的时候就想问一下，我们求生者是完成了一个平局嘛？确实发现外面根本没下雨哎，所以今天那一个平局上半场拿下还是很关键的，不过也很惊心动魄哦。所以当时那个平局大家是如何沟通到的呢？
当时其实是想着先跑一个吧，然后开门战士安排那个飞行家去有道具的飞行家去送闪卡，就看他自己能不能操作到，这个，那骑士开完门然后走门就行了。
啊，最后也是极限操作到了，确实在最后开门战的时候也是听到了大家的惊呼，今天特别棒。那下半场的时候，年景也是完成了一个4抓，因为那一个4抓整体来看的话，感觉就是非常行云流水的这样的操作。但是我觉得中间有一波就是你过去管大洞的时候，对面因为你是有失常的嘛，然后对面就是强行想要把那台机修开，当时会有一个什么样子的判断呢？在场上？
当时本来是想用龙子过去踹掉的，然后但是电击太多了，就拿1刀就好了。
那个失常最后没用出来，有没有觉得哎呀没有踹下？因为很多监管会说这个失常踹着就是很爽，就今天这个失常没踹出来，但是又会在场上有一个什么样子的想法呢？对于这个技能的运用，
就是慢慢拉扯就好了。
看出来了，今天大家整个的操作完全就是不急呢。那第2局的时候也是歌剧演员完成了一个3抓。我觉得前期因为优势确实是慢慢的有在向多抓的局面靠拢嘛，但是当时杂技在椅子上那波能够看到对面还是想一直在跟你卡血线，你是完全知道他没有大心脏。那当时那个节奏是一个什么样子？你在场上在想什么？
就是打个针对稳3抓就好了。
我看到你当时的手还在那个手机屏幕上滑得很快，但是因为他也在锻炼手速嘛，然后你看着他那个忙碌的身影，你当时在想什么？
他就他的，我打我的。
你反正眼睛里就只有椅子上的那个人。因为今天前面的3抓结束之后，卡梦我们下半场有没有说是想要去拿下一个今天的快速终结呢？我们在 BP 上又会有一些什么样子的考虑呢
？BP 上就尽量歌剧、艾维都去防一下，然后打一个平局就差不多了。
就是确实是向着保平去的，因为上半场也是有优势嘛。但是中间我们是有一波指挥佣兵过去换挂了一下，然后心理学家的那个吹哨也特别关键。当时那波是如何沟通指挥到的呢？
佣兵也不是指挥去换挂，是监管者想去换挂，没办法。然后
被动
放在球头外面的话，我们反而更好打了。
也是场上局势瞬息万变，然后刚好就抓住了这样的一波机会。确实，这个2-0对于今天的比赛来说太干净利落了。还是刚才那句话，那结束了今天的比赛，我们目前还有最后一场。那年景有没有什么自己对于最后一场比赛的期待呢？这一个小组赛发挥特别亮眼，
继续加油就好了，然后尽力打。
好的，能够看到年景的这个状态真的是保持在非常不错的这样一个阶段。那卡梦呢？因为赛前喊话的时候，阿弟有讲，3天之前是他的生日，想要你祝他生日快乐。
当然，祝阿弟生日快乐，美丽人生。
哇，美丽 人生太赚了。好，也是感谢两位来到赛后采访，期待接下来 GR 战队的精彩表现。感谢两位。那么我们最后就把镜头交还给解说席吧。
And there you have it, folks. AK wishing Adi hopefully had a happy birthday, because it's a belated happy birthday. And the interview, shout outs to Rennie also translating everything in the chat, just breaking down their thought process in that matchup. But Chocho, early night for us, a lot of 2-0s
Yes.
in our block of commentary here.
Yeah, I think when it comes to the OT Queen, I think I have to give my title to maybe Kuro or Eli.
That's the
No longer
crown,
mine.
queen.
I'm gonna gotta pass it over.
Wait, you did say you do have a new curse though.
Oh, can I say that?
Sure.
Oh, I have this new curse where like whichever team I decide to root for, they'll always lose.
So root for a team you don't want to win and then pass that curse to that team. I don't know. I might be on that curse too, because I think the only time I didn't get that was when we did the Weibo GR one. So again, that was kind of 50-50, but we'll see. But this was really fun. I hope day 7, holy smokes, Chocho. I know there's still 3 days left, but you know what? Once we see the group stage standings, some standings are kind of set in stone already, so we can kind of, I would say, congratulate some of the folks that have already made or will make it to the playoffs.
I think whoever that's standing at the first place, right? I think the question will still remain as to whether it might shake a little bit. Maybe the person in second place could potentially go for the first. But as of now, first is definitely the most safe a position you can get. You're definitely gonna be in the global playoff season. Whereas people on the 5th is confirmed out already.
Tell me this, because I remember hearing this. I'm not sure. So first place is safe because you're in the upper bracket in the playoffs, right?
Yeah.
Second place, are you still in the upper bracket or are you at the lower bracket?
It's not really like upper bracket or lower bracket. It's more of like you have one
Seeding.
lesser match, so they will play each other first.
Okay, advance. Okay. Oh, so the scenic route for second and third placers. But looking at today's results, folks, congratulations to ITZY, GG, MRC, and GR for taking the victories in their matches. Really intense matches. So if you guys are just joining us now, please look back at the VODs. But Chocho, talk me through the rankings here.
Surprisingly, for Group A, I mean, this is one of the Group of Death, right? We see Dou ranked 5th. Group B, we have ranked 5th Omni, so this one could be eliminated here. Group C, we have ZZZ potentially eliminated already. Group D, we have RVL eliminated already. But with our confirmed seats here, we have Axis Wave, Zeta, GG, and GR in the mix here. That should be definitely in the playoff season already.
Yeah, look at that. FT versus Weibo Gaming is their next matchup, and it's a battle for second place at that point. FT still holding strong, but Weibo Gaming really wanting to get a better spot in this group stage. So we are going to move towards tomorrow's matches. It's Dou versus Axis Wave, Weibo Gaming versus RVL, ACT versus RD, and Wolves versus RC to round out day number 8.
Oh, this is gonna be pretty interesting because we are having our Group A matchup right from the get-go. We have first place versus the 5th place in the groupings. So you guys don't want to miss that out and see who ultimately might potentially survive it all the way till the end. So that's gonna be day number 8 for you guys tomorrow. So you guys don't want to miss that out.
Who's got perfect attendance here? Chocho's checking, because if you don't make it, she will ask for an excuse slip from either your boss, your doctor. Like, what are the only valid excuses? What, like an illness or like a wedding?
I threw my phone. I threw my phone from rank. I threw my
from
phone
a ranked session.
So
I can't watch. Oh no! But yeah, today was very fun. A lot of intense matches, and we're kind of seeing like the meta shake out. In a sense that you see some survivor teams survivors be able to get the victories over hunters, which is good to see, because we do want that balanced game. Because coming into this, right, we were like saying, oh my gosh, it's super hunter sided, but you gotta love the global ban system. At least in round number 3, you can expect like amazing matches from the survivors to come back from.
Yeah, and can't wait to see what the teams tomorrow is gonna bring to us. And you guys are right, FT is still ranked number 2 in their Group D bracket, so they are definitely most likely going to be advancing further. But we need to remind you guys that second and third place wouldn't matter too much. First place is going to matter because they would have one less match to play.
Also, Weibo Gaming is going up against RVL. So RVL could technically play spoiler to Weibo Gaming and trump them in the rankings or something. So do tune into that because RVL's still looking to get on the board. And they had an amazing matchup against GR. So hopefully, you know what, they're gonna summon all their strength to go up against Weibo Gaming here. Let us know also in chat what you guys think of your apples. Are they okay? Are your predictions good, bad? Do we not look at it? I make my predictions. I don't look at it because it's like I'm gonna get affected. I know in game, like as we're commentating, I get affected if we're like, oh no, I'm predicting wrong. I jump fences.
Yeah. Yeah, I think to all these teams here, I know some have been, you know, playing since day number 1, right? So it has been very tiring. But hopefully the energy just prolongs all the way to day number 10 because I love the never give up attitude coming from all these players. Never give up, never what, and exactly, I do hope that they're able to bring that further with our last 3 days in our group stages. You guys really, really don't want to miss that out.
Yeah. Can I see that stress ball again? I feel like it's gonna start to like fall apart towards the end. I wonder if you're allowed to have a stress ball also as a player. I mean, I know they have those powdered. I also get pretty sweaty in my hands, so I can't imagine the players like wearing those thumb sleeves and whatnot. Yeah, they're under a lot of pressure, especially the ones at the 3rd or 4th place spot that could jump to 3rd place. As we said before, the first placers kind of secure. They're all good. We're really looking at the danger zone area of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th because that could change easily. So that's why you guys got to lock in and tune in each and every day and support your favorite players because the days are numbered. We're about to end the group stage this coming Sunday. Happy Easter, by the way, guys.
Oh yeah, happy Easter. And also I'd like to give a shout out to all of you guys that are still here till the end of the stream. Shout outs to Rainy, Carol, Vanilla Kinder, Salty Sugi, I'm so sorry if I pronounced it wrongly. Ronari, and Nico, Ustar6, Jose. Thank you guys for being here. Thanks for tuning in. And we are finally done with our matchups of today. I hope you guys enjoyed the matches the teams have brought out into the table here.
Yeah, Chocho Stress Ball and Eli's Cow for emotional support. I don't have anything. I don't have any. Oh, actually, I have this.
Oh yeah, Eli's Cow. I forgot about that.
I have a little Smisky thing.
No.
It glows in the dark.
But you and your Hong Tai. No, you.
Yeah.
You hold
oh
the
yeah,
Hong
Hong Tai. But there you have it, folks. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you guys tomorrow for day number 8. That's Chocho. I'm Pot Spice. We're gonna sign out. See you tomorrow for more Call of the Abyss 8.
10秒，2技能都在差点上对方。打他！能打到，打到一刀就够了。回来吧，翻！要死了！
走门！
过来不？我砍到。 我被他拉住了，可以，失误了，太近了，能走，完蛋了，我不也救到，你是不过来的，哦，他，我卡的，我在角落卡，好不？可以上一个，好，可以。 好6，好6，好6，好6。没有，S 反的漂亮，S 反的漂亮，好的。he 关进内入，我不能走。内入开热闹。内入给过。你知道你牛逼，只会3跑。我的意思就是，我先去跑一波，跑的。3跑机会给你。我说他反身之后，我要不要跟他一？有一球了，古董，我看着呢，我能走。 能走吗？我能走！我能走！来车！不爽，묘지. 끝내. 다행이다. 어디 가라고요? 묘지. 오케이. 히트. 야, 음악 쓰기. 目的车来了，你吃一刀回目的可以啊，看情况。
我修1号去了，我修1号去了。
金身交了，哦，技能没交过，提醒一下。OK，
金身
交了吗？
交了。
我想西哥你好，看不见四跑。
去了还要来。
去吧。
哦 ，OK。
我
现在1点也没吸到呢，他死了。
这一波，我还能。
不去，
就在马路底，不是了是吧？
打了。
不能推不动。
好，这把。
我可以吃到一个笼子，大梅一半。
可以，好的。
苦瓜。
然后这边他不好跳，没事。 我在修大门。 跳是吧
？OK。
好打。看到97。能不能开吧？
不行，12楼了。
有机会开得有。
12楼了。
好吧。
OK。
一直在我小门，我们不好点。我在开大门。
明点吧，会死吗？
会死。
I try to find my own cause, forgetting what it was. Then I hear all your voices calling my name. When you're all out by my side, I feel a sense of pride. Using dreams as our guide, they shine so bright. Every setback is a push to move forward. Not afraid just 'cause I know you're all on board. Through the fires we unite again. No one dares to cross our lane. We'll fight until we reign. Top of the mountains is where we stand. We'll never lose our dreams again. We'll fight until the Facing struggles, we fight, we won't retreat. A bond so strong, no one can compete. United we stand, we won't accept defeat. We'll fight together, making victory so sweet. In the journey of life, challenges repeat. Together we